Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Hogwarts, the most upright dark magic student in history. Part 1. My head. It felt as though a red-hot iron rod had been driven straight through his skull. That was Roger's first sensation as he regained consciousness. Roger struggled upright, his mind a mess. 1 second ago he had been in the lab running the final test on the biocomputer project. How had he ended up here? He found himself curled in the corner of a room. Beneath him lay cold, damp flagstones, the chill and the thick stink of mildew and earth forcing their way into his nose. There were no windows, by the weak light he could see wooden walls. Clearly this was a wooden hut, not his laboratory. Suddenly fragments of memory flooded his brain like a bursting dam. The original owner of this body had been a nameless wizard apprentice captured, sometime, somewhere, by a dark wizard who laired on the outskirts of London. Called an apprentice, he had really been a test subject and slave. The dark wizard was old, cruel, and eccentric. He would cast Crucio on the boy for no reason, driving him to the edge of madness, leaving only broken memories. The boy had been caught trying to escape and the old wizard had tortured him to death with Crucio. After digesting this, Roger understood. He had transmigrated into the world of Harry Potter. Unfortunately, Roger excelled at scientific research, while this was a world of magic. Fortunately, he had read the books and watched the films. He knew the background and main plot. On the surface it was a children's story about love and courage, but inside it was frighteningly dangerous. By the moral standards of his previous life on Blue Planet, dark wizards were not good people. Perhaps there were no good people among them at all. But he had to admit, these men were terrifyingly powerful. Whether the two generations of Dark Lords, the ancient Dark Wizard Herpo who created Horcruxes, or Ecrisdus who created Dementors, they all shared one trait, possession of extreme, unpredictable, and deadly power. Unfortunately, Roger was now under the thumb of such a Dark Wizard. This hut was only part of the man's magical pocket. Walk too far beyond it and you were teleported back. There was nowhere to run. Among the memory fragments, the commonest sight was the old wizard torturing apprentices with dark arts. The agony of Crucio was so intense that even the fragments refused to retain it. The original owner would pass out within seconds. Just as Roger tried to stand, a sudden change occurred. Imperio. A sickly green spell light shot through the doorway and struck him squarely. In an instant an icy, tyrannical will seized control of his body. Like a marionette, he was jerked upright by invisible strings and marched toward the door. The books said Imperio would cloud the victim's mind and turn the body into a puppet, but to Roger, now experiencing it, his mind felt crystal clear. He was a prisoner inside his own flesh, forced to watch his limbs obey another's will. The bizarre power captured all his attention. The sensation was unique. So this is magic. What principle drives it? The thought had barely formed when a line of information abruptly popped up in his mind. Ping. Insufficient data. Unable to parse. Requesting sustained observation for data collection. Roger's pupils shrank to pinpoints. The biocomputer succeeded. It came through with me. But it's a physical object. This isn't scientific. He subconsciously activated the biocomputer's observation routine. In a flash his body felt commandeered by a heavy force, every sense sharpened, as though he'd been crammed into an iron can. His previously smooth movements turned clumsy and staggering. As he lurched out of the dark hut, the sudden sunlight struck like countless needles, forcing tears to stream from his eyes. Through the blur a dark silhouette sharpened, a figure in filthy, tattered black robes that seemed to carry its own shadow. The deep hood hid the face, revealing only a hooked, hawk-like nose. While the controlled body shuffled toward the figure, the cold voice in his mind spoke again. Ping. Imperio database successfully established. Analysis progress 10%. Roger's heart surged with joy. The biocomputer that had crossed with him could actually observe and parse magical force. A biocomputer, an artificial brain boasting ultra-low power draw, colossal processing power, micro-scale, and vast storage, a supercomputer you could carry. A scholar could break free of computational limits and explore the unknown. An athlete could micro-manage every muscle, optimizing biochemical reactions from the ground up to boost strength, speed, and balance. The original books never explained the principles of magic, so spells always felt awkward. Everyone could cast the levitation charm, yet only Lord Voldemort could fly. Time travel existed, yet no one could kill Voldemort. If one truly grasped the essence of magic, where would its limits lie? Perhaps Lord Voldemort would be nothing but an ant crawling in a grand hall. By now, still under Imperio, Roger had reached the dark figure. The instant the spell released, a voice like a viper sliding over gravel hissed from under the hood. Remember, there won't be a next time. The old wizard's eyes were sinister. Had he not needed an errand boy, the apprentice who dared run would not have lived another second. The icy grip vanished. Roger collapsed as though his bones had been removed, gasping raggedly, lungs rattling like broken bellows. The moment his body hit the cold flagstones, the voice sounded again. Ping. Insufficient data. Imperio analysis halted at 10%. His first thought, absurdly, was, could the old wizard cast Imperio a bit longer? He needed more data. Sir, I was wrong. I'll never run again. Thoughts were one thing. Facing the dark wizard he dared not slip. This man would kill. He would bide his time, wait for a chance to escape, and meanwhile collect what information he could on dark arts. Perhaps he could unravel some of their mysteries. The old wizard seemed satisfied with Roger's show of obedience. He coughed twice, lungs wheezing, and shuffled a step closer. From the hood's shadow a face appeared, furrowed with deep ravines, eye sockets like black pits. Muddy brown eyes, cloudy yet sharp as blades, pinned Roger. Go, he croaked, each word crusted with ice, collect every drop of unicorn blood left in the room. He paused, the threat in his voice overlapping with the memory of Crucio, or you know what happens. His tone was thick with distrust. Roger turned obediently, steadying his breath while his mind raced. This sort of collecting, the old wizard could finish in a flash with a single spell. Why make a clumsy apprentice like him to it? Why not use magic? A bold thought sprang up. The dark wizard was injured, badly, so badly he couldn't even cast on a magical creature like a unicorn. That explained why he'd stayed here 2 whole months, brewing potions nonstop. And the unicorn blood the old wizard wanted was the best ingredient for a healing potion. Evening. Only the last streaks of sunset remained. The whole camp was swallowed by shadow, yet there was no wind. Roger carried a conical glass flask and pushed open the door of another wooden shack bound by a powerful restraining spell. Only that level of magic could hold a unicorn. Inside, a full unicorn lay in a specially forged iron cage. Its coat, once brilliant gold, now looked dull and lifeless. Eyes closed, it slumped on the ground, its breathing barely detectable. A deep gash on its thigh showed bone and tore at the heart. Unicorns stand for purity and holiness. Their blood holds mighty magic that can extend a drinker's life. Therefore, illegally drawing their blood is a grave crime in the magical world. Anyone who drinks it suffers a lifelong curse from the unicorn's soul. How did the old man get a unicorn? Roger wondered, recalling what he knew of them in the story, secretly shocked at the old wizard's power. Any escape would have to be carried out with extreme care. In Harry Potter's world, unicorns are pitifully rare, found only in a few hidden places under heavy guard. Even Lord Voldemort would find catching one no easy feat. Roger drew a quiet breath, held it, and edged closer. Following the old wizard's orders, he placed the mouth of the flask against that terrible wound. The glass mouth suddenly writhed like a living thing, reshaping into a sharp needle that stabbed deep into the injury. The flask pulsed like a throat, gulping the faintly silver blood. The unconscious foal let out a nearly inaudible whimper and twitched. Roger swallowed his pity, held the flask steady, and forced most of his focus into activating the biocomputer's observation mode. Through the biocomputer's sight, the conical flask appeared as a mass of violet energy threads, layers of magical filaments tangled into an intricate, stacked 3-dimensional web. Countless tiny star-dust-like purple motes flickered and flowed along those lines, forming a picture both eerie and profound. The unicorn's own violet energy network was far vaster and more complex, blazing like a small sun. But as its blood was siphoned away, Those purple threads streamed toward the flask's mouth, and the creature's aura faded. After a whole night's work, when the last drop of silver blood was drained, the foal breathed no more. In the biocomputer's view, the radiant web of magic inside it shattered into countless dim fragments scattered through the corpse. Roger was exhausted, barely held together. Maintaining observation mode had cost him dearly. But the job wasn't finished. His legs felt filled with lead as he corked the flask and returned. The old wizard took the heavy flask, a flicker of surprise in his cloudy eyes. There was a bit more than expected. So the apprentice had some use after all. Not bad. His voice was hoarse, a hint of veiled disappointment in it. He'd lost an excuse to hit Roger with a crucio. Oddly, that excruciating dark art gave the caster a near addictive, twisted pleasure. No wonder it was a staple for dark wizards. He shoved Roger back into the tumbledown shack and, unable to wait, carried the blood into his own hut to brew. Imperio database created. Container conical flask, database created. Unicorn database created. Though dead on his feet, Roger skimmed through the biocomputer's recorded observations on Imperio, the flask, and the unicorn. The analysis had already confirmed one thing. An energy form completely unknown on his previous blue star existed here. The magical patterns on both flask and unicorn were proof. What properties does this unknown energy have? Countless elegant experiments flashed through his mind, but right now escape was the priority. Progress was decent. He'd gained a sliver of the old wizard's trust. Over the next few days the old wizard's mood seemed to improve, allowing Roger out to do odd jobs. When Roger used the camp's last bread, carrots, eggs, minced meat, soft cheese, mustard, and crushed almonds to whip up a sandwich, the old wizard stared at it for a few seconds, then actually picked it up and ate it. Clearly, in the eyes of this pragmatist old wizard, the apprentice's value had risen a notch. Roger was no longer just a punching bag and pack mule. Roger received permission to attend the old wizard. He could watch spells being cast from close range and even sneak glances at several old parchment scrolls on the workbench. For Roger, who possessed a biocomputer, that was more than enough. Human eyes have high resolution, but they focus on a single point, automatically ignoring peripheral data to save brainpower. Under the biocomputer's precise control, however, Roger's eyes worked like top-tier scanners. Subtle adjustments of the ciliary muscles delivered ultra-clear images. The biocomputer then analyzed, zoomed, and recorded in real time, storing every stolen detail without loss. Whenever he had a spare moment, Roger would quietly activate observation mode and study the old wizard, and the sight stunned him. The old wizard's entire cerebral core looked like a huge cracked block of black energy. From those fissures stretched countless twisted black tendrils that coiled through his body like poisonous vines, forming a sinister, fractured pattern. Each time he drank a potion, the cracks shrank slightly, further proof that Roger's guess about a grave injury was correct. Roger's attention, however, was soon drawn to the contents of the parchment scrolls. For several days, 3 scrolls lay open on the bench. 2 held complex potion recipes, useless for escape, so Roger skimmed and set them aside. The last was the old wizard's personal research notes, recording his insights into magic. Roger narrowed his eyes, held his breath, and focused every ounce of concentration on decoding that notebook in his mind. By the time a new day dawned, he had gained a preliminary grasp of the wizard's essence and magical system described within. The notes were almost insane. A wizard wields pure will to command nature's energy and matter, even twisting the forms of life itself. Light can be conjured from nothing, reality can be shaped by thought. This was the so-called wizard's will, a power that, to wizards, seemed natural, yet shattered all of Roger's beliefs, a metaphysical, near miraculous force. Another day passed, and the old wizard seemed to have hit an insurmountable wall. His face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. At noon, as he stalked out of his cabin, Roger trotted up, deftly set out a wooden chair, and smoothly laid a well-worn, shiny old sheepskin cushion on it. "Sir, please sit, lunch is coming right up," he said, bowing respectfully. The old wizard grunted through his nose and dropped heavily into the chair. A sandwich, a small piece of smoked meat, a few roast potatoes, and a steaming bowl of apple soup, everything was set out without fault. Yet the old wizard's mood remained foul. He had discovered his plan was stuck, he lacked a truly useful assistant. Under the Ministry of Magic's nose, it was no easy task to procure a wizard, make him obedient to a dark wizard, and willingly join an evil scheme. Frowning, he sat in brooding silence for a while before starting to eat. His eyes flicked to Roger, standing nearby, and lingered. At last he rasped, voice like sandpaper on wood, what's your name again? Roger, sir. Roger. Ah, Roger, the old wizard chewed, cloudy eyes fixed on him. Of all the apprentices I've taken, you're the sharpest, quick hands, quick eyes. Hearing the softened tone, Roger quietly exhaled, the old man's trust had clearly grown. The wizard paused, then hissed, pity you never got proper teaching, but these days you've behaved and served well, I'm satisfied. So I've decided to take you as my true student and teach you magic. Alarm bells rang in Roger's head, yet his face instantly filled with ecstatic disbelief, his voice trembled. I, Master. Thank you so much. He bowed deeply. As long as you're obedient and believe in me, beneath the hood, the old wizard's mouth seemed to curve in a cold smile. He drew his wand, murmured an unfamiliar, harsh incantation, and a black light struck Roger's arm. Roger rolled up his sleeve and stared at the complex tattoo that appeared on his skin, saying nothing. Clearly, the old wizard still did not trust him. After finishing his meal, the old man's restlessness flared again. He rose at once and strode back into the cabin. Roger narrowed his eyes at the closed door, thoughts racing. He still didn't know exactly who this old wizard was in the wizarding world, but that single move, magic reminiscent of Lord Voldemort's dark mark, was more than enough to prove his power was immense and unfathomable. For the entire day that followed, the old wizard stayed shut inside the wooden hut. The cauldron hissed and the smell of herbs was so thick it choked the air. Outside, Roger even heard a long, twisted incantation, the syllables strange and awkward, just listening felt harder than casting Imperio. At last the tightly shut wooden door opened again and the old wizard's hoarse voice rang out, "Get in here." In front of Roger the old wizard flipped open an unremarkable old wooden chest. It looked barely wider than a chair, yet he leaned in until only his legs kicked outside, clearly the inside was far bigger than it appeared. He rummaged for a long while before straightening up with a small vial of pale purple potion and a wand so worn its original look was almost gone. He stared at the vial, facial muscles twitching, heartache and reluctance written plain. "You should count yourself lucky," he rasped, voice dry yet fiercely proud. "This is the proudest thing I've ever brewed, magic sensing potion. Drink it and your power will surge, for a time." For a time. Roger's heart clenched, but his hunger for magic still burned. The old wizard didn't hand over the bottle. Instead he produced a delicate balance, tipped out a few drops of the thick purple liquid, and carefully diluted it with water. In the end the cup held only a mouthful of pale purple stuff. "Once, and this little is enough," he warned, cloudy eyes boring into Roger. "Swallow even a sip of the undiluted brew and your brain will boil to porridge, leaving an empty shell." His bony fingers lifted the battered wand and aimed it at Roger, voice suddenly icy. "For the next 5 days you need learn one spell, barely usable is enough. If you can't," the wand tip glinted coldly, "I'll personally drain every drop of blood from your body." "Believe me," the corner of his mouth curled in that frozen smile, "I'll leave you bone dry." The diluted magic sensing potion was still sticky as glue. Under the old wizard's hawk-like stare Roger had no choice. He tilted his head and gulped it down. An indescribable reek exploded across his tongue, like rotten fish soaked in stale sock juice. Thankfully the biocomputer monitoring his body reported no harm. The effect struck like lightning. Instantly Roger plunged into a lucid dream. His body sank into a warm seabed, surrounded by something soft yet omnipresent that pressed and scoured him. "Boy, relax completely." The old wizard's sandpaper voice cut through. "What you feel is the world of magic. Use your will, drill into your own soul, touch them, speak to them, draw them, make them obey." Though still grating, the explanation was clear and methodical, like a proper professor. The words echoed in Roger's skull. He closed his eyes, cast off stray thoughts, and forced his mind toward the chaotic energies. Gradually he felt himself melt into that vast sea, becoming a tiny spark within it. Now, the old wizard called him back, his furrowed face calm as if this were expected. I'll teach you a top-tier spell, Imperio, it's simple. Roger's consciousness lurched. Who starts learning magic with the unforgivable curses? Over the next few days, under the old wizard's careful tutelage, Roger's analysis of Imperio soared to 90%. The hurdle now wasn't grasping the incantation but still lacking a sliver of power. It was terrifying, diluted, the potion had hoisted a 10-year-old little wizard's strength near the threshold of Imperio. Even Potion Master Snape might not manage that. To push further, the old wizard poured a full cup of undiluted magic sensing potion. His trembling hand then scooped out a pile of revolting things, crawler limbs, twisted roots, oddly colored powders, and flung them all in. Glug! The cup reacted violently, releasing acrid purple vapors, the liquid turning murkier and stranger. Worthless. I've never had such a stupid student. Half his face twitched, spittle flying at Roger. Do you know how many precious ingredients you've wasted? Fool it, drink. Roger froze. The old wizard had warned that even a mouthful of the concentrate would erase the mind. As if reading his doubt, the old wizard added with a sinister smile, I improved the formula to suit your worthless body, at least, it won't kill you so quickly. It won't die that quickly. Roger stared at the viscous liquid in the cup, churning with strange bubbles and mixed with unidentifiable filth, his scalp prickling and his stomach churning. The potion slid down his throat. Instead of the diluted version's burning, an icy chill spread instantly through him. It felt as if his entire consciousness had been plunged into an ice-cold mountain torrent. The slightest thought could stir violent waves in the water. The old wizard snatched a live creature from the wooden crate, an acromantula the size of a washbasin, and snarled excitedly, now. Hit it with Imperio. Hurry. Lessons from the past weeks had taught Roger that when the old wizard issued a command in that unquestioning, near-manic tone, you obeyed at once. Otherwise what awaited you was far worse than a single Cruciatus curse. By now Roger had gathered enough Imperio data. Analysis of the incantation was complete. He flooded his mind with every scrap of it in an instant. Without hesitation he raised his wand, the potion's power coursing through him, and hissed at the restless acromantula, Imperio. SSSHHHK. A beam far brighter and denser than any before, like a solid silver chain, shot from the wand tip and struck the acromantula dead on. Through the biocomputer's sight, countless intricate strands of magic spurted from the wand, twining and linking with the spider's own mana threads. On the level of magical patterns the two became one, like conjoined twins. So this is Imperio. The moment Roger barely grasped the spell's workings, the old wizard prepared to leave. At dawn the cabin door creaked ajar, the old wizard snapped, pack up, come with me. Before Roger could answer, the man stepped out, thrust 3 bulging, battered briefcases into his arms, and grunted, carry these. To Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley. At the familiar name Roger's pupils shrank and his heart hammered. At last, he was getting out. What year is it now? Roger prayed desperately that it was around the time Harry Potter entered Hogwarts, when the magical world was still relatively peaceful. More importantly, familiar characters like Dumbledore might appear in Diagon Alley. He might yet be saved. The moment he stepped beyond the magical barrier he looked back. Where was the camp? Only a tumbledown country house stood alone on the outskirts of London. With a flick of his wand and a terse incantation the old wizard made the building ripple like a reflection in water, then vanish, leaving a calm little lake. Stop dawdling, keep up. The old wizard barked. Sir, I can't keep up. I don't know any speed-enhancing spells. Roger panted, half jogging to match the man's leisurely stride. But surprisingly this was no ordinary spell. As they walked the old wizard offered a brief explanation. He called it, ley line magic, and added with a sneer, apart from my mentor and a few earlier generations, no one studies it anymore, brooms and flow powder are far more convenient. Nothing like it existed in the original Harry Potter books, this old wizard knew far more. Then where is your mentor? I killed him. It's tradition in our school. The old wizard's reply was icy. A long London street seemed to shrink to a few steps under this ley line assisted stride. On the way, the old wizard outlined the task. He urgently needed a live wizard with suitable magical traits for an experiment, and would hunt for one in Diagon or Nocturne Alley. The briefcases were the capture gear. Roger himself was the bait, to lure the chosen target into the trap. Cold sweat poured off Roger at the words. Soon they turned into a narrow, filthy alley and reached a tavern whose crooked sign creaked in the wind, the Leaky Cauldron. When the old wizard stepped inside, his gloomy face and dark wizard garb made it clear he wasn't here for a drink, so Tom the barman wisely kept his distance. Without a sideways glance, the old wizard strode through the pub toward the backyard door. Roger held his breath and trotted after him. Just before they crossed the taproom, Roger caught a glimpse of a figure in the shadows beside the bar. The man wore a crumpled robe and a ridiculous purple turban. His paper-white face twitched nervously as his eyes darted about. Professor Quirrell. An icy chill shot up Roger's spine, every hair standing on end. Because the infamous Lord Voldemort was stuck to the back of his head. And this was Voldemort's true body. Perhaps he had gotten out of bed on the wrong side today, because Roger almost subconsciously activated the biocomputer's observation mode. In the biocomputer's field of vision, the magic threads on the back of Professor Quirrell's head were terrifyingly dense. They were more complex and concentrated than anything Roger had ever seen, even surpassing the magical patterns on a unicorn. But in that instant, that cluster of magical patterns seemed to come alive, twisting and squirming violently, resembling an eye. Roger instantly felt like something was staring intently at him. Startled, he immediately shut off observation mode. Like a student who had caused trouble, he quickly sped up, hiding beside the old wizard, as if that felt safer. The old wizard was very displeased. What's with all the panic? I only asked you to help me tie up a wizard, not capture you know who. Just follow instructions obediently, and you'll naturally be safe. At the same moment, Quirrell froze completely. In his mind, he whispered subserviently, Master, do you have any commands? Follow those two who just passed. A cold, rasping voice sounded in his head. Be but. G. Gringotts. Quirrell stammered, feeling hesitant. Because of that slight hesitation, the punishment instantly descended. Quirrell muffled a groan, his body trembling violently like a sieve, not daring to utter another word. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Tom, the bar owner, noticed his strange behavior and walked over, concerned. I'm fine. Quirrell jumped up in surprise, waving his hands frantically. I just remembered. I need to buy a newly released book about vampires. His voice trembled severely, as if the mere thought of vampires terrified him. With that, he practically shoved Tom aside and rushed toward the back courtyard with swift steps. Roger stood behind the old wizard, watching him tap a specific brick on the wall with his wand, his brow deeply furrowed. Now he knew the exact time period. Professor Quirrell was the main antagonist in the first book of Harry Potter. This guy was originally a Hogwarts teacher who resigned and went to Albania, where he encountered the lingering soul of Lord Voldemort and became possessed. He then returned to Hogwarts wearing that garlic-scented turban to serve as the defense against the dark arts class professor. In other words, this was Harry Potter's first year at school. According to the original plot, Quirrell should be at the Leaky Cauldron right now, meeting Harry Potter, who was being led by Hagrid. This meant, he, Roger, might also run into Harry and Hagrid. An idea immediately popped into his head. If he really met Hagrid, he would rush up and scream for help, claiming he was a child kidnapped by a dark wizard. Given Hagrid's overwhelming sense of justice and formidable combat strength, he would definitely be able to rescue him. This was an excellent chance to escape the old monster. But just then, Roger caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye and nearly lost his mind. Quirrell had followed them out. Terrified, his hair stood on end. How could he dare to linger? He quickly followed the old wizard through the newly opened gap, rushing into Diagon Alley, even running ahead of the old wizard. Only when the bricks in the wall behind them sealed shut and the opening vanished did he dare to take a deep breath. Perhaps because they were on the main street, the old wizard didn't scold him, merely quickening his pace toward a fork in Diagon Alley. The fork led to Nocturne Alley, dark wizard territory. The old wizard walked in without hesitation. Stay close, we've picked up a tail. The old wizard's voice was unusually calm, clearly accustomed to such situations. Roger just couldn't figure out if he usually tracked others or was usually tracked himself. Seeing Roger's confused expression, the old wizard gave his wand a slight flick. Invert front and back. Roger felt a strange sensation at the back of his head, and with a buzz in his mind, an eye seemed to grow there, allowing him to see the scene behind him. But this new perspective almost made him jump. Quirrell was following far behind, pretending to buy ice cream outside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, but constantly glancing their way. Do you know that person? The old wizard's voice instantly turned cold as an ice cellar. Roger's heart skipped a beat. He almost forgot about the old monster beside him. But his mind raced, and he said with a dry throat, Teacher, I think I saw him just now in the pub. He looks strange, could we be targeted by a dark wizard? He tried hard to make his voice sound both frightened and innocent. The old wizard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Roger suspiciously, and carefully recalled the scene inside the leaky cauldron. It seemed there indeed had been a turban-wearing, eccentric fellow. This wasn't the old wizard's fault. Quirrell's appearance was quite conspicuous even in the wizarding world. However, the old wizard did not recognize this Hogwarts professor. After observing him for a while, he actually found the man quite suitable and decided to make him his target. As for why they were being followed, the old wizard couldn't be bothered to think about it. In the world of dark wizards, tracking, kidnapping, and murder were as common as drinking water and eating, requiring no reason at all. Maybe it was to steal galleons, maybe they needed a test subject, or perhaps, it was just a whim. He's the one. Follow closely. What? Roger was greatly shocked. The old wizard immediately led Roger, plunging deep into Nocturne Alley. Once inside the alley, the atmosphere immediately changed drastically. The houses on both sides were more dilapidated, and everywhere exuded a dense, suffocating aura of the dark arts, mixed with a sense of decaying mortality that made it hard to breathe. Although it was the height of summer, it was chillingly cold here, like late autumn, and even the sky looked gray. Discovering that Quirrell had indeed followed them into Nocturne Alley, the old wizard let out a few sinister, smug chuckles and continued leading Roger toward the deepest part of the alley. At this moment, Roger's mood was like a overturned cauldron. He desperately wanted to tell the old wizard that the man was Lord Voldemort. But his rationality firmly suppressed the thought. Setting aside whether the old wizard would believe him, even if he did, Roger would definitely be torn limb from limb. The old wizard would surely use legilimency or veritaserum to extract all the secrets from his mind. But if he didn't say anything, he would soon have to follow the old monster to capture Lord Voldemort alive. Capturing Lord Voldemort alive. Roger believed he might be able to achieve it eventually, but right now, just thinking those words felt utterly preposterous. In the original work, even Dumbledore, the recognized strongest wizard, never dared to think this way, nor had he ever done it. Wait, Dumbledore did capture the first-generation Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, alive, so theoretically, he had the ability to capture Lord Voldemort alive, and Lord Voldemort was currently in a half-life, half-death state, far from his peak strength. But this old guy beside him, did he possess that ability? If he truly had that capability, then Roger could forget about escaping his clutches in this lifetime. After much deliberation, Roger figured there was a 99% chance the old wizard would crash and burn, and die a spectacularly ugly death. All he could hope for now was not to get caught in the crossfire. He needed to find an opportunity to run once they started fighting. As they went deeper, the dilapidated houses on both sides became fewer, replaced by large open areas, messy woods, scattered boulders, and some solitary tents, stretching toward the distant hills. It wasn't until they reached the shadow of several enormous rocks that the old wizard stopped. You hide here, he instructed, pointing to a gap between the boulders. When you see me give the signal, immediately throw these 2 briefcases at that man. Remember, be quick. Don't hesitate. Roger looked at him calmly. Teacher, can these shoddy bags really capture that man? My dear student, these are creations of geomancy magic. No one in this world can break them, the old wizard explained, a rare occurrence, before commanding in an undeniable tone, hurry, hide quickly. Having said that, he quickly darted and concealed himself behind a few tall, withered trees opposite them. Quirrell crept forward stealthily, like a startled goblin. He was terribly panicked, unable to understand why his master insisted on tracking the two people ahead, delaying something as crucial as retrieving the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts. In his opinion, nothing was more important than the Philosopher's Stone, it was the item that could truly restore his master. Perhaps sensing Quirrell's confusion and fear, an icy, bone-chilling voice sounded directly at the back of his head. That dark wizard, the smell of unicorn blood on him is thick and unmistakable. I need the stock he has. For the currently weakened Lord Voldemort, unicorn blood was one of the few rare treasures that could provide substantial help. In the original work, when Lord Voldemort failed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he relied on drinking unicorn blood to sustain his life and recover a good deal of his power. Therefore, compared to stealing the Philosopher's Stone from the heavily guarded Gringotts, seeking out that dark wizard now to obtain unicorn blood was clearly much easier. Quirrell's face showed a look of sudden understanding, then instantly crumpled like a bitter gourd. Gr Great Master, I'm afraid I can't afford that many galleons right now. Useless fool. Can't you just steal it? Lord Voldemort's voice was filled with suppressed rage. Why yes. Yes. Quirrell shrank his neck in fear, cursing himself for being stupid. But immediately, a deeper worry surfaced. Dark wizards were all ruthless, desperate criminals who lived on the edge of a knife, possessing deadly practical experience. Even the Ministry of Magic's horror teams often required immense effort to capture just one. Even if their magic wasn't top tier, their insidious and vicious dark arts were enough to cause serious trouble. Moreover, the dark wizard in front of them clearly wasn't someone to mess with, he definitely possessed profound mastery of the dark arts. Fearing his master would sense his cowardice, he could only wail internally, maybe I should try talking first. Just as Quirrell nervously edged forward, the old wizard was also assessing this, delivered, target from the shadows. He hadn't chosen this target randomly. That guy's magic level wasn't bad, but he radiated an aura of fear and weakness. This kind of spineless individual with a weak will was the perfect subject for the soul-swapping spell. Then, he only needed to use a spell to control this idiot, make him use his own body to drink the bottle of immortality potion, and bear the soul curse brought by the unicorn blood on his behalf. Once he swapped back into his own body, he would gain several centuries of lifespan for his aging physique, completely free of side effects. Once successful, this would mean that he, Enrico Flitwick, had successfully improved the immortality potion, finding a path to longevity that neither relied on the Philosopher's Stone nor had any side effects. This would shake the entire magical world. His name would be praised by all dark wizards, no, by all wizards, and the Wizengamot would surely erect a monument in his honor. Quirrell timidly shuffled over to a tall, dead tree, and his heart sank. The person was gone. They had just been ahead of him. If he lost the target, his master's punishment, he dared not think about it. He craned his neck, anxiously looking around. Just then, a briefcase abruptly flew out from behind the dead tree and landed, thwack, on the ground not far from him. Who? Quirrell was so startled he nearly jumped on the spot. Seeing it was just a briefcase and sensing no magical fluctuations, his strained nerves relaxed slightly. He crept forward cautiously, calling out towards the dead tree, Mr. Dark. Dark Wizard. I want to discuss a trade with you. The price will certainly satisfy you. The surroundings were dead silent, no one responded. Quirrell nervously scanned the area, his gaze finally returning to the lone briefcase, but he still didn't dare approach too closely. As he slowly reached the clearing between the boulder and the dead tree, the old wizard hiding behind the tree shot a sharp hand signal toward Roger's hiding spot, time to act. But Roger showed no reaction, failing to throw out the two briefcases as agreed. Seeing Quirrell about to reach the dead tree, the old wizard's eyes flashed with cold light. Roger dared to defy orders. However, the arrow was already on the string. The old wizard couldn't hesitate, fiercely pulling out his wand and waving it. Imperio. Swoosh. A sickly green beam shot toward Quirrell. Just as the spell was about to hit, several thick ropes materialized out of thin air like twisting vines, precisely blocking the Imperio. The old wizard's pupils contracted. He miscalculated. This guy was trickier than expected. Mr. Dark Wizard. I really want to discuss a trade. The price will absolutely. Seeing the old wizard finally appear, Quirrell hastily and incoherently explained, I'm terribly sorry for the interruption. I meant no harm, I just wanted to. Why would the old wizard listen to his rambling? He fiercely brandished his wand, and several cruciatous curses, carrying shrill shrieks, mercilessly slammed toward Quirrell. Quirrell's pupils shrank abruptly. He was terrified out of his wits. Quirrell was no ignorant commoner. As a professor at Hogwarts and a wizard who had traveled the world, he instantly recognized the terrifying nature of the opponent's crucio. It was top tier, even among his master's Death Eaters during his prime, almost approaching his master's standard back then. There was no avoiding it. Quirrell decided to go all out, wildly brandishing his wand. More magical ropes appeared out of nowhere, frantically intertwining, instantly weaving into a giant, sky-obscuring net that tightly enveloped the entire area, including the old wizard. Roger, hiding behind the boulder, abandoned the plan and bolted toward the entrance of Nocturne Alley. By the time he ran far away, the giant net had shrunk into a small black dot on the horizon. But the battle intensified. Various spell lights flashed and exploded wildly inside the net, clearly visible even from a distance. Initially, the giant net only trembled violently, with lights flickering erratically inside. Suddenly, a thick, ink-like blackness exploded within the net, as if something terrifying was desperately tearing and slamming against the net walls, trying to break free. From Roger's perspective, it looked exactly like a giant egg being desperately pushed from the inside by a monster trying to hatch. But this struggle didn't last long. With a single ear-splitting tear, the magical giant net shattered inch by inch like fragile cloth, and the battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. Roger suddenly rolled up his sleeve. The tattoo left by the old wizard on his right forearm was rapidly fading, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The old wizard was finished, completely dead. Roger was ecstatic. But his smile instantly froze. In the air above the battlefield, a black figure was rising unsteadily, looking as if it might fall at any moment, yet it was moving at a terrifying speed, flying straight towards him. Roger's hair stood on end. In the entire wizarding world, the only people who could fly using spells, apart from Lord Voldemort, were Snape. Who else but Lord Voldemort would be chasing him now? He activated the biocomputer controlling his legs, his muscles violently surged, and he sprinted desperately along Nocturne Alley at the limit of his physical speed. Nocturne Alley was usually sparsely populated, and after the fighting began, those with keen senses had already hidden themselves in the houses on either side. Perhaps sensing the approaching aura of terror, the dark wizards inside the houses were unusually quiet, merely peering out the windows with grave expressions, curious as to which dark wizard was outside. When they saw a sprinting little wizard flash past, they all showed expressions of disbelief. Roger was probably the first person to openly and alone sprint from the end of the alley to the entrance. When Roger burst into the bustling Diagon Alley and merged with the crowd, the battle near Nocturne Alley had already alarmed many people. Pop! Pop! Several oars from the Ministry of Magic suddenly apparated into Diagon Alley, heading towards Nocturne Alley with nervous expressions. At the entrance of Gringotts. Having just disembarked from the goblin-driven cart, the dazzling sunlight made Harry instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. He carried a heavy money bag, containing more money than he had ever seen in his life, even more than Dudley possessed. Ah! At that very moment, the scar on his forehead suddenly throbbed with intense pain. Harry felt his head was about to split open, his vision blurred, and he couldn't stand steadily, only swaying unsteadily. The money bag slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, and galleons, sickles, and nuts clattered everywhere. Harry! What's wrong? Hagrid's huge hand steadied the tottering Harry, his bearded face close, his round eyes full of worry. I feel like I've become someone else. Harry gasped for breath, his voice trembling. I saw a corpse. That person spoke like a snake, very weak, but also extremely excited, kept talking about a genius's creation. In just a few seconds, Harry's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, his face as pale as paper, and his body was still trembling slightly. Who was it? Hagrid asked urgently. I don't know. At this moment, the crowd in Diagon Alley was startled by the hurried movements of the Aurors, and they all looked up in the direction of the commotion. That's Nocturne Alley. What happened? It must have been a dark wizard. As the start of Hogwarts approached, Diagon Alley was packed with students and parents doing their shopping. Most of the young children looked bewildered, with only a few showing fear, while the parents had various expressions. Some were terrified, some frowned deeply, and Muggle parents were puzzled, finding it merely novel. Scar throbbing, seeing illusions, Parseltongue, Nocturne Alley Dark Wizard. As a former Order of the Phoenix member, a terrifying name immediately flashed through Hagrid's mind. He had to report to Dumbledore immediately. Hagrid picked up the weak Harry, struggled to push through the crowd, and returned to the leaky cauldron to borrow Old Tom's fireplace. He carefully placed Harry on a nearby chair, then fumbled in his huge pocket for a pinch of flow powder and sprinkled it into the fireplace flames. He stepped forward, the heat of the flames rushing at him, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately inhaled a mouthful of hot ash. Cough, cough, cough. Ho! Hogwarts. Headmaster's office. Hagrid coughed as he called out. The flames instantly turned a warm emerald green, and the heat subsided. Hagrid unhesitatingly stuck his head into the flames. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were discussing. An unsealed letter lay open on the table. If Harry were present, he would recognize it as an admission letter identical to the one he received. Albus, I've checked. 99 Rose Road, London, is the old residence of the Flint family. But this dark wizard family has been dormant for a long time. There have been no records of active members for nearly 100 years, so they might have died out. Could the admissions book be mistaken? Professor McGonagall frowned. Minerva, the admissions book makes no mistakes, Dumbledore said calmly, pulling a lemon drops from his robe pocket and putting it in his mouth. 6 days ago, it clearly recorded Roger Lewis' name. He paused, his blue eyes twinkling through his half-moon spectacles. Moreover, the admissions book used an entire page to record this child's name. You know what that means. Professor McGonagall, of course, knew what that meant. The admissions book is a powerful alchemical artifact that can sense children with magic talent throughout Britain and automatically record their names at birth. Using an entire page to record a name indicates that the child's magic talent is astonishingly high, extremely rare even in Hogwarts' long school history. But the strange thing was that this name was not recorded at birth. Instead, it suddenly appeared in the admissions book when he just turned 11. What's more, he appeared in the Flint family, a notorious dark wizard family. But after his name appeared, it disappeared 5 times consecutively from the admissions book before finally stabilizing. Could he be? Professor McGonagall's tone was full of doubt. Dumbledore gently but firmly interrupted her. Shielding the admissions book's perception is not difficult. Many ancient reclusive families have such means. Since they choose to emerge from seclusion, we have a responsibility to open our doors. You must understand, one cannot choose their birth, but everyone can choose their own path. Just then, in the fireplace in the corner of the headmaster's office, flames suddenly flared up, turning emerald green, and Hagrid's voice was heard. Dumbledore waved his wand, opening the fireplace's permission, and Hagrid's anxious big face then appeared in the flames. Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall. Hagrid. Professor McGonagall stood up in surprise. Didn't you go to pick up Harry Potter for enrollment? Her heart sank. Hagrid's trip also carried the important secret mission of transferring the Philosopher's Stone. Did something happen? The usually boisterous Hagrid spoke rapidly, concisely explaining Harry's throbbing scar, the terrifying illusion, and the dark wizard attack in Nocturne Alley. After Hagrid's head disappeared from the flames, Dumbledore fell into thought, his face calm and unruffled. He had always suspected that Lord Voldemort had not truly perished, and Harry's scar reaction undoubtedly confirmed this suspicion. A moment later, he stood up. Minerva, I need to go to the Ministry of Magic. I'll leave Roger's matter to you. Professor McGonagall's face was filled with worry, but before she could say anything more, Dumbledore gently waved his wand. Several golden sparks burst forth, and his figure instantly vanished without a trace. Ministry of Magic, Office. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was in a terrible mood. Something happened. Aurors reported a dark wizard attack in Nocturne Alley, in the Diagon Alley area, resulting in the death of one dark wizard. Fortunately, the battle took place deep in the secluded Nocturne Alley, with no other casualties, only affecting an abandoned house and 2 tents. Such incidents were not uncommon. When did Nocturne Alley not have some dark wizard trouble? It would be abnormal if it were peaceful for a day. The problem was the timing was terrible. Fudge had just barely ascended to power, filling the vacancy left by the competition between Crouch and Dumbledore, and was facing widespread criticism. And precisely at this critical juncture, such a heinous incident occurred. Fudge could almost imagine how the Daily Prophet and other tabloids would portray him tomorrow. Dark Wizard Slaughter appears in Diagon Alley, where is Minister Fudge? Under Fudge's rule, dark wizards become more rampant. We need a strong Minister. Fudge clearly isn't one. Responding to attacks. Please wait for Minister Fudge to consult. Dumbledore's reply. Principal Dumbledore. A flash of light, and Fudge looked up, astonished to find Dumbledore already standing before him. He hadn't even had time to write for help. To be honest, Fudge always felt uncomfortable facing Dumbledore, and his speech became stiff. Because he knew very well that if Dumbledore had not refused to serve as minister, this position would never have fallen to him. Far more people supported Dumbledore than him, which was the root cause of his widespread criticism. Good day, Minister Fudge, Dumbledore greeted gently. Fudge immediately guessed his intention and quickly said, You're here about the Nocturne Alley attack, aren't you? Rest assured, no Hogwarts first years were injured, and the deceased was a dark wizard. He quickly handed the preliminary investigation report from the Auror office to Dumbledore. Based on the reconstruction of magic traces at the scene, someone used the Imperio curse, the Cruciatus curse, and Fudge paused. He hoped for the other party's support. That dark wizard died from the killing curse. Clearly, another dark wizard attacked him, which is very common in Nocturne Alley, isn't it? Are there any other clues about the attacker at the scene? Dumbledore's expression was extremely calm. He did not comment, merely carefully reviewing the report. Not for now. But the identity of the deceased has been confirmed. A dark wizard named Enrico Flitwick. Flint family. Dumbledore's gaze lifted from the report, and a sharp glint flashed in his blue eyes. While the Ministry of Magic was still overwhelmed by the mess of the Diagon Alley attack, Roger had already returned to the old wizard Enrico Flitwick's country villa. The old wizard was dead. As his nominal apprentice, it was only natural for Roger to occupy the place. It could even be considered a form of inheritance. Crucially, when they left, Roger had been right there, using his biocomputer to accurately record the spell required to open this magical safe house. It couldn't be safer to use it as a base. However, when he pushed open the familiar wooden door, which smelled of mold and strong herbal scents, a huge sense of bewilderment instantly overwhelmed him. What should he do next? There was no information about his relatives in the memory fragments left by the original owner. Even if there were, the old wizard probably silenced them long ago. Now, Roger was the master of this place. But looking around, it was shockingly shabby. The main house where the old wizard lived was almost identical to the small wooden hut Roger stayed in. The entire so-called country villa was dilapidated on the outside and extremely rudimentary inside. In the 7 or 8 wooden huts, it was hard to find a single decent piece of furniture. It could only be described as dirt poor. But was the old wizard truly poor? Not necessarily. Just considering this magical property located at 99 Rose Road, London, though it looked like a condemned building on the outside, it was covered in powerful protective spells. The land and the magical defenses alone had terrifyingly high potential value. If tidied up properly, it could definitely become a comfortable, even luxurious, residence. Even more valuable was his trunk enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, stuffed with various obscure dark arts books, yellowed parchment scrolls, and rare potion ingredients seldom seen on the market. In a locked wooden hut nearby, there was even the complete, bloodless corpse of a unicorn. This was the truly astonishing wealth. The old wizard was just like Hagrid. He had no interest in material pleasures, keeping his expenses to a minimum, leaving Roger only 11 or 12 galleons. But Roger desperately needed money to improve his diet, buy furniture, and purchase necessities for studying magic. Every single item required galleons. After burying himself in the villa for 3 days, Roger used the biocomputer to preliminarily analyze all the books and scrolls left by the old wizard, which greatly broadened his horizons and helped him figure out the old wizard's background. The old wizard's real name was Enrico Flitwick, and he came from the Flint family, one of the so-called 28 sacred pure-blood families. This place should be the Flint family's ancestral home. Although the Flint family did not participate in the conflicts of the First and Second Dark Lords, they were indeed a long-standing Dark Wizard family, with generations obsessed with researching various suicidal forbidden dark arts. The school of thought Enrico belonged to was even more unscrupulous, dissecting werewolves, capturing inferi, studying vampires, manipulating souls, hunting unicorns. After several generations, few died natural deaths, and eventually, only Enrico remained as the sole descendant. Paying such a heavy price did yield some shocking results. For instance, they actually captured a werewolf and controlled him using the Imperio. Waiting for the full moon night, they connected via the magical patterns and discovered that the changes in the werewolf's magical patterns were fundamentally no different from other animagus forms. Following this experiment, they proposed a bold theory. Werewolves are not independent magical intelligent creatures but an extremely special, uncontrolled animagus form. According to this deduction, if the secret of werewolf transformation could be deciphered, wizards would not only be able to transform into ordinary animals more safely but might even be able to transform into magical creatures like dragons, griffins, or even goblins. Furthermore, they would no longer be limited to a single form but could freely switch between multiple forms. Currently, the only spell Roger truly mastered was the Imperio. Therefore, the only thing he could start researching was the set of transfiguration theories related to the Imperio. But when he actually started, Roger realized he severely lacked a large amount of fundamental knowledge, such as the transfiguration spell. Although there was a lot of magic data, the quantity was still insufficient to support the biocomputer's complete analysis of these dark arts. Building a knowledge system is like constructing a skyscraper. Even with the aid of the biocomputer, one cannot skip the foundational groundwork. Just as Roger was considering selling potion ingredients for money, a thump, 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 knocking sound came from outside the villa gate. A dark gray owl was impatiently scratching the door panel with its claws, flapping its wings. A letter. Roger was puzzled, as he didn't know anyone who would send him mail. He cautiously accepted the unexpected letter. The moment he clearly saw the envelope, his pupils constricted, and his heart rate suddenly accelerated. The address was clearly printed on the envelope, and the recipient was prominently written as Roger Lewis. The seal on the envelope was a wax seal featuring a shield crest, a capital H, in the center, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Opening the envelope, an acceptance letter lay quietly inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Lewis, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl's return with your reply no later than July 31st. Principal. Albus Dumbledore sincerely. Attached was a long list detailing the books and various magical items required for the first year. Is this real? Roger clutched the acceptance letter in disbelief. It turned out the original owner of this body was named Roger Lewis, and apparently, he wasn't from any famous pure-blood family. He immediately snapped back to reality, found a blank piece of parchment, quickly wrote his reply, and then tore off a piece of bread to feed the delivery owl. Unexpectedly, the owl only extended its claw to precisely snatch the reply letter, yet firmly pushed away the piece of bread with its wing, giving Roger a deep, reproachful look that seemed to say, "Don't you know the rules?" Before flapping its wings and flying away. Returning to the wooden hut, Roger sat at the creaking table, unfolded the acceptance letter, and read it again and again, finally confirming that this was not an illusion. Going to Hogwarts offered tangible benefits. He could receive systematic foundational magic education, and have relatively sufficient experimental materials and basic equipment. Most importantly, the Hogwarts Library. The collection there was simply an inexhaustible treasure trove of knowledge. This was extremely important to him. With these resources, the biocomputer could fully analyze the obscure and difficult dark arts knowledge and research topics left by the old wizard. But a practical problem once again presented itself to Roger: money. He clearly remembered that Harry Potter spent over 130 galleons just on study supplies like textbooks, wands, and cauldrons in his first year. Albus Dumbledore's arrival was much quicker than Roger had anticipated. The next day, by the calm lake outside the villa, the air twisted without warning. Accompanied by a few clusters of golden sparks, Dumbledore's figure appeared out of thin air. He was wearing magnificent purple robes trimmed with gold, his long silver-white hair and beard reached his waist, and the clear, sharp blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles seemed capable of seeing into the human heart. In his eyes, the dilapidated country villa before him, every piece of wood, every shard of rubble, was imbued with traces of powerful and ancient protective magic. After several days of investigation, Dumbledore vaguely felt a connection between Harry Potter's scar reaction and the Dark Wizard attack case, which is why he came personally to investigate thoroughly. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle yet clear knocking sound rang out. Roger immediately put down the parchment scroll and went to open the door. The moment the door opened, he instantly recognized this legendary figure of the magical world. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. I am the principal of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore," the old man said gently. In just a few days, first facing Lord Voldemort and now facing Dumbledore, Roger had certainly seen the world. He tried hard to remain calm. "Welcome, Headmaster Dumbledore, please come in." Dumbledore entered the villa, his gaze calmly sweeping over the few wooden huts in the compound. When his sight fell upon the hut containing the unicorn body, his steps paused, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Perfect. Seeing Dumbledore's reaction, Roger's heart stirred, and he immediately had an idea. Who was Dumbledore? If Lord Voldemort was the Dark Lord, then Dumbledore was the White Lord. He had experienced too many great storms in his life. After personally mentoring Lord Voldemort, he exercised extremely strict control over young wizards' access to the dark arts. The vast quantity of contraband-level potion ingredients left by the old wizard, especially the unicorn corpse, was a hot potato. But if he could sell it to Hogwarts, which was financially powerful and dedicated to controlling dangerous magical items, Dumbledore would likely be very happy to take it off his hands. Roger quickly led Dumbledore toward that special wooden hut. Pushing open the door, the body of a young unicorn lay clearly visible inside. Although the blood had been drained, its golden fur, pure horn, and even every inch of its flesh and bone emitted a soft glow. These were priceless treasures. Whether for making top-tier wands, brewing precious potions, forging flying brooms, or performing advanced alchemy, unicorn body parts were highly sought after, premium materials, virtually unavailable on the market. Most of them were, in fact, priceless and unavailable. Dumbledore instantly understood why Enrico Flitwick had become a target. Who was so desperate for unicorn blood? The answer was almost obvious. Time was truly running out. In this heavy silence, Roger's clear, direct, and slightly naive question came from the side. "Principal, may I ask, does the unicorn need anything?" Roger swore he clearly saw Dumbledore's long silver beard twitch almost imperceptibly, and the corner of his mouth seemed to subtly twitch. "Of course we do." Dumbledore looked at the thin boy before him, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Hogwarts always welcomes generous donations of all kinds. Holy cow. This is outright robbery. Roger almost choked. How could a massive school like Hogwarts have the nerve to freeload off a poor student? Dumbledore, are you oblivious to the price of a unicorn? Are you seriously expecting a poor student like me to donate it to you and be done with it? Dumbledore remained calm, his blue eyes examining Roger through his half-moon spectacles. To my knowledge, all unicorns currently live within protected reserves designated by the Ministry of Magic and are strictly protected for X-rated magical creatures. Every piece of unicorn material in circulation must have a record of its legal source, mustn't it? His tone was gentle but carried undeniable authority. Roger's heart sank. Indeed, an entire unicorn carcass this large practically screamed illegal acquisition. The wizarding world had laws too, and Hogwarts even taught magical law class. If this reached the Ministry of Magic, the materials would definitely be confiscated. He pouted, turned, and walked toward the door, saying in a deliberately nonchalant tone, "Fine, then I'll go to Nocturne Alley another day and sell it slowly. 2 hairs a day, and I'll eventually sell it all." Wait. Dumbledore's voice sounded behind him. The corner of Roger's mouth curved upward subtly. It worked. Dumbledore still didn't want his student having too much contact with dark wizards. This is a 4X rated magical creature. Dumbledore stepped forward, his smile tinged with inquiry. Can you tell me how you acquired it? He scrutinized Roger from head to toe, his gaze full of suspicion. Don't tell me you caught it yourself. Although appearances can be deceiving, a wizard's magical power usually increases with age, and someone Roger's age would never be able to capture a unicorn alone. It's working. Roger immediately turned back, quickly pulled up 2 chairs and sat down, adopting a solemn expression. My mentor, Enrico Flitwick, brought it back. I don't know the specifics of how he got it. But he was a very powerful dark wizard, and in my mind, he was even comparable to you know who. He lowered his voice appropriately, conveying a hint of awe. Before magical schools became widespread, the apprenticeship system was the main method of wizard inheritance. Even now, many young wizards still study under mentors. After hearing the account, Dumbledore nodded slightly, seemingly piecing the clues together. A powerful dark wizard named Enrico Flitwick somehow acquired this unicorn and used its blood to brew a powerful healing potion. While heading to Nocturne Alley for a transaction, he was targeted, eventually murdered, and the potion was stolen. I regret to inform you that your mentor was likely killed, just 3 days ago in Nocturne Alley. Dead. Although Roger knew this was coming, he had to act shocked and grief-stricken. His eyes instantly reddened, and his voice was choked with sobs. That day, the tracking mark he left on me suddenly vanished. I knew something had happened. I didn't dare go to Nocturne Alley. Before he left, he said he'd use the money from selling the materials to fix up our house. Oh, my beloved mentor. Dumbledore looked at the boy's sorrowful state and understood. In the world of dark wizards, an apprentice's life was already difficult. Losing the protection of a mentor would only make their situation more perilous. 10,000 galleons. Roger looked up, his eyes red and his lips trembling slightly, holding up one finger. For just 10,000, the entire unicorn is yours. Dumbledore was indeed surprised by the price. In all fairness, the price wasn't outrageous. Unicorn materials were strictly controlled by the Ministry of Magic, supply couldn't meet demand, and many parts were never publicly sold. A single unicorn hair costs 5 galleons. A whole unicorn has nearly 1,000 usable hairs, plus the priceless horn and hide. The total value definitely exceeds 10,000 galleons. But that was the retail price. If Hogwarts bought it at that price, they wouldn't just fail to profit, they would tie up a large amount of valuable teaching funds that couldn't be recovered quickly. Don't forget, Hogwarts funding comes from the school board and Ministry of Magic appropriations. Every large expenditure must undergo strict auditing. A purchase purely for inventory that yields no teaching revenue would never pass the audit. 5,000. Dumbledore raised his hand, spreading his 5 fingers, his tone non-negotiable. You know, safely moving this much unicorn material isn't easy, the risk is significant. Deal. Alright. 5,000 it is. Roger immediately agreed, afraid the other party might back out. Galleons have immense purchasing power. This money was more than enough for him to live comfortably throughout his student years. Just as Roger was secretly rejoicing, Dumbledore stood up, his gaze sweeping over the scattered books and parchments in the room. These were Enrico Flitwick's belongings, which Roger had been studying for the past few days, along with his scattered notes. It was clear that this was a rather diligent and studious young man. Dumbledore casually pulled out a book and flipped through it. The cover prominently read, Imperio, Crucio, Killing Curse, the Soul's Scalpel. His brows immediately furrowed tightly. This child usually reads things like this. The Three Unforgivable Curses. Dumbledore's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the young Tom Riddle. The same composure, precociousness, and thirst for knowledge, and even, coming from a dark arts family. A faint, imperceptible worry crossed his mind. These items will be kept by me temporarily. Dumbledore's voice was still steady, but his tone was noticeably more serious. I do not believe that exposure to the dark arts is beneficial to you right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave his wand an elegant flick, and all the books involving the dark arts in the room instantly vanished without a trace. Roger's heart plummeted. In Dumbledore's scrutinizing gaze, he seemed to see the reflection of another Lord Voldemort. That look was full of caution. The thought of being strictly guarded as a young Dark Lord candidate at Hogwarts in the future made Roger's mind reel. On the surface, Dumbledore appeared kind and benevolent, but his schemes were incredibly deep. His calculations had led even Lord Voldemort astray. If he were labeled as having dark wizard tendencies, he would be endlessly manipulated, and life at Hogwarts would be miserable. Not only would he be closely monitored, but many learning and research activities would also be prohibited. If his secrets were discovered, Roger was absolutely certain Dumbledore would use Veritaserum or even Legilimency. As the White Lord, Dumbledore was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Absolutely not. How could you look at me like that? Roger looked deeply insulted, his face instantly flushing crimson. This was the critical moment to test his acting skills. Do you know what I've been through? No, you have no idea. Roger's emotions instantly erupted, his voice trembling with suppressed feeling. I grew up hiding with my teacher, struggling to survive among dark wizards. Now my teacher is dead, I'm all alone, and I can't even produce a single canute. He held up one finger and said accusingly, for a whole month. I haven't even had one full meal. I was planning to take these things to Nocturne Alley to exchange for some money, just to survive. It wasn't until you showed up and bought the unicorn that I got a chance to breathe. I was so grateful to you. Roger's voice cracked, and his eyes were filled with betrayed disappointment. But you actually suspected me. Roger certainly looked distressed at the moment, and Dumbledore was starting to believe him. Being subjected to Roger's string of accusations and his look of disappointment made Dumbledore feel uneasy. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have unconsciously projected his caution regarding Tom Riddle onto this innocent child. This kind of preconceived bias might, conversely, become a dangerous seed. My boy, Dumbledore's tone softened, carrying a hint of apology and inquiry. So, what exactly were you studying before? His gaze naturally fell upon the still wet parchment on the desk, clearly the materials Roger was engrossed in. He picked up the top sheet of notes and glanced at it, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. These notes were actually a systematic study of werewolf forms and behavioral patterns, even proposing some bold hypotheses. Dumbledore did not know that this was Roger's compilation and interpretation of the residual documents left by the old wizard's school of thought. Roger nodded heavily, forced himself to remain calm, and handed over the remaining manuscripts, trying hard to look like an earnest student seeking guidance. Dumbledore took the parchment, his expression resembling someone grading student essays. He read carefully, and his brows gradually furrowed again. This seems to be a new hypothesis regarding werewolf form transformation. Yes, Professor. And based on this, I have attempted to construct a new theoretical framework for transfiguration magic. Roger replied instantly, speaking quickly. It is highly original, the perspective is quite unique, and it significantly broadens the conceptual boundaries of the transfiguration spell. Dumbledore looked up, genuine appreciation visible in his clear blue eyes. My boy, you are very talented. Roger knew this credit belonged to the deceased old wizard. However, receiving recognition from the most powerful wizard of the age at least proved that the old man's school of research contained genuine substance. However, these theories are very difficult to verify, involving the intricate control of soul and magic, and their practical applicability currently seems low. Dumbledore placed the parchment back on the table, pointing at a few spots. Furthermore, these key points seem to conflict significantly with Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Dumbledore sat down again and said gently, however, I suggest you try exploring from these directions, perhaps it will open up new avenues of thought. He picked up a quill and began writing swiftly on a blank piece of parchment, explaining the core principles of the transfiguration spell and potential breakthroughs in an accessible yet profound manner, writing a document easily over 20 inches long. Long after Dumbledore had left with the unicorn carcass, Roger sat there dazedly, staring at the parchment filled with invaluable insights. His biocomputer was humming at high speed. The resolution for transfiguration magic analysis had soared to 90% in just this 1 hour. The previously complex and difficult principles were now clearer in his mind than ever before. Truly, in just 1 hour, starting from absolutely no foundation, he felt he had genuinely grasped the fundamentals of transfiguration magic. A master teacher is indeed a master teacher. This truth holds firm, whether in the Muggle world or the magical world. Dumbledore's few words seemed to have opened a door for him to the deeper corners of the magical universe. With those 5,000 galleons, Roger purchased quite a few things in Diagon Alley. There were Hogwarts school essentials, some basic living supplies, and of course, mostly items for study, experimentation, and research. He transported everything back to the country villa in one go. By now, the country villa had been tidied up and looked brand new. The wooden cabin where Roger lived was furnished with a bed, wardrobe, table, and stools. The original master bedroom of the old wizard had been converted by him into a study and laboratory. For the entire following month, he immersed himself here in study and research. The parchment notes he hand-wrote were nearly piling up as high as the materials left behind by the old wizard. Nailed to the walls of the study were over a dozen large, precisely drawn blueprints. They detailed dozens of common wild animals from the London suburbs, such as crows, peregrine falcons, squirrels, red foxes, bats, red deer, ladybugs, toads, and silver eels. These were the fruits of his month-long labor. He followed Dumbledore's advice and started with non-magical creatures. However, Dumbledore didn't know that Roger possessed a biocomputer. Using the biocomputer as an observer, combined with magic sensing potion diluted hundreds of times and fed to the test subjects, Roger successfully mapped out the unique, magical patterns within these dozens of animals. With these maps, the subsequent work became much clearer. He first compared the differences between the maps of different organisms, then used Theoscalpel of the Imperio once again to guide magic to reconstruct itself according to the target's magical patterns, achieving transformation. At this moment, before him, a squirrel was undergoing an incredible transformation under the repeated guidance and stimulation of the Imperio's energy. Its form twisted and reshaped, its fur faded, and wings gradually sprouted. Finally, it completely turned into a crow. This was by no means an ordinary transfiguration spell. It had no time limit. It was a complete, biological transformation. This squirrel had essentially become a crow. Of course, compared to the school's transfiguration spell, the permanent transfiguration spell, Roger modified had significant limitations. It could only work on living organisms. Its advantages were that the effect was permanent and the magic consumption was minimal, making it very suitable for the current Roger. After all, he couldn't just use the Imperio whenever he felt like it. If he were discovered and reported to the Ministry of Magic, a single cell in Azkaban would be his home for the rest of his life. But this was still a long way from Roger's ultimate goal, transforming himself, especially into those powerful magical creatures. And Dumbledore's guidance ended there. Roger hadn't found a breakthrough yet. The materials left by the old wizard were mainly divided into two parts. One part consisted of materials left by his family and school, and the other part was study notes and various books on brewing potions and experimental records, the most numerous of which were naturally for the magic sensing potion and immortality potion. Information regarding ordinary spells was pitifully scarce because the old wizard's school believed that the three unforgivable curses were the pinnacle of magic, and other spells were not worth mentioning at all, so naturally, no research was left behind. In the conscious space of the biocomputer, Roger once again pulled up that book, Imperio, Crucio, Killing Curse, the Soul Scalpel. Through experiments on over a dozen samples of muggles, wizards, and magical creatures, it has been confirmed that the Imperio can indeed establish a soul link between the caster and the victim. In other words, we can use this to peer into the souls of others. Fascinating. When this werewolf transforms during a full moon, its soul state is actually similar to an animagus, still maintaining the magic structure of a wizard. Could it be that a werewolf is an unstable animagus form? This is undoubtedly a major discovery. Freya firmly believes that since the Imperio can perceive the soul, then the Crucio, which directly harms the soul, must be able to achieve precise manipulation of it. She believes the Crucio is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the soul, and even wants to use it to dissect the soul. Got it. Seeing this, Roger's spirits lifted. According to this book, that group of dark wizards had played with the three unforgivable curses in countless ways, developing dozens of variant, soul magic, for fine manipulation of the soul. The Imperio and its derived spells were mainly responsible for perceiving the soul in magic and guiding the flow of magic, while the Crucio and its derived soul magic could more finely stimulate, modify, or even reshape the soul. The killing curse was speculated to be like a sledgehammer, capable of major demolition and construction of the soul. The witch Freya in the book proposed that if the Crucio could be used like a scalpel to repair a werewolf's soul, it might stabilize their unstable animagus form and make the transformation controllable. So, if he controlled the Crucio well and cast it precisely on himself, could he forcibly adjust his own magical patterns and achieve self-transformation? Roger acted on the thought, immediately beginning to learn the Crucio and ordering the biocomputer to analyze it with full effort. Unfortunately, there was still too little relevant information to complete a full analysis. When he turned to the last page of the notes, he instantly gasped in cold air. Freya declared that the Crucio is the perfect soul scalpel, capable of changing the soul and unlocking the source of power. But she went mad. She cast a heavily suppressed Crucio on herself. With just one blast, her entire being instantly lost its breath, dying faster and cleaner than by a killing curse. The mentor Enrico said this was quite a discovery. It turns out that the effect of the killing curse can be achieved with even less magic, making it a nearly perfect slaughtering curse. However, no one dared to continue the research. After reading this passage, Roger swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that the Azul Scalpel approach didn't seem like a path he absolutely had to take. Entering Nocturne Alley again, Roger once more confirmed that this place really wasn't a good place. He just passed a large, bubbling cauldron where a human head was actually bobbing up and down in the murky potion. A skeleton stood rigidly right at the entrance of a certain shop, its empty eye sockets scanning every passing wizard. He even caught a glimpse of a wizard nearby with empty eyes, clearly under the control of the Imperio, wandering around as a puppet. The scenes here made him wonder if this place was even under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. Walking to the door of Borgin and Burke's, Roger quickly ducked inside. The shop wasn't large, but it was crammed so full that there was almost nowhere to step. Roger quickly scanned his surroundings. On the top shelf of the central display case, a withered, shriveled human hand rested on a velvet cushion. Beside it was a deck of playing cards stained with dark red spots, and a glass eyeball that stared fixedly at you no matter where you went. The walls were covered with masks of hideous, distorted expressions. The counters and shelves were piled with all sorts of products made from human bone, and rusty metal chains of unknown purpose hung in clusters from the ceiling. In the darkest corner stood a tall black cabinet. A beautiful opal necklace had a card that read, "Warning, do not touch. Cursed 19 muggles have lost their lives to possess this to date." The shop owner, Mr. Borgin, approached, his shrewd eyes scanning Roger up and down. Good afternoon, young little wizard. I am Borgin, the owner of Borgin and Burks. If I may be so bold, customers, like yourself, are usually better suited for browsing flourish and blots in Diagon Alley. His tone was polite, but the subtext was crystal clear. This was not a place where he belonged. Borgin and Burks is the largest shop in Nocturne Alley, specializing in dark artifacts, some of them lethally dangerous, and the proprietor also buys all manner of strange and sinister objects. The place is crammed with treasures, a black market gallery of rarities for the wizarding world. After graduation, Lord Voldemort even worked here, filching 2 priceless items on his way out: Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket. For most people, the real headache is telling genuine articles from fakes and deciding whether the price is fair, but with his biocomputer, Roger finds that part easy. Unfortunately, he isn't strong enough to touch any of the merchandise. Who knows what curses cling to them? One brush and his life could be over. I want research notes on the Cruciatus curse, Roger said straight to the point. In Nocturne Alley, when you're facing dark wizards, the best policy is to speak little, reveal nothing, and keep your depth hidden. The regulars here won't strike easily, unless you look like easy pickings. Mr. Borgin narrowed his little eyes. Seems the grown-ups in your family are busy, sending a kid to run errands. Roger nodded. Hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Borgin looked him up and down. The face was unfamiliar. But his gaze slid over Roger's top silk Hogwarts robes, an elegant high-end model with a self-cleaning spell, and the boy's age told him everything, another pure-blood scion out on a lark. He asked no more, simply smiled a thin, insincere smile. Such a studious young sir, your parents must be proud. Give my regards to your father. My father. What fantasy had this man spun? Roger kept his face blank while inwardly rolling his eyes, waiting as Borgin rummaged behind the counter through piles of magical junk. Just then a robed wizard burst in and had to wait. His cloak was threadbare and patched, though clean. He looked young, yet his light brown hair was already streaked with gray, his face pale, haggard, exhausted. Lupin. The description was unmistakable. Roger remembered the books. Because of his werewolf identity, Remus had drifted destitute until, in Harry's 3rd year, Dumbledore invited him back to Hogwarts as professor, giving him a home at last. What's he doing here? Roger couldn't guess. 300 galleons, if you please. Mr. Borgin finally extracted a tattered notebook from the clutter. Roger flipped it open, scanned a few pages. The biocomputer confirmed authenticity. He fished a small pouch of galleons from his robes, paid, and turned to leave. Look around, call me if anything catches your eye. Borgin pocketed the money and, losing interest in the newcomer Lupin, slumped back into his chair. Lupin watched Roger heading for the door and blurted, "Why does he get served?" Borgin glanced again at Roger's expensive uniform, then at Lupin's patched cloak, and let out a harsh cackle. In 5 minutes that kid made me 300 galleons, of course I'll serve him. You, take your time browsing. Outside, Nocturne Alley's gloom pressed in as before. Within a few steps Roger felt several hostile gazes latch onto him, as though leaving Borgin and Burks had painted a target on his back. One black-robed figure even began following openly. Clearly some loiter outside certain shops, assuming anyone who enters or leaves must be carrying galleons. If the target looks vulnerable, he's a walking purse. Roger looked down at himself. A 10-year-old in an elegant bespoke uniform, fresh out of the alley's biggest dark shop, textbook fat sheet material. Attacking a child? Rather low, don't you think? Just as Roger prepared to act, a calm, steady voice sounded behind him. Ha! The black-robed wizard screeched, "Mind your own business, pal. Meddling shortens your life." The shout was a spark, the lurking malice flared. Several silhouettes began closing in. Run, child. Lupin's face darkened. He pulled a battered wand from his cloak and stepped in front of Roger. Expelliarmus. With a flick, a red flash burst at the man's feet. The warning only enraged the follower. He whipped out his wand and sent a sickly green Cruciatus curse straight at Lupin. Roger's biocomputer logged instantly. The caster's Cruciatus was far weaker than the old wizard's, the light noticeably dimmer. Still, the data helped refine the computer's spell analysis model. Lupin batted the curse aside, then struck back, firing several white streaks of Petrificus totalis. The black robe, no novice, dodged deftly. Seeing Roger had no backup, he laughed and summoned friends. 4 more dark wizards slipped from the shadows, penning Lupin and Roger in the narrow lane. Hey, today might be profitable. One of them leered, eyeing Roger's clothes. That kid's in elegant silk, pure blood lamb. Strip that uniform and we're looking at hundreds of galleons, long as we don't kill him. You should have run, Lupin sighed, glancing at Roger. Thank you, Roger answered calmly, but I think you could use a hand. What happened next made Lupin stare. Roger's wand traced arcs and several emerald streaks shot forward. Imperio. The 4 thugs shrieked, scrambling in terror. To them the hue and aura were identical to the dreaded Imperious curse. A child casting multiple Imperious spells. That outstripped many seasoned dark wizards. Then one unlucky assailant was hit, and with a squeak turned into a rat. Only then did the rest realize, it was merely a transfiguration spell. Undo Jeffrey. The leader snarled, clambering up. What twisted mind designed a transfiguration spell that mimicked Imperio so closely? Boss, we can't. It's not a normal transfiguration spell. What? The leader's eyes snapped to Roger. No way a kid could master such advanced magic, the boy must be carrying some freakish alchemical device. He barked, pull out, and vanished with the rest into Nocturne Alley's deeper dark. Roger tapped the rat with his wand. With a soft pop it reverted to the terrified wizard, frozen on the ground. Lupin, stunned, quickly recovered. Expelliarmus. The black robe's wand flew into Lupin's hand. Once sure the threat was gone, Lupin exhaled, turned to Roger and gave a warm, astonished smile. Hello, I'm Remus Lupin, that was brilliant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was August 30th. Roger had to pause his research, pack his bags, and set off for King's Cross Station. As one of London's busiest transportation hubs, King's Cross Station was always teeming with crowds. Today, however, the area near Platform 9 and Platform 10 was particularly conspicuous. It was packed with Hogwarts freshmen and their parents. They were incredibly easy to recognize. Mountains of trunks, squeaking bird cages, as well as owls, toads, cats, and even rats, all kinds of pets were present. Some wizards' attire was even more out of place. Some were wrapped in heavy cloaks in the height of summer, while others wore garish skirts paired with men's clothing, standing out like sore thumbs among the muggles. Roger truly found it difficult to understand. It was almost the 21st century, and the magical world clearly had so many half-bloods and even muggle-born wizards who had no small amount of contact with muggle society. How could they still be so unfamiliar with the muggle world, to the point of having a strange sense of distortion? At this moment, he was also pushing his luggage, carrying an owl cage in his hand. Inside was the owl he had bought in Diagon Alley, named Victor. The trunk he used was still the old leather one left by the old wizard. He had personally installed 4 small wheels on the bottom, turning it into a simple rolling suitcase. This kind of practical little modification seemed to have never crossed the minds of pure-blood wizards. Aside from using magic, they almost never did such things with their own hands. Carrying an owl out in public still made Roger feel uneasy. He drew many curious glances from muggles along the way, who were probably wondering why anyone would choose an owl as a pet. To be honest, Roger himself thought it was ridiculous. With so many spells available, was it really that hard to develop a communication spell or an alchemical tool? In just that short time, several ideas popped into his head. For example, the ley line magic studied by the old wizards school could entirely utilize the flow of magic in the geographical environment to transmit information. Or simply modify the Ministry of Magic's trace monitoring system. In the story, after Lord Voldemort took control of the Ministry of Magic, this system could pinpoint exactly which room a person was in. It could definitely be used to send messages. Once I get to school, I really need to research this, Roger thought to himself. Muggles are already using cell phones. Wizards can't still be relying on owls to deliver mail. Soar. Rye. Just as Roger was lost in thought, a timid voice suddenly came from behind. Roger looked toward the sound and immediately recognized the newcomer as Savior, Harry Potter, with the red-haired Weasley family beside him. Roger immediately turned around and quickened his pace, rushing toward the brick wall between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Ever since witnessing the fierce battle between the old wizard and Lord Voldemort, who was parasitizing Quirrell, he had made up his mind to stay far away from this savior. Even if Lord Voldemort was half dead, he remained as brutal as ever. Yet Harry always seemed to head wherever Voldemort was. Because he had the amulet that Lily had sacrificed her life for, he was perfectly fine when encountering Voldemort. Voldemort couldn't even touch him. But what about himself? If he ran into that Dark Lord, things would surely end badly. Being too close to Harry was essentially jumping into a vortex of danger of his own accord. Therefore, Roger planned to avoid Harry Potter as much as possible. He pushed his trunk and walked quickly through the seemingly solid wall. Instantly, the clamor of voices rushed in like a tide. His vision suddenly opened up to a scarlet steam engine billowing white mist, like a sleeping giant beast lying quietly on the endless tracks. The platform was packed with parents seeing their children off and excited students. While Harry was still struggling to drag his heavy trunk through the train door, Roger had already pushed through the crowd and found a compartment at the back of the train. Surprisingly, there was already someone inside. A thin boy sat by the window, intently leafing through a beginner's guide to transfiguration, clearly a first-year student like himself. Hello, I'm Roger Lewis, a first-year. Wayne Hopkins, also a freshman. The boy looked up and responded politely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Roger learned that Wayne came from a half-blood family. Just as Roger finished stowing his trunk, the compartment door slid open with a shoo-ah. A girl with bushy brown hair stood at the door, her chin slightly raised. Can I sit here? Roger's heart skipped a beat, he had a bad feeling about this. Wayne, however, had already stood up enthusiastically to help her move her trunk. Roger couldn't help but grumble inwardly. When I was stuffing that huge trunk in just now, you sat there as steady as a mountain, but now you're being proactive. Once the girl had put her things away and sat down, she immediately introduced herself. Hello. My name is Hermione Granger, a first year. It's nice to meet you all. Wayne Hopkins, freshman. Roger Lewis, Roger said as he quickly closed the compartment door. By then, the two of them had already started chatting. Hermione and Wayne quickly hit it off. Are you reading this book too? Hermione pointed at the copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration in Wayne's hand, her eyes shining and her speech as fast as a machine gun. I've already memorized the whole book at home. But to be honest, Transfiguration is really difficult. I've tried many times without success, but I have learned this one. Lumos. She proudly drew her wand and gave it a light flick. A soft, silver-white ball of light puffed into existence at the tip of the wand. Not to be outdone, Wayne also drew his wand. I can do it too. He performed the same movement, and a steady halo of light blossomed from the tip of his wand as well. The two balls of light shone together, illuminating two excited faces. Hermione and Wayne smiled at each other, a mutual recognition of being kindred spirits, instantly bridging the distance between them. Then, both of their gazes turned simultaneously toward the third person in the compartment, Roger. Ah, I haven't learned that yet. Roger gave a forced laugh and shrugged. On one hand, he really had no interest in joining a primary schoolers magic talent show. On the other hand, he couldn't exactly perform Imperio on the spot, or turn the two of them into rats, could he? That's all right. Hermione immediately comforted him, clearly categorizing him as muggle-born like herself, before puffing out her chest slightly. Well, I can teach you, we can learn from each other. Having said that, Hermione turned to the side. Wayne, you must come from a wizarding family, right? Do you already know a lot of spells? Not really, my mother isn't a witch, Wayne said, a bit embarrassed. After my magic flared up, I accidentally performed a couple of small spells, but I can't really explain the theory behind them. Magic is truly wonderful. Just as Hermione was getting into the conversation, the compartment door slid open with a clatter. All three of them looked toward the door at once. A thin, small boy stood there with messy black hair that could never be tamed, round framed glasses perched on his nose, and a lightning shaped scar faintly visible on his forehead. Behind him, a tall, freckle faced red haired boy was peeking in. Roger sighed inwardly. He only wanted to avoid trouble, but trouble seemed to have grown legs and come looking for him. Come in, there are still seats here. This time, Hermione was the first to speak up enthusiastically. Harry looked a bit awkward, while Ron was quite straightforward. After the two of them put away their luggage and sat down, they glanced uncomfortably at the others in the compartment, then immediately turned their gaze out the window, avoiding further communication. Hermione took the initiative to break the silence. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, he's Wayne Entwistle, and he's Roger Lewis. We're all freshmen. What are your names? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Are you really Harry Potter? Wayne almost blurted out. I've read about your story in Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. Hermione said. The conversation naturally turned to Harry Potter and you know who, and they chatted for a while. But Roger wasn't surprised by this and didn't have much to say in common. After chattering for a while, they soon became close friends who shared everything. Suddenly, something moved in Ron's pocket, as if it wanted to crawl out. Ron, Hermione asked immediately, what's that moving in your pocket? Ron's face turned slightly red, but he immediately put on an excited look. Oh. It's my pet, Scabbers. He's very smart. As he spoke, he held out a gray-brown rat with sparse fur and many patches of bare skin in both hands. It was also missing a toe. The others in the compartment instinctively shrank back, trying to stay as far away from the rat as possible without being rude. Clearly, in everyone's eyes, the rat wasn't cute at all. Only Roger knew that this rat was exactly Peter Pettigrew. Peter stretched in Ron's palm, and as soon as his eyes met Roger's meaningful gaze, he let out a terrified squeak, and darted back into Ron's arms like lightning. See, I told you he was smart. Ron said proudly. Although no one quite understood how that counted as being smart, they couldn't directly contradict him and could only let out a few awkward dry laughs. The young Ron didn't understand everyone's real reaction and thought his pet had truly amazed them, his face beaming with joy. Before long, the snack trolley arrived. Ron immediately fell silent, his face turning red again as he secretly pulled out the sandwiches his mother had prepared. Roger, on the other hand, was generous, directly buying nearly half the snacks on the trolley and sharing them with everyone, stuffing quite a bit into each person's hands. Harry and Hermione held chocolate frogs, curiously studying why they could hop like real frogs. In the afternoon, the train was halfway through its journey. The 2 or 3 hour trip made the little wizards drowsy, and the whole carriage gradually fell silent. Just then, the compartment door was pulled open with a shoo-ah. A blond boy burst in with 2 bulky lackeys. Roger glanced at the blond kid. He had to admit he was good looking, but that young Master Heir, purer than pure gold, was truly repulsive. Malfoy was clearly feeling very good about himself. He drawled arrogantly, so, you're Harry Potter, then. I am, Harry replied, his gaze sweeping over the 2 people beside him. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Malfoy straightened his back, a smirk curling his lips, and I am Draco Malfoy. After condescendingly displaying his friendliness, he proceeded to mock Ron as a disgrace to pure bloods, and spoke to Harry in a lecturing tone, as if he were there to recruit a lackey, waiting for the other to bow down in submission. Roger was originally just watching the show, but Malfoy shot him a disdainful look, as if saying he wasn't even qualified to be a lackey. Potter, if I were you, Malfoy drawled, contemptuously scanning the others in the compartment, I'd be extra careful and stay away from those mudbloodses. Harry certainly knew what mudbloods meant now and was instantly infuriated. He hadn't had many friends growing up, and the few he had finally made, one who brought him into the station and another who even treated him to food, were suddenly insulted for no reason by this person. Ron's cheeks also turned as red as his hair. The 2 of them stood up abruptly. What did you say? Harry snapped back firmly. Get out right now. You're not welcome here. Oh. Want to fight? Malfoy sneered. Wayne, who hadn't had much presence, felt something was wrong and advised in a low voice, maybe, go find a prefect. But we don't want to leave, Goyle said gruffly, reaching out to grab the chocolate frog on the table in front of Ron. You happen to have food here. Just then, Ron charged forward like an angry bull. The five of them suddenly tangled into a brawl. 2 against 3, Harry and Ron were soon pinned to the ground by the heavy bodies of Crabbe and Goyle. Accompanied by Hermione's screams, Wayne pulled out his wand, his hands shaking so violently that he couldn't recite a single spell for the longest time. What should we do? We have to find a prefect. Hermione was so anxious she was about to cry, but the compartment door was blocked, and she couldn't get out at all. The commotion here alerted the entire carriage, and students from other compartments crowded out to watch the excitement. By now, Harry and Ron were being pinned firmly to the ground. Malfoy became increasingly smug. He loved being the center of attention. Seeing Wayne trembling with his wand but being useless, he laughed heartily and mocked Harry even more haughtily. Potter, look at these mudbloodses. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Roger, who had been watching the scene. A cold smile curled his lips, and he suddenly pulled out his wand, clearly reciting, Incendio. This was a small spell old Malfoy had taught him for lighting the fireplace. It had to be said that Malfoy's mastery of this spell was much stronger than Wayne's or Hermione's. Several leaping sparks instantly burst from the tip of his wand, aimed straight at Roger and the pale-faced Wayne beside him. Then Draco Malfoy leaned in, looking down at them mockingly. Poor mudbloodses, you really should learn the rules at Hogwarts properly. Just as he was about to burn several large holes in their clothes, Roger blinked and asked curiously, what rules? Draco held his head high and said proudly, here, you must maintain proper respect for the strong. Understand? Roger looked like he understood. Understood. Pop, pop, pop. 3 consecutive flashes of blinding spell light flickered. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle instantly turned into 3 squeaking rats. A transfiguration spell. How is that possible? He's even using advanced transfiguration. Freshmen are all monsters. The upperclassmen nearby were clearly quite knowledgeable and immediately cried out in surprise, but no one stepped forward to handle it. At this moment, Ron's brother, Percy, pushed through the crowd and arrived. He first helped Harry and Ron up, then walked over to Roger in surprise, saying with a stern face, did you cast the spell? The school rules explicitly forbid the use of offensive spells on students. Percy said with a stern face and a serious tone. Prefect, everyone saw it, Roger shrugged nonchalantly. It was purely in self-defense. Otherwise, we'd be toasted by now. He pointed to a few sparks still smoldering on the floor. Percy, of course, had witnessed the whole process. He was asking more as a formality. Since no real trouble had occurred, separating the two sides was the end of it. But when another prefect nearby tried to lift the transfiguration spell, he ran into trouble. He waved his wand repeatedly, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Percy, I can't undo it. This transfiguration spell, it's a bit strange, very complex. Percy tried it himself. The light from his wand tip flickered uncertainly, but there was no change. The complexity of this spell far exceeded the contents of an ordinary transfiguration textbook. In the end, it was Roger himself who stepped forward. With a casual flick of his wand, the 3 disoriented rats, poof, ed back into a disheveled Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Percy immediately ordered the Malfoy trio sternly, go back to your own carriage at once. Don't cause any more trouble. Malfoy glared fiercely at Harry and the others. He had wanted to throw some harsh words at Roger, like, my father is Lucius Malfoy, to save face, but as his gaze swept over, he saw Roger was interestingly using his wand tip to tease Scabbers, Ron's filthy pet rat. Malfoy's expression shifted, and the harsh words at the tip of his tongue were forced back down. Ultimately, he could only leave in disgrace with a grim face, surrounded by Crabbe and Goyle, amid the mocking or curious stares in the carriage, muttering curses under his breath. Ha ha ha. I like Hogwarts. Before coming, I was worried I wouldn't be able to adapt, but clearly not. I've found that the students are all very reasonable. Roger was telling Wayne about his feelings. The train clattered along, the sound of the wheels hitting the tracks like a lullaby, but Hermione wasn't sleepy at all. Her cheeks felt hot, she felt like a clown who had been played. Roger could actually perform such advanced transfiguration. Thinking about how she had just arrogantly offered to teach him, a surge of shame and grievance rose in Hermione's heart. Roger. You obviously know such a powerful spell, why did you say you didn't just now? You asked about the lighting charm at the time. Roger spread his hands and spoke the truth. I really don't know that one. But I do know transfiguration. How can you know transfiguration but not even a lighting charm? Hermione couldn't understand it at all. Her first instinct was that it was unscientific, but then she thought that magic was supposed to be unscientific. It's actually quite common. Wayne pushed his glasses and interjected. Everyone has their own traits, so they excel at different spells. Like those in Slytherin House, most are born with a feel for the dark arts, and some even know a spell or two before they even start school. Ron also nodded vigorously from the side, with an, I get it, look. Roger nonchalantly changed the subject. So, which house do you all want to get into? Gryffindor, of course. Ron announced loudly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. My whole family is in Gryffindor. I have to be too. Harry and Hermione, who grew up in the Muggle world, were a bit puzzled by Ron's almost familial mission-like obsession. However, because Harry had spent time with the Weasley family, he clearly had a better impression of Gryffindor. Hermione was more concerned with the sorting. She frowned. The history of magic says that Hogwarts sorts based on qualities like courage, integrity, ambition, and wisdom, but how does the school actually judge which qualities we possess? Ron should have known the answer. Several of his brothers were at Hogwarts, but as a poor student, he clearly never cared about such details and looked just as bewildered now. Wayne stepped in to explain. I heard Hogwarts has a sorting hat. Only after putting it on can it be determined which house you'll go to. Wow, that's amazing, isn't it? Harry chimed in excitedly, nodding repeatedly. Roger, however, posed a new question. What if a person has several qualities at once? How would the hat sort them? Human nature is complex, how could it be defined by a single label? For example, a person could be both smart and brave, or both ambitious and hardworking, or even have a bit of all four qualities. However, all he saw were 4 pairs of eyes blinking with confusion. To this group of 11-year-olds, complexity seemed to be a difficult concept to grasp. Hermione probably felt that ambition and integrity were incompatible. Ron likely thought bravery and erudition couldn't coexist. Wayne might wonder why someone erudite would also have ambition, and Harry perhaps simply thought everyone should be upright and loyal. Roger smiled and didn't press further. After all, they were just a group of 11-year-olds. Expecting them to understand the complexity of human nature was asking a bit much. The train traveled for another 2 or 3 hours. Outside the window, the setting sun dyed the sky a brilliant orange-red. Roger estimated it was nearly 5 o'clock. Finally, the Hogwarts Express reached its destination. The voices of the prefects echoed through the carriages. Leave your luggage on the train. It will be taken to the dormitories for you. On the platform, a giant-like figure held a massive lantern and called out in a booming voice, first years this way. We're taking the boats to the castle. Just as the first years were noisily swarming off the train, and all flew swiftly from the direction of the Black Lake, rushing like a bolt of lightning toward the headmaster's office at the highest point of the castle. What's happened, Albus? Professor McGonagall walked in hurriedly, her brow furrowed, her voice carrying a hint of imperceptible tension. Is it about Harry Potter? It seems our famous savior hasn't even stepped through the school gates yet and is already eager to display his talent for getting into trouble. Snape stood in the shadows, his voice as cold as the stone walls of a dungeon. It does indeed involve Harry. Dumbledore glanced at Snape, his tone calm and steady. But a more interesting discovery is another new student. He casually handed the letter he had just received to McGonagall. McGonagall quickly scanned the contents of the parchment and covered her mouth in surprise. Merlin's beard. Is this true? Snape also took a quick glance at the letter's contents. A flicker of imperceptible astonishment passed through his deep black eyes, but he kept his lips tightly pressed together, saying nothing. Absolutely certain, Dumbledore's wisdom shone behind his half-moon spectacles. I mentioned before that he has an extraordinary talent for transfiguration. In just 1 month, only a month since we last met, he is already able to perform the transfiguration spell. And, he leaned forward slightly, emphasizing his words, it seems the path he's been exploring has already taken shape. But he's only 11. McGonagall's voice was full of disbelief. That's simply impossible. Albus, there must be something wrong with the source of this power. He must have used some forbidden means to forcibly seize something that doesn't belong to him. This is common in those dark wizard families. She had seen geniuses, like Snape next to her, who had created the Sectum Sempra spell in his 6th year. But how old was Roger? He hadn't even started school yet. That world is far more vibrant than we imagine. Dumbledore's voice remained steady but carried a profound insight into the world. He paused, as if weighing his words, and also far more cruel. Sometimes, so-called talent is merely the minimum threshold for struggling to survive. That world he spoke of referred to the hidden wizarding world that existed outside the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. There were only about 50,000 wizards in the entire Britain, and only about half were officially registered and lived in the open. The other half were scattered across dozens of isolated wizarding settlements with only a few hundred people each, or simply lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. They had their own laws of survival, and their only consensus with the mainstream wizarding world was probably the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. They favored seclusion, pursued the primal power of magic, and preserved more traditions of ancient wizards. Most of them, by the Ministry of Magic standards, would be crudely labeled as dark wizards, but the dark wizards of the mainstream wizarding world didn't represent them. Most of them wouldn't even set foot in Diagon Alley. At the mention of that world, McGonagall fell silent. She knew the rules there. From the perspective of the mainstream world, they could even be called barbaric. Children there were exposed to dangerous and lethal magic from a young age, with a very high mortality rate. Those who could survive various dangerous spells were all extremely talented. Dumbledore briefly recounted what he had seen at the country villa, then his voice lowered. The Flint family has been silent for many years, it seems they have completely integrated into the hidden world. And the last Mr. Flint and his mentor spent their lives studying forbidden spells related to the soul. The transfiguration Roger displays is, at its root, an extension of their research into soul magic and werewolves. The concept is indeed ingenious, but it's extremely dangerous. As a master of transfiguration, McGonagall knew how closely this art was intertwined with the soul. This path was theoretically viable, but its danger was enough to make any rational wizard recoil. The realm of playing with the soul is an abyss. One wrong step and you won't even have a chance to regret it. Thinking of the price that might be paid for such research in that world, McGonagall's face turned slightly pale. How many people went missing in Britain every year? 200,000. How many of them ended up as cold data on the laboratory tables of those hidden wizards? And finally mapped out some of the soul's mysteries. The thought was chilling. It seems recruiting him was the right choice. McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression turning solemn and determined. We must guide him onto the path of formal magical education. I believe that as long as the direction is right, this child's future achievements will be limitless. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. The vice principal understood his intention. Then, he withdrew his smile and spoke of another urgent matter. Mundungus and Remus Lupin have sent word. We've arrived. Hagrid's booming voice rang out, and the first years stopped with him at the Black Lake Pier. The lake water outside Hogwarts Castle was as black as ink, appearing even deeper than the night sky itself. Several excited first years couldn't help but reach out to ripple the water, but Roger knew that beneath this seemingly calm surface lay a hidden world that was almost entirely complete and bizarre. The magical world was like that, relying on powerful spatial magic. The territory actually controlled by wizards was far more vast than what appeared on the surface. Compared to this expansive magical domain, the number of wizards seemed incredibly sparse. Think of those untrodden snowy peaks, dark forests, deep oceans, and vast plateaus. Who knew how many magical sentient beings live there, building unknown kingdoms? After the small boats docked, Professor Minerva McGonagall's upright figure appeared on the shore, her voice clear as she said, "Welcome to Hogwarts." The little wizards, now changed into their school uniforms, lined up and followed Professor McGonagall into the magnificent castle. Along the way, Roger had a persistent feeling. Professor McGonagall's gaze seemed to linger on him a few more times, whether intentionally or not. Every generation of Hogwarts students seemed to tacitly keep the secrets of the sorting ceremony, leaving the first years full of wild guesses and non-stop chatter at this moment. Neville clutched his toad, Trevor, tightly, nervously guessing if they had to drink a potion to determine their house traits. Roger, have you thought about which house you want to go to? Harry asked while walking beside Roger, wiping his glasses which were fogged up by the mist on the lake. I don't think I've heard you say where you want to go. I don't know either, Roger shrugged, speaking the truth. The decision isn't in my hands anyway. Just keep a calm mind, there will always be a house that takes us. This was true. In the history of Hogwarts, there had never been a student rejected by all houses. However, Harry was clearly not as relaxed. He had previously felt he might go to Hufflepuff, but after spending time with Ron, his heart leaned more toward Gryffindor. What if he wasn't sorted there? The little wizards were led into a small room next to the Great Hall, waiting anxiously for the sorting ceremony to begin. Taking advantage of this gap, Roger quietly activated his biocomputer to scan the ancient castle. In his field of vision, the entire castle seemed woven from countless dense, tangled coils of magic, with magic so abundant it was staggering. Especially beneath the castle, the magic was so concentrated it had almost condensed into a physical plane. How was this a castle? It was clearly a massive, secret-laden alchemical creation. Ghosts. There are ghosts in the walls. Someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the walls. A pale, misty shape drifted leisurely out of the stone wall. These were the resident ghosts of Hogwarts. Every house even had its own exclusive ghost, and even the history of magic class was taught by the ghost Professor Binns. Hogwarts really follows the principle of having to work even when dead, to the end. Roger couldn't help but complain in his heart. But in the biocomputer's vision, the existence of ghosts appeared exceptionally eerie. According to the old wizard's theory, possessing a soul meant possessing magic, just in varying strengths. This theory had been confirmed to some extent when Roger studied the magical patterns of non-magical creatures. By feeding ordinary animals magic sensing potion, one could see their magical patterns, though they were indeed very weak. However, these ghosts before him, under the biocomputer's scan, were a pure blank. They seemed to have no souls at all. Then what exactly were ghosts? Just as Roger was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall pushed the door open and announced loudly, "Everyone line up and follow me. The sorting ceremony is about to begin." Stepping into the Hogwarts Great Hall, the sight before them instantly shocked all the first years. Thousands of candles floated in the air, illuminating the brilliant starry sky overhead. The little wizards looked up in amazement. Hermione excitedly began to introduce it. Hogwarts, a history, says the ceiling of the Great Hall was cast with powerful magic to mirror the outside sky in real time, even synchronizing with weather changes. At the front of the Great Hall, a tattered, pointed hat sat on a chair. It was covered in patches and so dirty that no one would give it a second glance if it were dropped on the ground. But in the biocomputer's vision, the magical patterns of this hat were closely connected to the entire castle, forming a seamless whole. It was actually a part of the castle. Soon, the hat twitched and began to sing in its tune that hadn't changed for centuries. "You may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge by what you see, I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me." The lyrics that followed were nothing more than singing about the traits of the four houses again. As the song ended, Professor McGonagall picked up a long parchment roll. "When I call your name, please come forward, sit on the chair, and put on the sorting hat. First, Hannah Abbott." A fair-skinned girl with blonde hair and blue eyes ran up quickly, her face flushed red and trembling slightly as she put on the hat. Almost the moment it touched her head, the Sorting Hat shouted, "Hufflepuff!" The long table on the right immediately erupted in warm applause and cheers. Next was Lavender Brown. The Sorting Hat thought for 2 more seconds before shouting, "Gryffindor." This time, the cheers from another long table were even louder. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Roger, and Wayne exchanged a, just as expected, look, and the other first years also realized, so the sorting was this simple. The subsequent sorting proceeded quickly. Most first years had their fates decided in seconds, with only a few causing the Sorting Hat to fall into a slightly longer silence. Harry, Hermione, and Ron went to Gryffindor without any suspense. Wayne was sorted into Hufflepuff. Roger Lewis. Roger had been fairly relaxed, but the moment his name was called, he immediately felt several sharp gazes from the staff table focusing on him. More critically, one of them came from Professor Quirrell. Whether it was psychological, Roger felt that gaze was cold and viscous, as if it were Lord Voldemort himself peering through Quirrell to examine him. When Harry was called earlier, Quirrell had clearly just been looking down drinking juice, not paying attention at all. This feeling made the hairs on the back of Roger's neck stand up. Relax, child, Professor McGonagall noticed his stiffness and comforted him gently. The Sorting Hat will soon find a home for you. The hat was put on. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed. A buzzing of discussion began to rise in the hall, yet the Sorting Hat remained silent. Just as Roger also began to feel a bit uneasy, a slightly raspy voice rang out directly in his mind. Tisk, tisk, first year, you are quite interesting, you seem not to care at all which house you're sorted into. Sorting Hat. Roger asked silently in his mind. Yes, that's me. The hat's voice sounded a bit troubled. You're making this very difficult for me. That little head of yours is smart enough. Ravenclaw would welcome you with open arms. You are diligent and upright to the bone. Hufflepuff would also be perfectly suitable. Oh, and that shrewdness and ambition beneath your gentleness, as well as your yearning for power, Slytherin would see you as a fine prospect. Most interestingly, I feel true courage and a spirit of adventure hidden deep within you. Gryffindor wouldn't be bad either. So what do you plan to do? Roger asked directly. The Sorting Hat was still agonizing when it suddenly felt like the information in its mind had been tossed into a blender. Everything was a mess. Wait, you're not honest. Even, not smart. And particularly cowardly. No ambition at all. This rapid shift made the Sorting Hat feel as if its magical threads were about to tie themselves into a dead knot. It shriveled up entirely, like a punctured ball losing air, hanging dejectedly on Roger's head. Roger basically had a grasp of the situation now. Rather than saying this hat could see through complex human nature, it was more accurate to say it could sense the strongest current desire and sense of identity in a little wizard's mind. The Sorting Hat sorted based on this. Once sorted into a house, a little wizard would grow in that direction under psychological suggestion and environmental influence, eventually truly becoming that kind of person. Therefore, the essence of sorting was actually the little wizards choosing what they wanted to become. This also meant, the Sorting Hat could be tricked. As long as one focused their mind and desperately imagined a certain quality they desired to possess at the moment the hat was put on, they could interfere with the hat's judgment. This also explained why Hufflepuff loyalty, honesty, and Gryffindor courage had the most people, children, after all, who wouldn't want to be a good person or a hero. Whereas children from pure-blood dark wizard families were taught power above all, from a young age, so they naturally headed for Slytherin. As for Ravenclaw wisdom, erudition, children who were truly erudite and intelligent were not many to begin with, and it was also hard to fake. Since he had figured out the principle, Roger knew what to do. He would build an image of an honest, loyal, and kind decent person who turned toward the light. This way, even if he studied the dark arts, it would make sense. It was all to combat evil, perfectly honorable. At the same time, at the Gryffindor table, Hermione, who had been waiting for nearly 5 minutes, was already getting a bit restless. She nudged Harry and Ron beside her. Where do you think Roger will be sorted? I think it's Ravenclaw, Harry said with certainty. Don't you think he's particularly smart? He clearly belongs there. Like everyone else, Harry had a deep memory of the scene where Roger performed the transfiguration spell. It was clearly not something an ordinary little wizard could achieve. I hope it's Gryffindor. Ron blurted out, he's so good at fighting. Right, Harry. Why couldn't it be Slytherin? Hermione asked. That's impossible, Ron answered subconsciously, there's no Lewis among the pure blood families. Roger was most likely born into a half-blood or even a Muggle family. But why is it taking so long? Hermione frowned. As far as I know, only 2 people this century have experienced a Hatstall. Hatstall. Harry and Ron asked in unison, looking curious. Yes. It's the situation where the sorting takes more than 5 minutes. Hogwarts. A history, specifically uses this term. Hermione said with a hint of pride. Then who were the other 2? One is Ardeen, Professor McGonagall, and the other is Peter Pettigrew. Oh, it's worth mentioning that both of them ended up in Gryffindor. Just as Hermione finished speaking, the Sorting Hat seemed to have finally squeezed out a conclusion and suddenly opened its mouth to shout. Hufflepuff. The Hufflepuff table instantly erupted in enthusiastic cheers and applause. While Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other in confusion, Professor McGonagall smiled and clapped while casting a knowing look at Dumbledore, clearly quite satisfied with this result. At the very least, it proved that the child Roger Lewis desired in his heart to be an honest and loyal person. This was especially precious for a child from a dark wizard family. The smile on Dumbledore's face gained a bit more relief. He felt much more at ease about the child. He hadn't lost himself in the dark arts. The sorting ceremony finally ended. Dumbledore walked to the front of the Great Hall. A new school year begins tonight. Welcome back to Hogwarts. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly throughout the Great Hall, obviously a magical effect. Before the banquet begins, I'll say a few simple words, and those are, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you. As soon as he finished, Roger clapped his hands vigorously. Why are you clapping so hard? Wayne, sitting next to him, asked in confusion. Don't you think he spoke particularly well? Roger said seriously. Well, in what way? Wayne raised an eyebrow. He said, a few simple words, and he really only said a few words. Roger said solemnly. Wayne thought about it for a moment. It seemed, that was indeed the case. Accompanying the applause, the Great Hall was instantly filled with the enticing aroma of food. The long tables were piled high with delicacies out of thin air, sizzling roast beef, golden roast chicken, fragrant pork chops, tender lamb, plump sausages, steaming boiled potatoes, smooth pudding, thick gravy. This level of catering was definitely at the standard of a top-tier buffet. After everyone had filled their bellies like a whirlwind sweeping through clouds, Dumbledore stood up again. Now that everyone is full and satisfied, I have a few more words for you. All first-year students are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. This is something that must be emphasized every year. Secondly, the caretaker Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone that casting spells in the corridors between classes is not permitted. Additionally, trials for the house Quidditch teams will begin in the second week. Interested students please contact Madam Hooch. Finally, and most importantly, Dumbledore's tone suddenly became exceptionally serious. Absolutely do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Unless you wish to experience a painful death or an accidental demise. For this last sentence, he specifically emphasized his tone. The staff at the teacher's table had various expressions. Snape looked coldly at the little lions of Gryffindor, as if he felt these Gryffindors hadn't listened. Professor McGonagall, who had just smilingly eaten a pudding, also turned serious now. Hagrid sat at the high table, nodding his head while holding his goblet, seemingly in full agreement. Meanwhile, the smile on Quirrell's face stiffened as he sat upright, his eyes drifting toward Harry Potter. Roger immediately realized that place was where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. He quickly glanced at Quirrell and saw that the other was indeed observing Harry in secret, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. That's right. Voldemort's attention should be on Harry. He only wanted to quietly study magic and do research, wishing for nothing more than to hide on the lowest level of the castle. The Hufflepuff dormitory was on the lowest level to live his days in leisure. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore gave his wand a light flick, and lines of text appeared in the air. Those were the lyrics to the school song. After following the crowd to finish singing the school song, which had all sorts of strange tunes, Roger began to follow the prefect Gabriel Truman toward the lowest level of the castle. Along the way, the prefect emphasized the school rules, the importance of house points, and the sense of honor in competing for the house cup. Although the Hufflepuff dormitory was on the lowest level of the castle, it was right across from the school kitchens, which had the advantage of making it convenient for the little badgers to have late-night snacks. And for Roger, who had a vast amount of magical information to record and analyze, his energy consumption was enormous and he always got hungry quickly. Being near the kitchen was a perfect setup, making it convenient for him to replenish food at any time. Roger's dormitory was a four-person room, though currently there was only him and his roommate Wayne. Their luggage had already been neatly placed by their beds. Roger picked up the class schedule placed at the head of the bed and glanced at it, and his heart skipped a beat. First class, Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Instructor, Quirinus Quirrell. The Hogwarts first-year schedule wasn't too packed, with at most 2 major classes a day, but each class usually consisted of 2 consecutive periods, lasting 1 or 2 hours. The first class for the Hufflepuff freshmen was Defense Against the Dark Arts, scheduled for the morning. The next day, Roger woke up early only to find that Wayne had risen even earlier and was already gone. Roger took his textbooks for the day and headed to the Great Hall. After breakfast, the Hufflepuff students walked in small groups toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in the upper reaches of the castle. Professor Quirrell, a genuine Ravenclaw, young and knowledgeable. In the original story, he appeared like a fool only because he was single-mindedly focused on stealing the Philosopher's Stone, neither preparing for classes nor having any heart for teaching. But the Quirrell standing on the podium at this moment was well prepared, and even his stuttering had improved significantly. Today, he planned to explain the origins of the dark arts to the freshmen, speaking in a way that was easy to understand yet profound, with a witty and humorous tone. Even the Ravenclaw students attending the class were enthralled. Roger, who had originally shrunk into the back row of the classroom, was also drawn in by the brilliant lecture. He listened intently while taking notes rapidly. In the distant past, Quirrell's voice was clear and powerful. Wizards explored every corner of magic while battling the powerful magical creatures that existed then. At that time, there was no distinction between dark arts or light magic, only useful and useless spells. Cruel Wars birthed change. Wizards drew inspiration from the ancient magic restoration charm and eventually invented the ultimate magic, the unforgivable curses. Quirrell paused, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. Ancient wizards discovered that these spells possessed a core characteristic, irreversibility. Can anyone tell me what that means? Professor, it means there are no counter spells to lift them. A Ravenclaw boy immediately stood up to answer. Very good. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Quirrell was speaking much more fluently now. They are not the most powerful magic, they are far inferior to the Fiendfire curse or cursed fire. But they're irreversible. Nature caused powerful goblins, merpeople, and giants to fall in defeat. Ancient wizards won the war, and because of that, Muggles were able to live and multiply on this land. As the smoke of ancient wars cleared, the world gradually forgot the true face of magic. These spells that were once used for survival were later labeled as dark arts, restricted, and even banned. Who would have thought that the source of the unforgivable curses was actually a seemingly unremarkable restoration charm? Having said this, Quirrell suddenly waved his wand, neatly twirling it 3 times, then lunged forward while quickly lowering his wrist, shouting, "Soul Soothe." A deep blue light shot from the tip of his wand and hit the floor. Roger never expected that Professor Quirrell would actually teach a healing spell so seriously in a defense against the dark arts class, and a very obscure, nearly lost ancient spell at that. Quirrell had deliberately slowed down his demonstration just now, ensuring every key point was clear and in place, as if fearing the first-year freshman wouldn't understand. The biocomputer had already recorded the entire process. Analysis showed that the difficulty of this spell was much lower than that of Crucio. Following Quirrell's incredibly clear demonstration and explanation, the analysis progress soared directly to 70%. Roger couldn't resist. He picked up his wand and tried it on the floor as well. The light of the spell flickered weakly, showing no obvious effect, but he could feel it. The casting was a success. The principle of this spell seemed to be condensing magic to stimulate the soul, which in turn drove the body's recovery from injuries. The required amount of magic could be large or small, but its core function indeed seemed to be healing. At this moment, Roger gained a new understanding of the relationship between matter, soul, and will. Matter carries the soul carries the will influences magic, and magic in turn can interfere with matter and the soul. From this perspective, the essence of magic lies in the soul. This was completely different from the wizard's will magical theory he had learned from the old wizard. The old wizard's faction believed that magic originated from the will, and therefore they looked down on pure blood theories. In their view, there might be no essential difference between muggles and wizards in terms of magical potential. The key lay in whether one possessed a strong enough willpower to drive magic. This also explained why they mainly recruited apprentices by kidnapping muggle children. The soul theory, however, seemed to explain the existence of ghosts. They had lost their physical bodies and souls, leaving only a remnant of their will. They cannot cast spells, nor can they learn new magic. They can only rely on their memories from when they were alive to communicate. This precisely supported the view that the soul is the essence of magic. If magic originates from the soul, it indeed implies there might be an essential difference between the souls of wizards and muggles, leading to the pure blood argument that wizards are more noble. To Roger's surprise, he benefited greatly from Professor Quirrell's class. It wasn't just learning an ancient spell, but rather touching upon the fundamental question of the essence of magic from another perspective. Perhaps magic really is like a coin. Flip it over, and a healing spell that saves lives becomes a dark arts spell that kills. This gave Roger's stalled research a new direction. Only by deeply understanding the interconnection between these spells could the secret of the animagus be cracked. But now he needed more information on the unforgivable curses. By the tower window, Quirrell looked as if his strength had been drained, his whole body slumped and hunched over, exhausted. Master, his voice trembled, I am dull and truly do not understand. You had me teach seriously, but the Philosopher's Stone, are we just going to ignore it? Lord Voldemort, having just experienced the taste of teaching, seemed to be in a good mood. That cold voice seeped out from the back of Quirrell's head like a poisonous snake. I have always wanted to know what it's like to be a professor. This feeling isn't bad, is it? Quirrell knew all too well that this wasn't a question. He froze in place, not daring to breathe loudly, let alone utter a single word in response. Guiding these young souls toward the true future is also part of our great work. Lord Voldemort's voice suddenly dropped in temperature, carrying a bone-chilling indifference. Do you believe it, Quirrell? 11 years ago, I once glimpsed the other side, and witnessed the true future. To reach it, we need more like-minded companions. Companions. Quirrell was completely bewildered. In Lord Voldemort's dictionary, there had only ever been master and servant, only slaves branded with the dark mark, Death Eaters. Companions. The word sounded terrifyingly alien. He swallowed with difficulty and stammered, Master, are you saying, among those Hufflepuffs today, Ravenclaws, there are your companions? Rest well. Lord Voldemort did not answer, leaving only one final cold command that covered Quirrell's nerves like frost. Next class. I will come again. The afternoon history of magic class was held with all 4 houses together. Roger, Wayne, Harry, and the others sat together again. Draco Malfoy had originally intended to crowd around Harry with Crabbe and Goyle, but as soon as he saw Roger was there, he immediately slunk away to the back row in embarrassment. In the original story, aside from his love for showing off and his arrogant attitude, Draco maintained a facade of politeness toward other students. But whenever he encountered Harry Potter, that bit of upbringing was thrown right out the window. Now, he had another, arch-rival, in Roger. The experience of being turned into a squeaking, shivering rat in a corner last time was definitely enough to give him nightmares for an entire semester. Before Professor Binns arrived, Draco was already in the back row, incessantly badmouthing Roger to his lackeys. He intentionally raised his voice to ensure the surrounding rows could hear. My father had someone look into it thoroughly. That Roger Lewis is nothing but a complete muggle-born, a filthy mudblood. Before he could finish, several Hufflepuff students nearby whipped their heads around, glaring at Draco with eyes full of fire. He, however, remained oblivious, or rather, completely indifferent, his nose practically tilted up toward the ceiling. In today's Hogwarts, half-blood and muggle-born students were the mainstream. The so-called heritage and galleons of pure-blood families were hardly worth mentioning in the face of such vast numbers. Draco's malicious use of the word, mudblood, was like spitting in the faces of more than half the students in the classroom. Unwittingly, he had made a whole new set of enemies for himself. Among them were Wayne, whose face was ashen, and Hermione, who had her brow tightly furrowed. Draco Malfoy's father used to be a Death Eater following you-know-who. Roger's flat tone was like a stone dropped into a lake, instantly grabbing the attention of Harry and the others, who leaned in with eyes full of curiosity. I heard that after you-know-who fell, his father claimed he was under the Imperio and donated a large sum of galleons to the Ministry of Magic to escape trial. Their family is one of those among the Sacred 28 who shout the loudest about pure blood theory. Sacred 28. Ron immediately snorted, nearly spitting. My dad says that's all rubbish. The old archives at the Ministry of Magic record it clearly. Many of those pure blood ancestors they praise to the skies turn out to be muggles when you pull back their robes. Besides, in ancient times, they even resorted to stealing muggle children just to get an heir. As they were speaking, Professor Binns drifted through the wall without a sound. The dull, sleep-inducing history of magic class began. In less than 5 minutes, a large portion of the classroom had fallen. The heads of the little wizards were like ripe pumpkins, drooping one after another onto their arms or desks. Those remaining were either reading leisure books like Quidditch Through the Ages, under the cover of their textbooks, or secretly moving miniature wizard chess pieces with the tips of their wands under the tables. But for outliers, like Roger and Hermione, Professor Binns, dry narration was merely background white noise. Roger didn't even look up to listen to the ghosts droning. His slender fingers quickly flipped through the heavy history of magic textbook, the pages making a soft rustling sound. His gaze focused on the chapters depicting the bloody wars between ancient wizards and magical sentient races. The wars between ancient wizards and magical sentient races lasted for thousands of years, but around the beginning of the Common Era, they finally ended in a decisive victory for the wizards. The goblins, once incredibly glorious and said to be able to manipulate time and space, could now only stay honestly in Gringotts minting gold coins. The Centaur civilization, which revered nature and was once powerful in Europe, was completely destroyed. Now, they barely survived as minority tribes, protected by the Ministry of Magic in places like the Forbidden Forest, though they still proudly forbade humans from entering their territory. The official language of History of Magic tried its best to gloss over the glory, but between the lines, Roger smelled the bloody truth. For instance, after eliminating powerful external enemies, the dark arts made a brilliant appearance in history. Looking at it from another perspective, wasn't this a record of how ancient wizards, after losing their common enemy, began using the magic they mastered to slaughter one another? Clearly, what Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, had recounted tore away that layer of gloss to reveal the cruel truth. Roger knew the plot well, so he could naturally see through the fact that it might have been Voldemort speaking, which led to such a lesson. From this incident, it could be seen that Voldemort's current state was much better than during the same period in the original story, which also meant he was more dangerous. But what was his purpose in risking exposure to come out? Roger's gaze swept over the illustrations of the victory in the Goblin Wars in the textbook, and he fell into deep thought. As soon as class ended, Professor Bin's voice stopped abruptly, like a snapped lute string. After assigning the homework, he slowly disappeared through the wall. Roger grabbed Wayne, who was still staring blankly at a piece of empty parchment. Let's go, library. Today's assignments for Defense Against the Dark Arts class and History of Magic class each required a full foot-long piece of parchment. Thinking about how there were 1 or 2 assignments of this length almost every day of the 5-day week, Roger really couldn't imagine where Harry and the others got the energy and time to wander around the castle in an invisibility cloak in the middle of the night. Merlin's beard. How am I supposed to write this? Wayne looked at the blank parchment and measured the 1-foot length, which was nearly a quarter of his height, feeling utterly hopeless. This is an amount only a troll could finish writing. Just as his lament faded, a heavy set of footsteps was heard. Hermione, like a little porter, came wobbling over holding 2 massive tomes comparable to city wall bricks, a history of Emmerich the Evil, and a detailed explanation of transfiguration spells. With a thud, she slammed the books onto the table next to them like dropping 2 boulders, making the ink bottle on the desk jump. Hi, Roger, Wayne. She panted, her cheeks slightly flushed from the exertion as she plopped down into the empty seat next to Roger and impatiently flipped open the top tome. Wayne stared dumbfounded at the 2 books, which were large enough to be used as murder weapons. His Adam's apple bobbed with difficulty, and his voice trembled. Hermione. Why did you bring so many bricks? I mean, so many books. To do homework, Hermione said without looking up, her quill already scratching rapidly across the parchment. Her tone held no annoyance, instead, it brimmed with excitement. What Professor Binns talked about wouldn't even count as a table of contents. To write a full foot, you have to at least finish 3 or 4 related books first to have a foundation. Compared to the 2 little wizards fretting over their homework, Roger, who had been a researcher in his past life, felt no inner turmoil and even wanted to laugh. It was just padding out a review-style assignment. That was a basic skill for a researcher. What he was truly interested in were the books in the library. He stood up and walked toward the bookshelves, his gaze quickly scanning the spines. After a rough scan of all the shelves in the open area, his brow furrowed tightly. There were very few books on the dark arts, and as for the core content involving the 3 unforgivable curses, there wasn't even a shadow of them. This truly dangerous knowledge was imprisoned by invisible chains in the shadows of the restricted section. The librarian, Madame Pants, was currently guarding the entrance to the restricted section, her sharp gaze constantly scanning the students in the library as if she would jump out and drive away anyone with ill intentions. It was only at this moment that Roger fully understood why those Gryffindor, little lions, were so obsessed with night wandering. He now felt an urge to break into the library's restricted section at night. As the various courses unfolded, the freshmen gradually figured out the patterns of the mischievous stairs in the castle and slowly adapted to the daily routine of Hogwarts. After attending Transfiguration class, Herbology, Charms, and Flying class, Roger's learning speed was astonishingly fast with the support of the biocomputer running at full power. The content taught in class could be analyzed thoroughly almost instantly, and his progress bar soared visibly to the naked eye. In less than a week, he stood out among the first-year freshmen and became the center of attention. This led many people to suspect that the sorting hat was broken. How could such a learning monster be sorted into Hufflepuff? By any standard, he should have been Ravenclaw material. However, the price of the biocomputer running at full capacity around the clock was that Roger's stomach emptied quickly, and he had to eat a massive meal almost after every class. Taking advantage of the convenience of the Hufflepuff common room being adjacent to the kitchen, he went to the kitchen early in the morning to gather a pile of sandwiches and pork chops to keep on hand. The break between classes was his snack time. Draco Malfoy gave Roger the nickname, Zuzi, behind his back to mock his appetite. However, Roger wasn't like Hermione, who guarded her homework strictly. After finishing his own assignments, he didn't mind at all if others took them for reference. He was even happy to advise his fellow Hufflepuffs on how to complete their homework efficiently, or rather, by padding it. Thanks to Harry and Ron, the homework templates Roger padded out soon began to circulate in Gryffindor. Therefore, Roger had a good reputation across the four houses and was quite popular. The nickname, Zoo-Z, could only be used for self-amusement within Draco's small Slytherin circle. Of course, there was also a bold Slytherin who ran up to Roger and called him, Zoo-Z, to his face. Very well. Roger just looked at him with a smile. School had just started, and bullying classmates already, this simply wouldn't do. To deal with Slytherin, one still needed to use a method they could understand. So, before going to the library that day, Roger specifically sought out this Slytherin student and gave him a good lesson. Then, he brought a live pig to the library to study. The next day, everyone tacitly agreed not to ask about the origin of that pig. The last period on Friday was potion class. The instructor was the Slytherin dean, Professor Snape, whose fame had long preceded him among the freshmen. After all, being able to let his own house dominate the House Cup for 6 years required a level of favoritism that was rare to see. Moreover, almost no one could meet his requirements. Given Professor Snape's strength and reputation for severity, Roger's classmates followed the advice of their seniors and arrived early at the cold, dark dungeon classroom with their textbooks to preview. But Snape's eccentricity still exceeded the imagination of the little wizards. The classroom door was suddenly pushed open, hitting the wall with a bang, and Snape strode in with his black robes billowing. His face was cold and his presence imposing. The classroom fell silent instantly. Potions is a precise science that requires a high intelligence mind, he said in a low voice, and clearly, most of you do not possess one. He paused, his cold gaze piercing toward the Gryffindors like a knife. If not for the school's arrangements, most of you would not even be fit to sit here. Following his cold words, the students' faces turned pale. When he found no one was late during roll call, Snape's expression softened slightly. Aside from being foolish, you at least have the merit of punctuality. His grim gaze swept over the silenced freshmen. Today, I will teach you the basic steps of brewing potions and let you appreciate its unique charm. But first, I must remind you of what terrible consequences an incorrect potion can bring. The opening remarks ended in dead silence. Roger and Wayne exchanged a look that said, he truly lives up to his reputation, not even daring to breathe loudly. Just then, Snape took out the register and suddenly called a name, Harry Potter. Yes, Professor. Harry stood up hurriedly, nearly knocking over the cauldron next to him. Tell me, where does a bazaar come from? A bazaar. A stone from a toilet. Harry looked at Ron blankly, and Ron also stared back with innocent blue eyes. Professor, I don't know, Harry could only admit honestly. Snape curled his lip contemptuously. Tisk tisk, it seems fame doesn't represent everything. From the other side of the classroom, the undisguised laughter of Draco, Crabbe, and Goyle immediately broke out. Then, another question. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Snape completely ignored Hermione, whose arm was raised almost to the ceiling nearby, and continued to press. I don't know, Harry's voice grew even smaller. Enough. Snape was very dissatisfied with Hermione's frequent hand-raising and barked sharply, Mr. Potter, it is clear that previewing before class is a luxury for you. Gryffindor, 2 points deducted. Next, Snape paired the students up and instructed everyone on how to brew a basic potion to cure boils, listing the steps on the blackboard. Roger quickly cross-referenced with the textbook and keenly noticed several subtle adjustments in the steps. Snape paced the classroom on patrol, reprimanding almost every student from houses other than Slytherin, and gave special attention to Gryffindor, deducting a total of 5 points from them in one round. When he paced to the Hufflepuff area, his cold gaze swept across and finally fixed on one person. Roger Lewis. Yes, Professor. Roger's heart skipped a beat, but he stood up immediately. From the other's tone, Roger could feel that this professor seemed to have a bit of an issue with his education of the Slytherin student. However, the prerequisite for violating school rules is being caught. Since he hadn't been caught red-handed, the professor couldn't punish him. It seemed he now wanted to get back at him through questioning. Fortunately, Roger was well prepared. He had already stored the contents of all potion textbooks from 1st to 7th grade into the biocomputer. As long as Snape's questions didn't exceed the scope of the textbooks, he was confident he could handle them. This isn't fair, why doesn't he ask the Slytherin students? Harry was about to speak when Ron kicked him hard under the table. Don't be stupid, Ron whispered, he's just looking for trouble. But why is he targeting me like this? Harry's mood was low, truly unable to figure out where he had offended this professor. Hey Harry, cheer up, I think he just finds everyone annoying. Ron gestured toward Snape. Fred and George always get points deducted by him too. Snape looked down at the rising star freshman before him. Tell me the role of Nettle in potions. He had long wanted to measure the caliber of this so-called genius. After all, spells can rely on talent, and knowledge can rely on rote memorization, but potions, that is a precise art that requires a real brain. Snape absolutely did not believe an 11 or 12-year-old child could truly understand the mysteries of potions, not even he himself back then, nor even the Dark Lord. What he loathed most were fools under great reputations, like the so-called savior, next to him. Hearing the question, Roger's consciousness instantly pulled up the electronic page of Magical Drafts and Potions, and precisely located the original text. It treats inflammation and hair loss, and also has hemostatic properties, he answered fluently. At what stage of the potion brewing should porcupine quills be added to the cauldron? Snape's expression remained unchanged as he continued to press, his speaking speed increasing. Snape fired off 5 or 6 questions in rapid succession, covering the basics of the boil-cure potion and the content of the next lesson on antidotes. Roger answered all of them fluently and accurately. At this moment, Roger was almost moved to tears. Although Professor Snape was clearly acting with malice, he actually had a bottom line. The questions were all from the boil-cure potion section in the first-year textbook to be studied today, with at most a bit from the next lesson. Nothing went beyond the syllabus at all. Snape was silent for a moment, his thin lips pursed into a straight line, before finally squeezing out 2 cold words from between his teeth. Very well. Then, as if he had found a new target, he suddenly turned toward the Ravenclaws. A wave of suppressed wails and sharp intakes of breath immediately sounded from that side. Roger. You're incredible. Wayne whispered, cheeks flushed with excitement. You're the first Hufflepuff ever to answer a question in Snape's class without losing points. Just lucky, Roger replied, offering a small smile. Let's move. Follow the steps and get the boil-cure potion brewed. Wayne hurried to fetch the ingredients while Roger lit the fire beneath the cauldron and donned dragon hide gloves to handle the viper fangs. Once everything was ready, Roger drew his wand, regulating the heat with precision while activating the biocomputer's observation mode. Through the biocomputer's vision, each ingredient glowed with distinct magical light, forming unique magical patterns. During brewing, those faint patterns reacted violently inside the cauldron, shattering, dispersing, breaking, reassembling, merging, and occasionally undergoing strange mutations. Roger realized in a flash, if only the first 3 steps occurred, the potion would fail. If he could guide the last 2, he might even create a new variant. It seemed possible to use magic to direct reassembly, fusion, even targeted mutation. Yet the textbook described additions as a pinch, or a splash, and steps as after boiling, or before adding water, with no exact measures or timings. Without standards, the classroom soon became a disaster zone. Cauldrons belched foul smoke and hissed ominously. Seamus and Neville's group actually exploded theirs. Boiling potion splashed like acid, scalding nearby students. Idiots. Snape's roar rattled cauldrons. With a wave of his wand he cleaned the floor. I suppose you tossed in porcupine quills without dousing the flame. Take them to the hospital wing, 5 points from Gryffindor. Just as Snape feared the entire first-year potions class was lost, his gaze swept the wrecked room and landed on Roger and Wayne's cauldron. Inside shimmered a perfect, jelly-green potion. Moments earlier Roger had tried a new approach, cautiously guiding the reassembly of those magical motes toward the finished form. He found it far simpler than guiding soul-level magical patterns in transfiguration. These were merely ingredients imbued with magic, the patterns were uncomplicated and much weaker. Moreover, the normal brewing process itself promoted magical reassembly, so guiding it along required far less effort. Efficiency soared, and the potion's quality seemed superior. Snape took the cauldron and inspected the potion as though marking an essay. As he studied it, his knitted brow slowly relaxed. Steady technique, following the magical flow. His sharp eyes caught something deeper. Something new. Yes, Professor. Roger answered at once. We followed your steps, then used our wands to fuse the ingredients more thoroughly. Snape looked up. A rare flicker of genuine approval crossed his cold gray eyes. You possess a mind that perceives potion essence, boy. You have talent. That weekend Roger went early to the library, pondering how to slip into the restricted section, but for 2 days running Madame Pants blocked him like a door god. She was adamant. No professor's note, no entry. After closing time Roger trudged back to the dormitory. Studying this late again. Wayne mumbled from his bed. Roger, it's only the first week. You've half finished the term and emptied half the library. Don't burn yourself out. Roger set down his tome, calm dark eyes on Wayne. Doesn't Hogwarts's teaching efficiency strike you as absurdly low? Britain has only this one magical school. No primary, secondary, or university tiers, just 7 years total. Yet what the school teaches compared with the millennia of wizarding knowledge, and what survival in the magical world truly demands, is a drop in the ocean. Worse, Hogwarts only checks for magical talent. Learning methods, efficiency, even basic literacy, left to families. Imagine how many little wizards live nearly in seclusion. Parents teach a few basic spells and some letters, nothing more. With unreliable guardians, children arrive barely able to read. Thrown into Hogwarts's relaxed setting at a playful age, their study efficiency is doomed to be abysmal, so the school sets its courses slow and shallow. In first, second, and third year, you could count every spell you learned on one hand. During those years, only a handful of students like Hermione ever set foot in the library to study extra material for their homework. Most little wizards don't start cramming spells until 5th year, when they're cramming for the OWLs. Think about it, Hogwarts staff is a dream team. There's Headmaster Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the age, Professor Flitwick, a dueling champion, Professor Snape, a master of potions, Professor McGonagall, a mistress of transfiguration, and Professor Trelawney, who can see the future even if no one believes her. With a lineup like that, the school should have been mass-producing Dark Lords and pushing the frontiers of magical research. Instead, the curriculum only turns out middle school graduates. Once they leave Hogwarts, where are those little wizards supposed to find resources this top tier again? Buying a few advanced spellbooks is harder than pulling teeth. Roger spent 300 galleons in Nocturne Alley just to get one advanced dark arts tome. And here in the Hogwarts library there are thousands of the same sort just sitting on the shelves. Wayne nodded along like a pecking chick, suddenly finding castle explorations, walks by the Black Lake, and even Quidditch matches far less interesting. For the first time, a real sense of urgency surged inside him. The new week began, and with Roger's encouragement Wayne joined the library trio, becoming a permanent fixture there alongside Hermione. In the new week's defense against the dark arts class, Professor Quirrell had clearly prepared again. Though he still stammered so badly that a few little wizards snickered, the content of the lesson was solid. Yet this unusual dedication only made Roger wary. Was the plot veering off course? Quirrell now seemed utterly uninterested in the Philosopher's Stone. Instead, for no obvious reason, he'd thrown himself into teaching. This lesson was on werewolves. Quirrell introduced a spell said to counter them, the Werewolf Restoration spell, which could force a werewolf back into human shape when it wasn't a full moon. This spell, Quirrell fought to control his tongue, is highly effective on werewolves. Even at the full moon it can almost suppress the lycanthropy and return them to human form. That got everyone's attention. What shocked Roger even more was that Quirrell then revealed the spell's core principle circled right back to the restoration charm. Quirrell stammered on. In ancient times, when wizards warred with werewolves, those bee-bitten suffered terrible pollution of their very soul. In desperation, wizards bombarded the infected with restoration charms, and, by pure accident, evolved this restorative spell that can at least temporarily suppress the venom and restore human shape. As someone who delved deep into transfiguration, Roger knew exactly how big this was. Turning a match into a needle already took considerable skill. Transfiguring a living creature was far harder. Forcing a magical beast to change shape. That was territory no wizard below Professor Snape's level dared tread. Yet now there was a spell, one that didn't sound extremely complex, that could force a powerful magical creature like a werewolf back into human form. In essence, wasn't that a precise, high-powered, human transfiguration, cast on a magical beast? Roger's quill raced across the parchment while, deep in his mind, the biocomputer ran at full power, greedily parsing every syllable and detail Quirrell uttered. A shiver of excitement ran through him. The key to breaking the bottleneck of human transfiguration seemed to lie right in front of him. This was exactly the primary topic he'd dreamed of. The outline of a new spell was already clear, needing only the final push. Should he ask Professor Quirrell for a private lesson? The moment the thought surfaced, Roger pictured Voldemort on the back of Quirrell's head. He really didn't want to draw the Dark Lord's extra attention. But then again, this was Hogwarts. With Dumbledore in charge, how much trouble could a half-dead Voldemort stir up? Mind made up, Roger tucked his notebook and textbook under his arm and shot to the very front row, usually empty, since front seats are unpopular in both the Muggle and magical worlds. Seeing this Hufflepuff student rush forward, eyes bright and arms full of books, Professor Quirrell gave a rare, tired but genuinely pleased smile. This student, CL class is over, tea time's up. How about this? C come to my office after class and I'll explain in detail. Dusk was falling as Roger left the Great Hall after dinner and headed for Professor Quirrell's office in the third-floor tower. All along the way, little wizards sat working on their essays, using the padding method Roger had taught them. Beside each of them lay a hefty tome on werewolves. They opened it and, dutifully, copied onto their parchment. Apparently Roger's essay padding technique had already swept through Hogwarts. The framework, what definitions, prior work, current problems, why causes, how, ideas, suggestions, solutions, had spread through the whole school. Roger couldn't help sighing. In his own way he had made a real contribution to education in the wizarding world. It might be only a padded review, but plowing through those tomes at least taught them the logic of research and, in passing, stuffed their heads with knowledge. Without noticing it, the youngsters were stockpiling spells and theory. Once their magic was strong enough, casting would come naturally, and even last-minute cramming would put them ahead. In his mind he saw the scene from the original story. When Lord Voldemort returned, a werewolf army had ravaged the land. Now, the image flipped. Some self-important werewolf stepped forward, only to be struck by 100 spells at once. Under a chorus of little wizards' werewolf restoration spells he howled, shrinking back into a trembling, skinny dog, and was promptly given a thorough beating. Roger quickly shook his head to banish that absurd yet gratifying picture. Still, Voldemort's recent movements were odd. He wasn't rushing for the Philosopher's Stone as in the original. Had he found another way to come back? Knock knock knock. Come in. The voice from inside was clear and fluent, without the slightest stammer of old. Roger's heart tightened. He pushed the door open. The last of the sunset streamed through the high window, stretching the silhouette before it into a long shadow. Professor Quirrell turned round. The habitual timidity was gone. A faint, almost mocking smile played at his lips, and his eyes, sharp as poisoned daggers, gleamed with undisguised arrogance. My dear student, what would you like to drink? The presence wearing Quirrell's body, Roger could now be almost certain who it was, spoke as calmly as if welcoming a guest in his own parlor. Roger's thoughts raced. Drink something offered by the Dark Lord. Risk off the charts. Thank you, Professor, I've just left the Great Hall and I'm quite full. He refused at once. Then let us have water. I, too, prefer it, so pure, don't you think? Quirrell flicked his wand. 2 goblets alighted on the desk and filled themselves with crystal clear water. He gestured elegantly to the chair opposite. Sit. Roger obeyed, perching on the edge, every muscle taut. Quirrell lounged comfortably in his armchair, one hand on the armrest, the other lifting the goblet to sip slowly, legs crossed, eyes roaming Roger like probing needles. Clever, confident, hungry for knowledge, and you understand, an eye for an eye, Quirrell said, his voice low, pleasant, dangerously magnetic. So like myself at your age. A chill shot straight down Roger's spine. Voldemort really had been watching him, he even knew about Roger's little lesson to the Slytherin students. Being told he resembled the Dark Lord at any age was no compliment, let the Slytherins keep that honor. Yet, Quirrell went on, voice still melodious but cold as a viper's hiss, for a young wizard, precocious wit is not always a blessing. Without proper guidance it easily strays, wastes years, and, once lost, is harder to reclaim than mediocrity. Roger almost laughed aloud. The wizarding world's most wanted criminal, giving a "don't stray" lecture in a Hogwarts office. Was he telling students to abandon Dumbledore's wrong path and follow Voldemort's right way as Death Eaters? No wonder he wasn't rushing the stone, he was busy poaching Hogwarts itself. Such concern was touching, so touching Roger sat frozen, hardly daring to breathe. Seeing Roger silent, Quirrell's smile widened in cat and mouse amusement. But you're on the right road, only moving at a snail's pace. You've only just learned Imperio. Roger's eyes widened in shock, then he snapped alert, legilimency. He forced his mind blank at once. Quirrell clearly took the reaction for simple surprise and curiosity. Every soul exudes a unique scent, resonating with the spells it knows best. And he lifted his chin in lordly pride, happened to be something of an expert. Roger was half skeptical. Still, Voldemort's mastery of soul magic was legendary, so he probed gently. Souls really have a scent. Unique as a fingerprint, Quirrell replied, clearly enjoying the role of enlightened mentor. But this is far beyond what you should touch for now. He shifted again, voice dripping persuasion. Besides, I am a progressive professor. The so-called unforgivable curses are no bogeymen, they hold the ultimate secrets of magic. Only by understanding them can one truly grasp the core of our art. I only know a little about Imperio, Roger said awkwardly, then quickly asked, but I can't see any real link between that and the restoration charm or the werewolf restoration spell you taught. Seems incredible. Quirrell nodded approvingly. An excellent question, and the answer is simple. The restoration charm acts upon the soul with magic. Yet no one has ever explained how magic influences the soul, because the question cannot be isolated, it is part of a vast, intricate system. His voice rose, ringing with supreme confidence. In today's wizarding world, only I can lift that veil for you. Even Dumbledore, he let the name linger, could hardly be so lucid. Then no, Professor Quirrell, waved his wand with graceful flourish, cryptic symbols floated in midair. Ancient runes. Roger had spent 10 days in the library. Though hunting for anything on the unforgivable curses, he had skimmed plenty of old texts. Ancient runes were the script of ancient texts and ancient spells. The unforgivable curses were said to have been cast in them, though in modern times only the transliterated Latin or English incantations survived. Thus most contemporary spell study focused on wand movement and pronunciation. Few could still explain a spell's inner meaning or principle. Indeed, said Professor Quirrell, unsurprised that Roger recognized ancient runes. To him it was basic knowledge for any true wizard. Those modern half-bloods or muggle-borns who cared nothing for the old tongue hardly counted as wizards at all. Look closely. These are the ancient runes of the restoration charm and the werewolf restoration spell. Professor Quirrell flicked his wand, and 2 sets of intricate runes flared into the air like burning script. A second tap of his wand followed, and 3 darker, far more ominous runes blazed to life, the ancient rune forms of the unforgivable curses. Runes, drawn from the depths of the soul. His voice took on a strange cadence, as though he were chanting, were said to be symbols ancient wizards captured at the edge of dreams, on the threshold of death. Only when you see these primordial runes can you feel the vast gulf between them. A mere shift of a few syllables twists the path of magic, restructures the very fabric of the soul, and in the end, births an entirely different spell. Querel's voice carried a sick exhilaration. Those ancient wizards must have been ecstatic. A single mistake in casting let them brush against the soul's most secret, most fragile core. One incantation and the soul shatters like glass and disperses. That is the icy essence of the killing curse. At the mention of the killing curse, Querel seemed to slip into some terrible memory, his gaze unfocusing for an instant before he went on. The Cruciatus curse and Imperio are the same. What followed was a display of breathtaking scholarship. Lord Volume, Professor Querel, dissected the restoration charm and the werewolf restoration spell alongside the three unforgivable curses with the precision of an artificer dismantling a delicate device. Variant wordings, subtle keys to casting, derivative branch spells, even rare counter curses, all were laid bare beneath his wand. Most crucially, he lucidly parsed the startling common ancestry and divergent evolutionary paths of these two white magic spells and the three unforgivable curses. They were like wanderers who had taken opposite forks within the labyrinth of the soul. Roger listened in rapt fascination, quill scratching frantic shorthand across parchment while, deep in his mind, the biocomputer spun at full tilt, voraciously decoding the 5 ancient runic versions of the spells. So absorbed was he that he never noticed the strange, glittering focus of Querel's eyes, fixed unwaveringly upon him. Old volume, Professor Querel, truly was a grand master of soul manipulation, delivering a lecture that cut to the marrow and logic so airtight it stole one's breath. When the lecture ended, Professor Querel flicked his wand with elegant precision and a signed slip of parchment floated to Roger, a pass to the restricted section. If you wish to touch the wellspring of magic more deeply, his low voice carried a beguiling hiss, like a serpent at the ear, I suggest you peruse the texts on ancient runes, letters born of the soul, holding true wisdom. They lie deep within the restricted section. Take this. Beneath his turban, the corner of his mouth curved in a cold, unreadable smile. Leaving Querel's office, Roger's heart still thrummed with exhilaration. The hall was immense. Not only had he gained access to the restricted section, but under the personal tutelage of Lord Voldemort, Master of Souls, he had essentially mastered the restoration charm, the werewolf restoration spell, the killing curse Avada Kedavra, and the Cruciatus curse Crucio. Even his previously learned Imperio now felt polished, its depths clearer. And, of course, the soul lore itself, the mapping of runic syllables to nodes within the soul and their operating laws. To Voldemort such knowledge might be trivial, but to Roger it was the final puzzle piece. His transformation magic theory was now complete. All that remained was to locate a suitable magical creature, scan its precise magical patterns with the biocomputer, and launch the very first true transformation experiment. Thinking of this self-created spell, Roger could not help a surge of pride. Visions flashed through his mind, himself as a mighty giant, a ferocious werewolf, a fire-breathing dragon, even a savage basilisk or a dementor. Possessing those creatures' innate powers while retaining his own spellcraft, he could stride sideways through the wizarding world, and even Voldemort would have to speak politely to him. A leap in raw power might be the least of the benefits. Because his transformation operated on the biological, and even soul, level, every hair that fell while he was a unicorn would be genuine unicorn hair. How many galleons would that fetch? And once he became a magical creature and grasped its innate abilities, could those gifts be decoded and refined into spells usable by wizards? Wizards' studies of magical beasts had always skimmed the surface. By personally becoming them, his understanding of their anatomy would outstrip any magizoologist 100-fold. Undoubtedly, it would be a magic that defined an era. He walked briskly, almost humming, the corners of his mouth refusing to stay down. Yet, in an unguarded moment when he glanced back, a chill seized him. Professor Querel stood motionless at a high tower window. Within the shadow of his turban, those eyes seemed to pierce the darkness, cold and fixed on Roger's retreating back. In an instant, icy dread shot down his spine. Gooseflesh sprang up and cold sweat soaked his robes. He was not naive enough to believe Voldemort had taught him out of fondness for talent. Recruitment. The idea had barely surfaced before he scoffed it away. Who did he think he was? A first-year nobody worth the Dark Lord's personal courtship. Look at the fates of those predecessors, Quirrell, who came willingly, discarded like trash in front of Harry. Barty Crouch Jr., loyal to the end, cast aside the moment he was no longer useful. To Voldemort, recruitment probably meant that being noticed by him was already an unearned honor. The target should grovel in gratitude and offer up his soul. Just picturing it made Roger nauseous. So, if he failed to kneel as expected, wouldn't that deliver a stinging slap to the Dark Lord's face and earn the undying hatred of the most terrifying, vindictive madman in the wizarding world? TS's. Roger hissed through his teeth. His strength right now was far too meager to offend Voldemort in the wizarding world. He wanted to slap himself. Why had he ever provoked the Dark Lord? Worse, the Voldemort before him was clearly far healthier than his counterpart in the original story. No doubt the unicorn blood and the immortality potion provided by that old wizard were responsible. Poetic justice. Though he hadn't drunk the blood, he had been the one to collect it. Perhaps the curse of unicorn blood had not found him, but the bad luck had landed square on his head. Seek Dumbledore. The notion flared and was instantly crushed. Run and confess. Wait for Legilimency to peel his mind like an onion. The methods of the White Lord might prove little gentler than those of the Dark Lord. Roger walked the midnight corridor, weighed down by worry, when hushed voices drifted down from the floor above. Malfoy tricked you, Hermione said, breathless and certain. Don't you see? He never meant to meet you, he's already told Filch. She's right, we have to get back to the tower. Ron urged, voice tight with panic. Fast as we can. Harry knew Hermione was right, but teenage pride made him reluctant to admit it. Move, out of here first. Just then. Wahahaha. Peeves' shrill cackle exploded through the corridor like a crack of thunder. The poltergeist swooped gleefully overhead. Students out of bed. Sneaking through the charms corridor. Peeves sees all. Run. Harry hissed. The trio sprinted, only to hear Filch's skin-crawling footsteps ahead, Madame Norris's furious yells right behind. They were seconds from being cornered. Peeves cackled louder. Over here, Mr. Filch. Naughty little night walkers. I'll draw him off. Roger Lewis darted from behind a suit of armor, voice low and urgent. He'd warmed to Harry. After hours of mulling plot lines, he'd accepted that only Harry Potter could stand against Voldemort. From that angle the kid really was savior. No wonder Dumbledore had kept that card up his sleeve. In the story, Harry was the one who ultimately killed the Dark Lord. Roger itched to blurt out everything about the Philosopher's Stone, send Harry racing to claim it, lure Voldemort into the open, and let Dumbledore handle the rest, anything to get the Dark Lord's eyes off him. Roger! Harry exclaimed, delighted, and pointed to a pitch-black side passage. This way. Move. The four of them vanished like startled rabbits. Roger sucked in a breath, snapped his wand high. Lumos. Blinding light erupted, flooding the corridor. His huge shadow leapt across the stone like a monster. There, get him. Filch roared, heavy footsteps thundering toward the glare. Success. Roger killed the light and slipped back. Harry's group was gone, only Filch's distant snarls and Peeves' delighted whoops echoed. Where'd they go? Tell me, Peeves. You didn't say please. Fine, please tell me. But I don't know anything. Tee-hee-hee. Filch's curses faded. Over here. A hushed voice called. Roger spotted a heavy oak door ajar, yellow light spilling out. Harry Potter waved frantically. Roger darted inside. The next instant, icy dread clamped his heart. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were backing away in horror. Neville cowered behind the door, face chalk white, lips quivering. In the center loomed a beast so vast it filled every inch from floor to ceiling, reeking of wild animal musk. Worst of all, 3 grotesque heads. 6 cloudy yellow eyes swept the dark, fixing on the intruders with ravenous hunger. 3 maws bristling with yellow fangs drooled ropes of stinking saliva that splattered on the flagstones, underscored by a rolling growl. Grr. Merlins, Holy socks, Ron croaked. Harry froze. What is that thing? Cerberus, Roger whispered, a strange thrill in his voice. He itched to transform into it. Even with its lullaby weakness, its raw power was terrifying, rated 5X by the Ministry, the deadliest class. In canon even Professor Snape, second only to Dumbledore and Voldemort, had fled wounded. Voldemort-possessed Quirrell had spent half the year looking for a workaround rather than face it head-on. But, why is something that horrible in the school? Hermione quavered, clutching Ron's arm. We woke it up, Neville whimpered. Please, let's run. You lot back out, Roger murmured, eyes gleaming at the chain as thick as a child's arm. He wanted more data, such a rare specimen. Specimen. Ron's face twitched. The stinking, sulfurous monster was nobody's baby. Harry swallowed, voice steely. No, Roger, we all back out. Slow, then slam the door. Simple, right? They inched back like treading on thin ice. The moment they cleared the threshold, Harry heaved, the oak door crashed shut. Everyone except Roger slumped against the freezing wood, gasping as though rescued from drowning. What are they thinking, keeping that here? Ron panted. Does Hogwarts teach taming lessons now? I wouldn't take that class if you paid me, Neville quavered. I know why it's here. Hermione gulped. Look, its paws. It's standing on a trapdoor. It's guarding something. Roger knew perfectly well it was the Philosopher's Stone, but said nothing, mind still replaying the complex magical patterns he'd scanned in the beast's soul. The others were too shaken, they bolted for the dormitory. Roger slipped back under cover of night, finished his meticulous scan, and vanished into the shadows. At breakfast the next morning, Roger, like Harry and Ron, sported two livid black eyes, as though he'd been smoked over a fire. While Harry, voice lowered, recounted to Ron how, before term began, he had accompanied Hagrid to Gringotts to retrieve the mysterious little parcel, 6 long-eared owls swooped into the Great Hall and landed precisely in front of Harry. Amid the envious gasps of the little wizards, Harry received Professor McGonagall's gift, a brand new Nimbus 2000. Even more shocking, he had been recommended for and accepted into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Roger showed no reaction at all, not even noticing when Wayne beside him almost knocked over his pumpkin juice in excitement. Every thread of his mind was still tangled in the vast, star chart-like magical structure of the Cerberus he had observed the previous night. Oceans of data were still being parsed at frantic speed by his biocomputer, and he had to ensure that every step of his first transformation experiment was flawless. The morning class was herbology, taught by Hufflepuff's own head, Professor Sprout. Hufflepuff shared the lesson with Slytherin, and today's task was harvesting wolfsbane. Roger and Wayne were paired to tend one pot. The greenhouse smelled of damp earth and vegetation. Many students clearly treated the lesson as a joke and were still laughing and fooling around. Professor Sprout, thick gloves and protective hat in place, stood at the front and explained patiently, aconite, children, also called monkshood or wolfsbane, is a valuable magical plant. Once it grew everywhere, now you find it only in certain wild places. She lifted one specimen carefully. It's the key ingredient for the wolfsbane potion. Flowers, roots, and leaves are all useful. Her tone suddenly hardened, but its leaves contain deadly poison. Her sharp gaze swept the greenhouse. Careless handling and the magical toxin in the leaves can strike you deaf. To a muggle the damage is permanent and incurable. The stern warning doused the laughter like cold water. Students swallowed nervously and moved far more carefully. Professor Sprout's expression eased slightly. Even stranger, you don't have to eat aconite leaves. Direct skin contact is enough. The sap seeps in like a living thing. So, she emphasized again, gloves, never, ever come off. The warning took effect. Some students shrank back afraid to start. Others checked gloves and cuffs repeatedly before working under her guidance. Roger and Wayne followed the steps. Snip the leaves, cut the stems, finally dig out the root with care. Throughout, Roger kept his biocomputer vision active, observing the plant's far simpler magical flow, patterns scattered and faint, like pale scratches on white paper, never forming any coherent shape. A thought flashed through Roger's mind. So, aconite, itself, has no soul. When classes ended that afternoon, Roger, clutching Professor Quirrell's special permit, headed once more to the library. He had prepared extensively, even rereading the old wizard's notes, especially those on werewolves. Sadly, the old wizard had never studied them deeply. His verdict had been, "I tried transforming into magical creatures long ago. In my view, it's futile." Madame Pants took the slip, pushed her needle-sharp spectacles higher, and examined the note almost harshly. Face a mixture of shock and outrage, Quirrell giving a first-year access to the restricted section. Only after verifying the signature and seal on the parchment did she, with obvious reluctance, allow him in, insisting on accompanying him herself. To Roger, Hogwarts' restricted section was an unfathomable trove of knowledge. Here were grimoires long lost to the outside world, and a wealth of forbidden lore, evil spirit summoning and curses in the Book of Spells, detailed dissections of the unforgivable curses in Secrets of the Darkest Art, even, the secret of Horcruxes. Top journals also lined the shelves: Spell Innovation, Master Potioneer, Today's Transfiguration, and priceless research notes and theses by past professors, including Albus Dumbledore's celebrated paper on the 12 uses of dragon blood. In short, the magical knowledge stored here was second only to that in the Ministry of Magic archives. Yet this treasure house was barred to students unless a professor granted written permission. Roger understood the caution. Books themselves can be perilous. Many that detail forbidden knowledge carry their author's malice or are cursed. More commonly, advanced lore requires strong magic or a specific key to unlock, like the notebook on Crucio he had bought in Nocturne Alley, sealed with a spell the unscrupulous Mr. Boleyn had no intention of helping him open. To guarantee his transformation spell would be flawless, Roger needed more data, and the restricted section's vast literature was exactly what he craved. He itched to scan every page with his biocomputer. With those precious data, his carefully designed transformation spell would become still more perfect and safe. Walking through the hushed aisle where only his footsteps sounded, Roger saw, through his biocomputer vision, books glowing faintly or brightly with magic. Most lay quietly, but many were ringed with complex chains of light, wards warning of danger. Roger's target was clear. He first lifted the weighty runes, Inscription of the Soul. Madame Pants, following behind, sniffed at the title but said nothing. Yet when his hand moved toward the brick-thick Secrets of the Darkest Art, its cover stamped with a snarling skull, Madame Pants jumped as if stung. "Mr. Lewis, that book is far too dangerous for you." "Absolutely not." Roger was ready. He produced his shield at once. "But my mentor Professor Quirrell's note specifically grants me access to relevant works. Would you like to ask him yourself?" He laid deliberate stress on relevant works. "But Mr. Lewis," Madame Pants almost snatched the permit, pointing at the wording, "Professor Quirrell only approved books on runes." She emphasized the key word. Unruffled, Roger opened the heavy front page of Secrets of the Darkest Art, revealing lines of twisted ancient runes. "Madam, look," he blinked innocently, "the whole book is written in runes. Doesn't that make it a book on runes?" Madame Pants was momentarily speechless, her brows knit in confusion by the logic. Roger pressed his advantage, offering a suggestion with just the right touch of consideration. "How about this? You go and check with Professor Quirrell right now. If he says this book is outside the permission, I'll put it back immediately, no argument." All right. He was certain Madame Pants would not, or dared not, disturb Quirrell over it. Watching Roger walk away, Madame Pants worried. Frowning, she murmured, "Just in case, I'd better tell Albus." Late at night, Roger slipped into the room of requirement and began his first transformation experiment. Traditional animagus magic only lets a wizard transform into one specific animal. The form is fixed by the soul's nature and cannot be chosen. According to the literature, this is merely a surviving fragment of the many dangerous and bizarre transformation spells of ancient wizards. Modern wizards picked out the relatively safe, incomplete version and passed it down. The rest, far more powerful, were lost or forgotten because the risks were too great. Even so, only a handful master this incomplete spell. Across the entire wizarding world, a mere 7 legally registered animagi are on file at the Ministry of Magic, including Hogwarts' own Professor McGonagall. The unregistered ones mentioned in the original canon can be counted on one hand: Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Rita Skeeter. Roger had studied the traditional animagus materials. They read more like an arcane ritual. Relying on specific weather, herbs, and other natural sources of magic, the practitioner ingests and absorbs them through elaborate steps, finally triggering the transformation. The whole process resembles tending a magical plant. But the transformation spell Roger worked out himself operates on an entirely different principle: clearer, more direct. The key is to locate the switch deep within the soul that controls transformation. Yes, a single switch. The theory: find the core node, the switch, in the soul's magical patterns, flip it, and you can reroute the entire flow of magic into a new stable loop, achieving transformation. On the spacious floor of the room of requirement, Roger's figure flickered constantly, now a jet black raven beating its wings, the next moment a lithe gray wolf, then shrinking into an inconspicuous ladybug. Without doubt, this soul switch transformation system worked. Yet when he tried to target a magical beast, Cerberus, a crushing sense of crisis seized him. He could clearly sense that if he forced Crucio or a restoration charm against those key nodes, he would lose control, either turn into some unknown horror, or die outright. Clearly those nodes were not the switch to a magical beast form, or his current power was insufficient to flip them. After struggling for a long time, Roger finally stopped, forced to admit he had underestimated the difficulty of transforming into a magical creature. Looks like I have to take a step back, turn an ordinary animal into a magical one. Or, transform into a magical plant. Turn a teacup into a wolfsbane or a mandrake. A new line of thought circled in his mind. When he left the room of requirement, the night was already deep. Roger felt no sleepiness. He strolled along, wand flicking at his fingertips, shifting shape at will. Now a nimble red fox, now a flying bat, then a swift red deer, then a clever squirrel. Forms flowed across him. Unconsciously he wandered back to the familiar door hiding the Cerberus. He planned to study the beast's magical patterns again, searching for a new breakthrough. My dear student, this is not a place you should be. Just as Roger focused on decoding the violent, intricate patterns within the three-headed dog, a voice sounded from the shadows behind him. Low, pleasant, yet carrying a dangerous magnetism that chilled the marrow. Every hair on Roger's body bristled instantly. He could never mistake that voice. Lord Voldemort, not Quirrell. He had wondered why the Dark Lord hadn't made a move. Now here he was. Whether to steal the Philosopher's Stone or merely scout, he stood right at the door guarding it. Worse, Roger had blundered straight into the crime scene. In a flash, countless thoughts raced through his mind. The other hadn't struck at once. Perhaps unaware Roger had recognized him. There was still a chance. He forced himself to stay calm, turned with a stiff smile ready to claim he was lost, and greet Professor Quirrell, only to see, behind Quirrell, Albus Dumbledore standing quietly, eyes inscrutable behind half-moon spectacles. Roger felt as if a troll had smashed his brain. It crashed outright. Dumbledore and Quirrell, here together to check on the stone. Or had Quirrell been caught red-handed? If a fight broke out, where should he hide? Would Voldemort take him hostage? While his mind reeled, the world twisted violently, and he found himself in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Snap! With a soft pop, Roger's wand appeared in Dumbledore's hand. I have found a very interesting problem in your wand, Mr. Lewis. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the wand, voice calm yet weighty. No trace. Clearly not from Ollivander's reputable shop. More importantly, he paused, blue eyes sharpening, traces of an unforgivable curse recently cast. Do you have anything to say about that? Roger swallowed hard, quickly scanning the office. In the middle of the night, quite a crowd had gathered. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Sprout, and Professor Quirrell. The wand was passed around. Professor McGonagall looked stern. Snape stood expressionless as a statue. Professor Sprout's eyes brimmed with worry, while Professor Quirrell tried to shrink behind the others. I only recently taught him the restoration charm and the werewolf restoration spell, Quirrell stammered, face full of innocence. He truly felt wronged. When Voldemort seized his body to tutor Roger, Quirrell himself had been a muddled mess, utterly unaware what the Dark Lord had said or taught. He couldn't even recall what he had written on the permission slip he'd given Roger. If Voldemort really had taught those unforgivable curses, Quirrell despaired, he had no way to defend himself. Could he jump out and shout, "It was the one on the back of my head"? Forget being sacked from Hogwarts, he might be halfway to Azkaban already. Yet could you blame him? He was merely a pitiful wretch carrying out his master's orders, trembling every step, and now the master had botched things and exposed them both. Quirrell wailed inside, feeling utterly doomed by his lord. Roger understood instantly. Madame Pants had reported his borrowing of forbidden dark arts books to Dumbledore. Then, Dumbledore's voice remained level, yet carried an edge of unmistakable authority. Do you care to explain? Roger quickly buried every stray thought. Headmaster, I was born into a family of dark wizards. In the environment I grew up in, exposure to the unforgivable curses was nothing unusual. He met Dumbledore's gaze without flinching. Exposure. Dumbledore sighed softly. Behind his half-moon spectacles his eyes turned as sharp as a hawk's. That word is rather an understatement, Roger. Every wand bears a unique aura, and upon yours I scent the residue of the Cruciatus curse. Roger blinked. This talk of auras, instinctively he glanced at the cowering Quirrell beside him. Lord Voldemort had once mentioned that souls carried distinctive scents, did wands as well. Now, however, was not the time for magical theory. His gaze swept across the professor's varied expressions, then returned to Dumbledore's face. Clearly he said, "Yes, headmaster. Tonight I cast Crucio." The air in the headmaster's office seemed to solidify the instant the words left his lips. Dumbledore remained calm, yet his eyes were fathomless. Professor McGonagall wore an expression of stunned, heart-sore disbelief. Snape showed no emotion, a statue of ice. Professor Sprout twisted her fingers in worry. Quirrell actually shrank behind Sprout, looking terrified, though Roger sensed the Voldemort inside him quivering with excitement. Dumbledore's voice turned cold, mountainous. That is no justification. I was conducting an experiment. Roger was unperturbed, his conscience was clear, he had harmed no one with dark magic. He was researching transfiguration, at worst he had used Crucio on himself. Was it a crime to prick yourself? They could hardly fling him into Azkaban for that. If they were that unreasonable, the thought was absurd, but Roger mused that joining Voldemort for research might actually be freer. Worst came to worst, his eyes flicked to Quirrell. A mad idea flashed. Flip the table on the spot, expose Voldemort, let the Dark and Light Lords duel prematurely in the headmaster's office. And if that failed, he could still scarper as a ladybug, Rita Skeeter's trick, no one knew he could do it. An experiment that required Crucio. McGonagall's voice cracked with fury. Her stern stare seemed to bore right through Roger. You have crossed an unforgivable line. She glared at him, then at Dumbledore, as though accusing. This was exactly the Dark Wizard's way. Ends justifying means. How vile such an experiment must be. No. Roger suddenly smiled, his meaningful gaze sliding over Quirrell and settling on Dumbledore. Headmaster, you know I've been studying transfiguration, at the soul level. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded, understanding. You seek to achieve transformation by affecting the soul. I read your proposal, highly original. You seem to have met some success, yet to go further is difficult, so you experimented. But I succeeded. Roger cut across the headmaster, snatching his wand by wandless magic. I used Crucio and solved a critical problem in transfiguration. Before the words faded, the wand slashed through the air. The tip erupted with a sickly, heart-stopping green glow. Merlin's beard. Professor Sprout cried. Stop. Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape roared as one, wands flashing toward Roger. Yet the killing curse green light did not strike anyone else, it hit him squarely. Pop! With a soft crack Roger vanished, replaced by a pitch-black raven whose feathers flickered with the same eerie green. An animagus. No, transfiguration Mistress McGonagall instantly sensed the difference, her own transformations needed no Crucio. More shocking still, the raven spoke with Roger's voice, this is my transfiguration. I call it transformation magic. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look of utter astonishment. No known animagus could speak, but the shock had only begun. Actually, I have more than one form, the Raven added with barely concealed pride. Even the coldly observant Snape's brows shot upward, dual form animagus. The last recorded instance was centuries ago. The wand-turned feather blazed again with that unsettling green. The Raven exploded into motes of light, recondensing in an instant. Before their disbelieving eyes Roger's form flickered, peregrine, red fox, red deer, then settled on a fluffy squirrel. Pop! With another soft crack Roger stood intact, only a little pale. Truth unveiled. Roger had cast no curse on anyone, he had merely woven Crucio into a soul-touching, self-created branch of transfiguration, which seemed not to breach any ministry statute. Silence. Absolute silence filled the headmaster's office. McGonagall's mouth hung open, she stared at Roger as her worldview toppled. Snape pressed his lips tight, eyes inscrutable, reassessing everything. Hufflepuff's head, Professor Sprout, was radiant. Hogwarts prodigies always came from the other three houses. At last Hufflepuff had a genius to shake the magical world. Quirrell swallowed hard. The tremor of Voldemort within turned his bones to ice. He finally understood why his master called the boy Peer. This power outstripped the Dark Lord's youth. Not a student, but a supercharged prototype Dark Lord. Dumbledore stepped forward and gently took Roger's wand. He studied the shaft, fingertips gliding as though deciphering runes of antiquity. At last he looked up, curiosity mingled with reluctant admiration. Indeed, residue of Crucio, but peculiar. Partly reversed, closer to an ancient restoration charm. A new spell, precisely targeting nodes of the soul, exquisite, audacious, demanding the highest skill. Then his tone sharpened, eyes blazing into Roger's very soul. Clearly, Roger, Crucio is not the only unforgivable you command. Cornered, Roger admitted mastering Imperio and using it to forge his new transfiguration charm. Dumbledore fell silent. Time seemed to pool within the half-moon spectacles. Finally, in a rare, frankly puzzled murmur, he said, I'm not ashamed to tell you, Roger, even at my age, faced with a youth of your gifts, treading the edge of power, I often feel at a loss. He paused, gaze drifting beyond the boy into distant mists. I fear my guidance may become a fetter, yet to stand aside, risks watching you lose your way and tumble into an abyss from which there is no return. The professors had misjudged him, yet Dumbledore's words needed no apology. Instead he cast the problem back to Roger, as if asking, what do you think I should do with you? How should I guide you? The White Lord's mastery, terrifying indeed. Outside the castle, a full moon hung high, casting down its clear light. Dumbledore gestured for the others to leave, keeping only Roger. He tapped his wand lightly, and instantly, several plates of lemon drops, some steaming pies, fresh sandwiches, and 2 cups of fragrant black tea appeared on the table. How about some supper while we talk? Dumbledore winked playfully, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. I hear you always have a good appetite. You must be starving after a night of research, yes. Roger sat down opposite him and unceremoniously took a large bite out of a sandwich. He was indeed famished. Swallowing the food, he got straight to the point. Principle, I believe spells themselves have no good or evil. Like a wand, it makes no distinction between wicked or righteous. It is merely a tool used by dark wizards and white wizards alike to cast magic. Dumbledore did not respond immediately. He picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip of the warm black tea, and after a moment of silence, slowly spoke, perhaps, we should first discuss the sorting ceremony. The sorting ceremony. Roger was taken aback. The sudden jump in topic left him confused. How did they leap from the dark arts to this? Exactly, Dumbledore said, smiling at Roger's puzzled expression. Do you know how the sorting hat decides which house to sort a new student into? Roger naturally knew the answer, but he couldn't guess what mysterious scheme the unfathomable principal before him was planning, so he chose to remain silent. Dumbledore nodded understandingly and revealed the answer himself. The sorting hat is an extremely powerful alchemical artifact. It can perceive the little wizard's thoughts. Seeing Roger wear an "I knew it" expression, Dumbledore's smile deepened. It seems you had some inkling. But the Sorting Hat's ability goes far beyond that. It is not simply legilimency. Every person's soul emits a unique aura. Dumbledore's voice grew distant. Some are like gloomy mist, some like fearless flame, and others like a clear stream. This is the innate foundation deep within the soul. Soul aura. This concept again. Roger's heart stirred. First, he heard it from the Dark Lord Lord Voldemort, and now it was confirmed by the White Lord Dumbledore. These two giants standing at the apex of the magical world seem to have an extraordinarily profound understanding of the soul. The meaning behind this is intriguing. One must know that magic involving the soul, if not 10 out of 10 times, is considered dark arts 999 times out of 1,000. Lord Voldemort studies the soul for eternal life, which is easy to understand. But Dumbledore, what is he pursuing? Dumbledore continued. The Sorting Hat, strictly speaking, is an extension of this ancient magic castle. He had expected Roger to show surprise, but finding the other party composed, Dumbledore himself showed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. It seems I have underestimated you. From the moment a new student's name is written into the admissions book, until they cross the pitch-black Black Lake by boat, this seemingly ordinary process is actually a grand ritual magic spanning several years. Roger's heart jolted. This was truly eye-opening. Had he unknowingly participated in such a vast and intricate magic ritual? More critically, even his biocomputer hadn't detected anything. The purpose of this ritual, Roger pondered briefly, then found the word, is to identify the new students. Soul aura. Very accurate. Dumbledore smiled approvingly. I really want to award Hufflepuff 5 points. The atmosphere completely relaxed, as if a wise mentor were giving private instruction to a gifted student. He took another sip of tea before continuing. A person's true nature, like the cornerstone of the soul, cannot be fundamentally changed. It might be temporarily suppressed or carefully disguised, but it will always inadvertently reveal clues, and at the level of the soul, there is nowhere to hide. The Sorting Hat makes the final sorting decision based on the new student's inherent soul nature, combined with their deepest inner desires. Dumbledore shook his head at this point, but human nature is complex. It cannot be defined by simple symbols like bravery, integrity, ambition, or cleverness. Roger wholeheartedly agreed. The reason the Sorting Hat works is largely because children aged 11 or 12 have relatively pure minds, not yet complicated and obscured by the ways of the world. And precisely because of this, Dumbledore's expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze fixed intensely on Roger. Although a person's nature does not change, the aura it carries can be contaminated and twisted by external forces. Roger's heart tightened. He vaguely grasped the direction Dumbledore was heading. The dark arts is exactly such a force. Dumbledore's voice carried heavy weight. It can pollute the soul aura, and even, completely twist it. Many people do not understand where the true darkness of the dark arts lies. In terms of sheer power, many non-dark arts spells, such as Eternal Fire and Water Prison spell, far surpass it. The core characteristic of the dark arts is that it requires the caster to infuse intense malice. The deeper the malice, the greater the power. And this released malice, like a boomerang, will ultimately erode the caster's own mind. Roger now understood why Dumbledore had gone to such lengths to discuss the sorting ceremony, but one point remained unclear. But principal, didn't you just say that a person's true nature cannot be changed? It is, cannot be fundamentally changed, Dumbledore patiently corrected. Nature is the cornerstone, but life is a path paved by countless choices. He used a more vivid metaphor. A newborn soul is like a cup of pure water. It might contain the turbulence of courage, the clarity of integrity, or the surge of ambition. But with every choice, different colors and flavors are added to it. Ultimately, it remains a cup of water, but it has mixed the original essence with many subsequently added traits. Together, these form the unique soul aura. So, Roger, do you understand my concern? Dumbledore's gaze was profound, and his tone was utterly serious. Do you think I have become overly immersed in the dark arts, causing my nature to be twisted? Roger frowned deeply. Can excessive negative emotion change one's core self, or even affect the essence of the soul? As a transmigrator, he found this somewhat hard to believe. It sounded more like intense psychological suggestion. But in this world where magic truly exists, where even transmigration and an unkillable Lord Voldemort have appeared, he dared not completely deny it. He remained half skeptical. This is not a rule imposed by a principal, but the counsel of an old man who has lived much life. After speaking, Dumbledore seemed somewhat dejected. It was late at night when he walked out of the principal's office. Dumbledore took Roger's original wand and handed him a wand he had used in his youth. But he demanded that Roger refrain from using the dark arts, especially the unforgivable curses. Roger knew perfectly well that this impressive feeling wand was merely a monitor. At the same time, Dumbledore permitted Roger to come to him anytime to discuss magic research, gave him a thick stack of today's Transfiguration journals, and granted him unlimited borrowing rights for materials in the library restricted section, excluding those pertaining to the dark arts. Carrying the stack of journals that weighed down his arms on the way back to his dormitory, Roger casually flipped open the top one. Good heavens. Judging by the date range, this stack of journals covered more than 40 years. It looked like Dumbledore had given him his entire stock. This principle isn't so bad. I'll just go to the Nocturne Alley Black Market and get a magic wand during the summer holiday, what's the big deal? The next day, Roger went to class as usual. Last night's events seemed to have only spread among the professors, the students' gazes remained the same as usual. But among the professors, Roger clearly felt a hint of difference. For instance, when Professor Flitwick's gaze fell upon him, it seemed a bit softer than usual. In Charm's class, Professor Flitwick stood atop his pile of books, explaining the essentials of the levitation charm with great effort. Roger had mastered it long ago and, for once, allowed his mind to wander. Dumbledore had forbidden him from using the dark arts, which left his current means of offense and survival quite strained. He only had first-year basic spells at his disposal, plus 2 auxiliary charms, the Restoration Charm and the Werewolf Restoration spell, along with the Transfiguration spell and transformation magic he had tinkered with himself. It might be enough to deal with ordinary wizards, but if he encountered real danger, especially someone of Lord Voldemort's caliber, this level of skill was simply insufficient. He urgently needed powerful offensive and defensive measures. In the classroom, various spells flashed through his mind, only to be rejected one by one. Ultimately, Roger decided to continue his own research. Since transforming into magical creatures was temporarily out of reach, he would first try transfiguring objects into magical plants. Conveniently, the stack of today's Transfiguration journals Dumbledore had given him would come in handy. This would lay the foundation for future transfiguration or even transformation into magical animals, while also addressing his immediate needs. Many magical plants had formidable combat capabilities, some even rivaling magical creatures. For example, the Devil's Snare guarding the Philosopher's Stone had almost no obvious weaknesses except for a fear of fire. Most importantly, there were ready-made samples in the school greenhouses, making it convenient to research with his own dean, Professor Sprout. As for life-saving defensive measures, Roger had no clue for the time being. But thinking about it, it had only been a month since the start of school, and this academic year had been relatively peaceful overall. Even if Lord Voldemort was plotting something sinister, there hadn't been any major movements so far. Moreover, as long as it concerned the Philosopher's Stone or Harry Potter, Dumbledore's eyes would surely be fixed on it. As long as Lord Voldemort didn't come looking for him, Roger was determined to stay far away from the mess surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. And whatever you do, don't forget that subtle wrist movement. Professor Flitwick's squeaky voice pulled him back to the classroom. Swish and flick. Remember, enunciate the spell correctly. If you say it wrong, the consequences could be. For the little wizards, this was indeed not easy. The feathers in front of Harry and Ron seemed welded to the desks. No matter how many times they shouted, Wingardium Leviosa, the feathers didn't budge. Roger, however, succeeded easily on his first try, and Flitwick awarded Hufflepuff 5 points on the spot. This made the Gryffindors even more anxious. Ron failed time and again, and in his frustration, he jabbed his wand hard at the feather. With a poof, the feather actually caught fire. Harry scrambled to beat out the flames with his hat. Hermione walked over with a frown and pointed out the error bluntly. It's Wingardium. You need to elongate the gar and enunciate clearly. And your wrists. Having been called out in public, Ron's face instantly turned bright red, and he snapped in embarrassment. Fine then. Since you're so clever, why don't you show us? Hermione waved her wand. Although the effect was far less fluid than Roger's, the feather managed to wobble and float 4 inches off the desk. This was already the best result for Gryffindor, earning her 3 points from Professor Flitwick. This completely humiliated Ron. His entire face darkened, looking extremely sour. As soon as the bell rang, Ron dragged Harry out of the classroom, grumbling indignantly in the corridor. See that? No wonder no one likes her. Always acting like she's the smartest, it's annoying. She has no idea how bothersome she is. Roger's mind had already drifted to his own project. Once class ended, he headed straight for the library's restricted section and pulled out an ancient, dust-covered volume, The Art of Transfiguration, starting from becoming a dragon. Just as he sat down in a corner of the library, he noticed Hermione was there too. Seeing him approach, she hurriedly wiped her face and awkwardly turned away. Roger caught a glimpse of her reddened eyes and undried tear tracks, and he understood most of what had happened. However, Roger was soon drawn into the contents of the book in his hand. I have always harbored a suspicion. Perhaps my close friend, Fabian Hogan, has successfully transfigured into a dragon and is soaring through the skies. Did ancient wizards really succeed in transfiguring into magical creatures? As Fabian Hogan's only close friend, in 1393, I compiled his mad experimental manuscripts. Fabian firmly believed that will is everything. The inability to transfigure into magical creatures was simply because one's will was not pure enough. He was convinced that as long as a person believed from the depths of their soul that they were a dragon, they would surely break free from the shackles of flesh and blood and transform into one. Another viewpoint from the will school of thought. In a way, it was quite logical. To this end, he designed a shocking experiment. He captured a muggle, continuously cast the memory charm on him, and forcibly implanted the false memory of, I am a dragon, for 10 whole years. Halfway through his reading, Hermione leaned in softly, her shoulders twitching slightly, her voice thick with a nasal tone. Roger, do you think I'm really annoying? She looked up, her eyes still red and shimmering with tears, clearly not yet recovered. Roger looked up from the pages and thought seriously for a moment. Why do you ask? No, it's nothing. Hermione was thin-skinned after all and too embarrassed to admit it, so she quickly grabbed her book and pretended to read. After a while, she couldn't help but turn back, staring into Roger's eyes for several seconds before saying gloomily, I know everyone doesn't really like me, but I don't want to be hated. Are we friends? Her situation in Gryffindor lately was clearly not great. Her, straight a student, aura and occasional sharp edges made her seem somewhat out of place. Seeing her look so aggrieved and lost, Roger's heart softened completely, and he asked in return, aren't we already friends? Roger believed that compared to the others in Harry's main group, Hermione was the most mature, yet she was still a green young girl. That outspoken and highly responsible personality of hers actually belonged more in Hufflepuff. You don't hate me. Hermione's eyes lit up instantly, like 2 small lamps being switched on. Why would I hate you? Roger said with a smile. Seeing Roger's sincere expression, Hermione finally couldn't help but laugh, though her eyes were still a bit red. All right then. We're best friends. Oh, by the way, she leaned in closer and lowered her voice, you seem to be spacing out during Charm's class today. What were you thinking about? She looked down at the book in Roger's hand. Researching the transfiguration spell again. But your transfiguration is already so powerful, I doubt many upperclassmen could match you. Having said that, as if injected with new motivation, she sat down beside Roger and solemnly spread out her thick copy of Magical Theory. Roger smiled and continued to immerse himself in that eerie book. 10 years later, that muggle had gone completely mad. He firmly believed he was a dragon and was entirely unable to communicate. Fabian began the final transfiguration experiment, attempting to turn him into a real dragon. This line of thinking was indeed quite bold, tampering with consciousness to achieve transfiguration. But if it were oneself transforming, it probably wouldn't be that easy, because tampering with one's own consciousness would lead to chaos. Success was uncertain, but going mad was a guarantee. The experiment might have succeeded. I use this word because the only witness was Fabian himself. According to his ecstatic description, the moment the spell took effect, the muggle was instantly covered in hard dragon scales, and his head twisted and deformed into a hideous dragon head. He excitedly invited us to witness it. But when we arrived at the scene, we only saw a half-collapsed shack, with the air thick with the smell of sulfur and burning. Where was there any sign of a dragon? Due to the lack of a third-party witness, Fabian's research was dismissed as lies and delusions. Unable to withstand the blow, he went completely mad, telling everyone he met that he had succeeded. Shortly after, he himself mysteriously disappeared. As his only close friend, I have compiled and published these shocking experimental records. At the end of the book, Fabian's bizarre, dragon transfiguration spell, was attached, a composite spell crudely blended from a powerful memory charm and advanced transfiguration. And the compiler's signature was none other than Enrico Flitwick. A chill instantly shot up the back of Roger's neck. 1393. This book is from 1393. That old geezer, he's from the same era as Nicholas Flamel. Then, is he really dead? An unspeakable sense of horror made his scalp tingle with numbness. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Hogwarts. The most upright dark magic student in history. Part 2. Roger's brow was furrowed, his expression not looking very good. Previously, he had poured all his energy into transfiguration and soul magic theory, only skimming the potion materials left by the old wizard. After settling down to study them carefully over the last few days, he had finally managed to piece together some of the truth. The old wizard's immortality potion was a kind of elixir of life. Taking it continuously could indeed extend one's lifespan. But the price, one had to endure the soul curse brought by unicorn blood. This also explained why the old wizard, before his transmigration, had been so irritable and in such poor condition, looking like a spent candle. He had drunk too much elixir of life with unicorn blood as the main ingredient, eroded by the curse for a long time, his soul was almost at the breaking point. Roger suddenly realized why Lord Voldemort hadn't made a move on the Philosopher's Stone yet. With this elixir of life that had such massive side effects, it was enough for Lord Voldemort to recover some of his strength, so the Philosopher's Stone naturally wasn't as urgent. Having figured these things out, Roger felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on his heart, a heavy shadow looming over him. As for whether that dragon transfiguration spell worked on humans, Roger didn't dare guarantee it now. It was ineffective on animals, but he hadn't tried it on humans. He couldn't exactly use himself as a guinea pig, he could only say, the effect was pending. In the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Quirrell lectured by the book on how to treat werewolf bites. The content was all cliches, with no highlights whatsoever. Quirrell not teaching properly wasn't a good sign, it meant he had begun to act. Clearly, that elixir of life with the huge side effects couldn't satisfy Lord Voldemort's true needs. Roger felt the time was becoming even more pressing. In herbology class, Professor Sprout was working hard to explain the uses of dittany. Harry, Ron, and Draco were all distracted. I guess she heard you talking behind her back, and you made her angry. Harry said, fiddling with the dittany while looking at Hermione, who was in a group with Roger. What do you mean I made her angry? Ron's eyes widened. Harry was a bit worried. You know, Hermione has been sitting with Roger in class lately. I don't think you should talk about her like that. So what? Ron hesitated but remained stubborn. You saw it too, she's always got that arrogant look on her face. He angrily shoveled a scoop of dirt. No wonder everyone can't stand her. But, shouldn't we do something? Harry frowned. Hermione was now completely ignoring Harry and Ron. Despite being a Gryffindor, she always sat next to Roger. Worse still, she wouldn't let Roger lend them his homework to copy. The two of them had to go through Wayne, taking a detour, just to copy the homework. Draco Malfoy was also bored out of his mind. To be honest, Draco had good talent. He was decent at potion, spell, and even flying, with strong overall abilities. He just lacked Harry Potter's protagonist aura. But he really couldn't muster any interest in herbology class, and he especially loathed spending an hour or two in the greenhouse getting his hands dirty to tend to these useless plants. What infuriated him most was that Harry had unexpectedly become the Gryffindor Seeker. And that Roger had actually caught Dean Snape's eye, having been called to his office for private lessons several times. Professor Sprout from herbology class was also giving Roger special attention, even making an exception to let him help in the greenhouse. One must know, the dangerous magical plants inside weren't something lower year students should touch. It felt as if the whole world was revolving around Harry and Roger. Draco felt extremely frustrated. When herbology class ended, Roger stayed behind. He wanted to use the biocomputer to scan the magical plants in the greenhouse in detail, especially his chosen transformation targets, Devil's Snare and Shadow Mushrooms. In the greenhouse, Roger pulled out a piece of parchment and quickly sketched the magical structure diagram of the Devil's Snare. Feeling it wasn't intuitive enough, he waved his wand, and the complex pattern shimmered as it floated in midair. Countless lines intertwined and stretched, connecting dense nodes to form a precise and mysterious whole. The magical structure of plants was relatively simple, making it much easier for the biocomputer to analyze. Hermione hadn't left either, taking the initiative to stay and help. Seeing the glowing pattern in the air, she asked curiously, "What is this?" A kind of special puzzle. Roger wasn't worried about leaking secrets. This was based on the magic theory and transformation configurations observed by the biocomputer. Even if Dumbledore came, he might not understand it. Besides, Hermione was very tight-lipped. "I'm looking for the key interface." His brow furrowed. He felt like he had hit a dead end again, unable to find the switch to trigger the transformation. Puzzles. I've played with those. Hermione became interested. As long as the pieces are all there, I can always put them together quickly. Roger turned his head sharply, staring at Hermione with burning eyes. Hermione's cheeks warmed under his gaze, and she crossed her hands, feeling at a loss. "You mean, if a piece is missing, it's hard to keep going?" Roger asked urgently. Although Hermione didn't understand why he was suddenly so excited, she answered seriously, "Yes, especially with large puzzles. If one piece is missing, it's hard to find where it's gone, often." "I understand. It must be so." Before Hermione could finish, Roger excitedly grabbed her arm and laughed. "Hermione, you're a genius. This is great." He tapped his wand rapidly, and the massive magical structure diagram of the Devil's Snare in the air was instantly dismantled into several core modules. Next, he pointed his wand at an inconspicuous wolfsbane plant nearby. The biocomputer analyzed it simultaneously, and a simplified magical structure diagram of the wolfsbane quickly took shape, floating next to the Devil's Snare modules. The wand danced like a conductor's baton. The points of light and lines in the air spun, separated, and recombined rapidly. The structural modules of the Devil's Snare and the simplified structure of the wolfsbane collided, compared, and tried to connect intensely. "Look. After the low magic wolfsbane's magical structure is decomposed, it indeed has fewer modules than the high magic Devil's Snare." So, a sharp light flickered in Roger's eyes. He concentrated, simulating the output of a stream of pure magic, precisely, filling in the missing parts of the wolfsbane structure diagram. Then, the tip of his wand, like plucking an invisible string, lightly tapped that key node. Hum. In an instant, more than 300 nodes and thousands of magical threads emitted a harmonious resonance, and the light suddenly stabilized, forming a flawless, integrated new structure. Perfect fit. Roger's voice trembled with excitement. His thoughts were like lightning. Then conversely, for high magic to low magic transformation, the required magic output can be greatly reduced. The process is faster and simpler. For example, let's try it this way. A flash of light from the tip of the wand. Ah! Hermione looked at the incredible sight before her and couldn't help but gasp, covering her mouth. The cold November wind had already enveloped Hogwarts Castle, blowing so hard that it made one's cheeks sting. Inside the greenhouse, however, the air was filled with the moist, warm scent of earth. Roger was carefully moving the Dittany, Aconite, and Belladonna to their designated positions. These were materials for the next herbology class. In order to study magical plants in depth, he had practically soaked himself in the greenhouse for the past month, to the point where even Dumbledore jokingly asked if he was going to change careers and become a herbologist. Professor Sprout was absolutely overjoyed. She already appreciated this gifted student, and now she was more than eager to teach him everything she knew, even making an exception to give him permission to enter and leave the greenhouse freely. His research was progressing smoothly, and Roger was in a good mood, even finding a rare sense of relaxation during the flying class that he usually tried to avoid. Above the flying field, Draco and Harry were like two chasing comets, pursuing each other and refusing to give an inch, looking very much like a preview of the Quidditch Cup. And what about Roger? He was slowly riding the school's old Comet series, only about 3 meters off the ground. He appeared to be casually looking down, but in fact, his right hand had quietly transformed into a tough devil's snare vine, tightly gripping the broom handle, safety first. As Halloween approached, the string in Roger's heart tightened. According to the plot, Quirrell would release a troll on Halloween Eve to create chaos and try to get close to the Philosopher's Stone, only to be intercepted by Snape. But now, Lord Voldemort's state was clearly much stronger than the lingering remnant soul in the original story. Heaven knows what new tricks he might pull. Roger was determined to keep a low profile, but he was still called to Quirrell's office that evening. Quirrell. Or old Voldy. Why look for him? Roger felt he had been very well behaved lately, shrinking into the back row of every class. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice coming from inside the door was clear and fluent, without the slightest stutter. Roger's heart sank. It was the Lord Voldemort version of Quirrell. Inside, Professor Quirrell sat elegantly deep in an armchair, his back straight and one hand resting casually on the armrest, his gaze calm as he watched Roger enter. Beside him was a cage containing a strange-looking bird. Its eyes were absurdly large, and it had 6 messy, slender feathers on its head, giving it a disheveled and comical appearance. Quirrell tapped the cage casually with his wand and said slowly, "You've come at the right time, my dear student. Help me process this little thing and extract its blood. An augury can produce about 5 pints, over 2 liters, of blood. Just for this." Roger couldn't figure out the other's intention. A faint, almost mocking curve appeared at the corner of Quirrell's mouth, as if he had seen through Roger's thoughts. Haven't you always been full of curiosity about the soul? Here is your chance. Extracting blood from an augury is a discipline of insight into the soul. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Or, has studying herbology made you lose interest in this? How could he not be interested? But the timing was all wrong. You're about to cause trouble right under Dumbledore's nose, and you suddenly come to me before the action. What are you planning? Alarm bells rang in Roger's heart, and he immediately began operating the occlumency he had learned since their last meeting, while his face took on an innocent, inquisitive expression. I'd be happy to help. He glanced at the thin augury in the cage. Legend says its mournful cry foretells death. How could such a small bird produce 5 pints of blood? Professor, Roger asked cautiously, reaching out to touch the cold bars of the cage, feeling that the bird inside was exceptionally weak. This augury, does it really have that much blood? Quirrell seemed to enjoy this teaching moment and spoke leisurely. Don't use that shallow muggle biology to measure it. In our wizard theory, blood is an extension of the soul. Squeeze out Thiosul, and it's about 5 pints. Holy shit. Roger was secretly shocked. Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord who utterly despised muggles, actually understood muggle biology. Watching Roger's unconcealable surprise, Quirrell added a sentence slowly, his words cold and clear. It is not shameful to seek knowledge from the weak. Remember, weakness and ignorance are never barriers to survival, arrogance is. Roger was momentarily speechless. Lord Voldemort has reflected to this extent. In the original story, Lord Voldemort's remnant soul was weak, and even his intelligence was affected. Arrogant, conceited, and ignorant, despite being profoundly learned, he even forgot how to deal with Cerberus, and stealing the Philosopher's Stone was done so clumsily. But now he was so clear-headed, rational, and even possessed a bit of philosophy. If he truly were to stage a comeback, wouldn't his combat power and destructive capability be several levels higher? Could Dumbledore and his Order of the Phoenix hold out? Quirrell waved his wand lightly, and a heavy book flew from the shelf, landing on the coffee table in front of them with a thud. He flipped open the pages and pointed to the content, his voice steady but carrying an unquestionable power. For us wizards, blood comes from the marrow, but its true source is the soul. It can be seen as an extension of the soul. Therefore, in theory, as long as the soul is unharmed, any injury can be healed. The principle of the restoration charm I mentioned last time lies in this. But once the soul is damaged, his voice turned cold, like the damage caused by the Cruciatus curse, it is extremely difficult to heal. He tapped his wand again, and a line of shimmering ghostly text appeared in midair. So, according to this logic, this splinching curse is the perfect method for extracting blood. You only need to cast the spell while extracting the blood to continuously squeeze out the blood generated by the soul. With a slight movement of his fingers, the shivering augury in the cage floated out quietly and lay flat on the cold tabletop. Oh, there's also a bone-shattering curse that can squeeze the marrow until not a drop is left, Quirrell said in a tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather, but it's not necessary. Actually, what's even better is that after draining the blood from its veins, using the splinching curse before it completely stops breathing can squeeze out the purest soul blood, that is the soul blood with the most abundant spirit, and many top-tier potions cannot do without it. Roger's heart went cold as he listened. Lord Voldemort's research into the soul had reached a hair-raising depth. All right, Quirrell's voice interrupted his thoughts, carrying a hint of an irresistible command, you try it. Roger looked troubled. But Professor, I cannot use the dark arts. He could see that both the splinching curse and the bone-shattering curse were extremely powerful and evil dark arts, essentially torture tools tailor-made for a dark wizard. Seeing Roger's hesitation, the mocking curve at the corner of Quirrell's mouth deepened, carrying obvious playfulness, and his voice was full of seduction. I am not like Dumbledore, always worrying about little wizards being too excellent. Too many restraints are merely shackles on growth. Take it. Before he had even finished speaking, he actually casually tossed his wand to Roger. Roger subconsciously caught the wand that still carried the body heat of Quirrell, Lord Voldemort. As he began to cast the spell on the shivering augury, Quirrell guided him patiently from the side. Slower, even slower, don't let it die too quickly. The longer the process of death is drawn out, the stronger the magic contained in the extracted blood will be. Why? Roger couldn't help but ask. Quirrell's voice was very magnetic, as if it carried magic, because the soul is the bridge between matter and magic. At the moment death arrives, it's like a floodgate being suddenly pushed open, pure power will come rushing out. Roger roughly understood his theory of the soul. In Lord Voldemort's view, the soul connects to some source of magic, and death is the opening of the door to that source, letting the magic surge out. But his brow was furrowed. The feedback from the biocomputer showed that this method indeed increased the magic concentration of the augury's blood, but the increase was limited. The magic structure of magical creatures is usually vast and complex, and the soul should presumably be very powerful. Why did it only increase the magic by this much? Was the augury's soul too weak, or was there no relationship between the strength of magical patterns and the strength of the soul? As soon as Roger's question was asked, Lord Voldemort's voice rang in his head, carrying a suppressed yet hair-raising excitement. A creature like the augury has magic, but no intelligence. Their souls are far less full than those of humans. Only intelligent life, especially humans, at the moment death arrives, can that gushing magic be called majestic. Roger's heart skipped a beat, and a chill instantly ran up his spine. he suddenly understood why making a Horcrux requires murder. That scene, was it not exactly the same as the process of slowly extracting soul blood before him? Lord Voldemort, what cold, rational, and extreme evil? The thought burrowed into his mind like a venomous snake. Then, do different people release different amounts of magic when they die? Does a more powerful life mean a more abundant source of power? Following this terrifying line of thought, if the energy were large enough, couldn't one create some kind of temporary philosopher's stone? I really want to experiment with it. Hiss. Roger suddenly gasped. What was he just thinking? Human experimentation. A strong sense of dread snapped him back to his senses, but immediately after, an even more terrifying thought emerged uncontrollably, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. He won't choose me as the next one, will he? Halloween at Hogwarts was a sight to behold, with the Great Hall brilliantly lit and buzzing with excitement. Giant jack-o'-lanterns floated beneath the starry expanse of the enchanted ceiling, their flickering candlelight casting a festive glow over the jubilant scene. The feast was far more lavish than usual, and even the platters were exceptionally exquisite. Dumbledore had even invited a wizarding band to perform, their strange yet melodious tunes drifting through the great hall. Just then, Professor Quirrell came staggering in, his face as pale as a freshly painted wall. He rushed all the way to the high table and nearly collapsed onto Dumbledore's long table, gasping for breath. Troll. Troll. In the dungeons. You ought to know. Before he could finish, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he fell flat on his face and fainted. A troll. The entire Great Hall erupted instantly. Although these lumbering brutes couldn't use magic, they were definitely not to be trifled with. The Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures had given them a danger rating of 4x, the same level as Fox the Phoenix, the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and the thestrals that pulled the school carriages. The textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them had covered this in the first year. They usually stood over 12 feet tall and could weigh more than a ton. Their skin was as gray as granite, incredibly thick, and possessed surprisingly high magic resistance, and they carried a stench foul enough to knock someone unconscious. Even goblins trained them as security guards, that alone told you how troublesome they were. Dumbledore immediately raised his wand, and several brilliant purple sparks crackled and exploded in midair, barely managing to suppress the uproar. Prefects. His voice was low and powerful. Lead the students of your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Move now. The prefects immediately began shouting orders. This way. Don't fall behind. First years, keep up. Make way, let the first years through first. Dumbledore then hurried out of the Great Hall with the professors to search the castle for the troll. No one noticed that the unconscious Quirrell on the floor quietly opened his eyes, scrambled up quickly, and scurried up the marble staircase like a frightened rat. Professor Snape's sharp gaze swept over this scene, and he silently followed. Aside from these two professors, Roger also keenly noticed a few first-year students slipping away. Savior Harry and Ron, seeing Snape slip out the back door, immediately followed him stealthily. Even more surprising was Draco Malfoy. He actually took Crabbe and Goyle and slipped out through a side door, heading toward the dungeons where the troll was reported to be. Roger's heart skipped a beat. In the original story, the troll found Hermione hiding in the bathroom, but now Hermione was clearly by his side, yet Malfoy was proactively going to provoke the troll. This plot was veering off course quite significantly. In the original script, Harry and the others would surely encounter the troll and come out safe. Dumbledore likely had it all arranged, with the Harry trio as the protagonists of this play. But Malfoy. He wasn't even an extra. This was purely stealing the scene, just to throw his life away. This meant that if he really ran into the troll, something would definitely go wrong, and it would be a major disaster. Although Malfoy was usually annoying with his nose in the air, he was ultimately just an 11-year-old brat. Moreover, Roger remembered that this kid eventually saw the light. People weren't inherently bad. With proper guidance, he might even become, well, a decent dark wizard. Without time to think further, Roger turned to give chase. Roger. Where are you going? Hermione grabbed his arm. Malfoy and the others ran toward the basement. They're looking for a death wish. Roger lowered his voice, feeling incredibly anxious. I'm going too. Hermione's gaze was exceptionally resolute. You. Roger's head throbbed. In the original story, Hermione had been terrified by the troll. I won't hold you back. Hermione's eyes were unusually firm. Seeing Malfoy's figure about to disappear around the corner of the corridor, Roger had no time to hesitate. He grabbed Hermione's hand, ducked into an empty side passage, and hurriedly chased after them. Just as they turned the corner, a powerful stench hit them in the face, like a mixture of smelly socks unwashed for years and the worst stall in a public restroom. Do you smell that? Hermione wrinkled her nose, nearly gagging. Roger didn't need to answer. A low grumbling and the heavy sound of giant feet dragging along the floor had already reached them, interspersed with the clearly trembling voices of several boys. At the end of the corridor, a massive figure loomed. It was dragging a terrifyingly thick wooden club, and with every step, the ground seemed to vibrate. I'll go over, you stay here, Roger whispered to Hermione. Okay. Hermione swallowed nervously and nodded. At that moment, the troll was eagerly closing in on the Draco trio. Draco held his nose tightly, fighting the urge to vomit, while his other hand held his wand high, trying to maintain a steady voice though the end of it wavered. Goyle. Crab. Get your wands. If we take down this big guy, we'll be school heroes. Imagine the look on Potter and Weasley's faces, haha. But, chubby Goyle was shaking like a leaf. Can we really beat this thing? Shut up, Goyle. Draco snapped. Use the levitation charm. It's easiest against big idiots like this. Crab. Use the levitation charm to send its club flying. Goyle. Use the wand lighting charm to dazzle its eyes. Quick. Before he could finish, the troll, seeing the tiny person daring to point a little stick at it, was instantly enraged. It let out a low growl and suddenly swung that massive wooden club, crashing it down toward the three of them with a whistling wind. What little courage Draco and his cronies had evaporated instantly. They scrambled backward, but the troll reached them in a few strides, its massive body completely trapping them at the end of the corridor. The three were scared out of their wits, huddling together and screaming. Merlin's beard. Professor Snape. Help. It's over. We're dead. Crab. Stop wailing. Shout for the professor with me. Draco's voice had gone up several octaves. Their screams, far from bringing help, only further enraged the troll. It let out a roar and, dragging its club, closed in again. At that critical moment, whoosh! Countless thick vines of Devil's Snare, glowing with a faint green light, suddenly surged from behind the troll like living snakes. They coiled around the troll's limbs and neck like lightning, tightening their grip. The troll struggled desperately, letting out muffled roars and swinging its club wildly against the walls, sending stone fragments flying. But the vine's strength was incredible, and it was soon bound into a massive, writhing green cocoon. In just a few minutes, the troll collapsed like a small mountain due to lack of oxygen, completely unconscious. The wooden club hit the floor with a clatter, right at the feet of Malfoy and his friends, making them scream and shrink back into the corner again. Seeing that the troll was no longer moving and the vines had quickly withered and vanished, the three of them struggled to help each other up, shaking like leaves in the autumn wind. They looked around in bewilderment. Who did that? Draco asked tremulously, his voice cracking. Roger's figure was the first to emerge from behind the troll's massive body, a smile on his face. Then came Hermione, looking at the giant creature on the ground with a racing heart. Are you guys okay? Roger greeted them with a smile. You all right? Roger smiled and waved at them. And no. Draco was still rattled. He hadn't expected Roger to be the one to save him and his voice quavered. Just then hurried, echoing footsteps thundered down the corridor, the troll's roar, the thud of its club, and the vines' commotion had roused the entire castle. Professor McGonagall burst in first, her face ashen. Professor Flitwick followed, and last came Professor Sprout, who studied the remnants of Devil's Snare on the floor with thoughtful eyes. Professor Flitwick hurried over to examine the fallen troll. Professor McGonagall's gaze stabbed like an icicle across the five students, her lips bloodless with fury. You five, Lucky not to have been flattened by that creature, and you actually knocked it out. Disbelief and lingering dread laced her tone as she swept her sharp eyes over the battle marks, especially the vines now fading fast. Professor McGonagall. Draco stammered. Roger and Hermione came to rescue us. We'd taken a shortcut to the potion class to fetch something we'd left behind and we ran straight into it. Why yeah. Crabbe and Goyle nodded frantically. Just fetching things, Roger and Hermione found us. To save face the three Slytherins told a small lie, but that hardly mattered now. I see, McGonagall studied them, then said sternly, even so, you three have broken school rules, ignoring prefects, acting alone, neither reporting to a professor nor gaining permission. You nearly caused disaster. After checking that none were hurt, her expression eased a fraction, though her brows stayed knit. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, 15 points from Slytherin, 5 each. Back to your common room at once, no detours. She turned to Roger and Hermione. As for you two, her tone softened, you were extraordinarily lucky. Few first years face an adult troll, let alone subdue it. Actually, Hermione murmured, I didn't do anything. McGonagall paused, glanced again at the nearly vanished vines, and said, your courage earns 5 points each for Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. I shall report this to Headmaster Dumbledore. Off you go. High in a tower, Quirrell leaned against the wall, barely standing. Master, he quavered, I'm too dull to understand, why not seize the chance to take the Philosopher's Stone? Now is the perfect moment. Voldemort's voice hissed like a viper from the back of his head, dripping scorn. Fool. You think Albus Dumbledore is brainless as you. One troll is a diversion. He gave a cold laugh. They were ready, any first year could handle that brute. And you, the voice turned deadly, you've already been marked. The air seemed to freeze. At that instant, as though Voldemort's words were prophecy. Knock knock knock. The sudden rapping made Quirrell jump, one clenched tight. Outside stood Severus Snape, face like thunder. Worse, one leg was mangled, the hem of his dark robe soaked dark red, droplets splattering the cold flagstones. Snape. Quirrell's voice cracked. Remembering his master, he straightened and blustered, what do you want? Snape said nothing. Dragging his bloody leg, he advanced step by step. The reek of blood and the crushing pressure forced Quirrell backward until his back slammed against the wall. Cornered, Quirrell shrieked, what are you doing? Of late, Snape's voice was cellar cold, you've shown undue interest in matters that do not concern you. You know exactly what I mean, and what it implies. Severus, I haven't, Quirrell stammered. Do not make me your enemy, Quirrell, Snape cut in, taking another step, the suffocating force left Quirrell gasping. I haven't, truly, Quirrell huddled in the corner, voice breaking into despair. You know exactly what I mean. Just then, a muffled, brutish roar from a troll echoed from downstairs. Snape's eyes flickered, and he delivered a final warning. You still have time to think this through. Decide who it is you're truly serving. A cold, mirthless smile tugged at his lips. I'm rather curious to see what tricks you'll pull. The office door was flung open with a crash that shook the wall. Snape's black robes billowed like a stormy sea as he strode into the gloom at the end of the corridor, the scent of blood and cold fury trailing behind him. Lord Voldemort's grating voice slithered against Quirrell's eardrums like a viper. See, Quirrell. Your every move is watched. Touch the Philosopher's Stone today, and you know full well what will follow. Quirrell froze as though hit by Petrificus totalis, breath stopped, words strangled in his throat. Voldemort's tone turned polar, a wind that could freeze the soul. You, carry on as planned. See continue. Quirrell's mind went blank. They already suspected him, why persist? How did that serve the Dark Lord's return? His throat was parchment dry. He swallowed hard and stammered, my lord, they already suspect me, should we still proceed? Will this really help? A fool must do what fools do best. Voldemort's icy voice cracked like a whip across Quirrell's nerves, offering no patience for explanation. The final command drove in like a poisoned icicle. Watch Harry Potter, and that Roger Lewis. Quirrell's gaze clung to the corner where Snape had vanished, jealousy and resentment churning in his chest. Snape, once the Dark Lord's most favored. Now the traitor had become Headmaster Dumbledore's trusted hound. And himself. He had trekked to the forests of Albania to find his master's shattered soul. He had labored to restore the Dark Lord's strength. Now he must steal the Philosopher's Stone at terrible risk to grant Voldemort full rebirth. The glory would be his alone. Success was within reach. No one would stop him. No one. The troll incident rippled across the lake of Hogwarts life and, within days, stilled. The Malfoy trio found the affair too humiliating to mention. The professors, for the school's sake, hushed the near catastrophe. Yet change crept in. One breakfast, as students tucked into their food, Draco Malfoy stood alone in the great hall doorway, eyes fixed on Roger and Hermione entering. The air tightened. Malfoy had often spat the slur, mudbloods, at them. Face stiff, he spoke loudly enough to carry, thanks. The Malfoy family remembers a debt. He spun away at once and strode toward the Slytherin table. From that moment Draco's manner toward Roger, Hermione, and other Muggle-born classmates softened. Shared peril had cracked prejudice and let something fragile take root. Roger, Hermione murmured, sliding onto the bench beside him and glancing at the Slytherin table, what do you think Malfoy is plotting? She wasn't truly worried. She had seen Roger's skill and knew Malfoy's tricks were outclassed. Roger looked up from a plate piled high, cheeks bulging like a hoarding squirrel. His calm eyes met the anxious witch. Malfoy's not bad at heart, he mumbled, swallowing, just needs better guidance. Malfoy was secondary. Roger's thoughts kept drifting to Quirrell. That day Professor Snape had clearly been injured, limping, after following Quirrell into the forbidden third-floor corridor, perhaps even fighting, yet Quirrell emerged unscathed and Dumbledore remained unruffled. A Voldemort who had learned caution was far more dangerous. Roger reminded himself. This was no time to show his hand. The deeper his cards stayed hidden, the safer he was. Hermione, quick as ever, caught his meaning. Raised in a pure-blood family riddled with Death Eaters, Draco had absorbed bigotry almost by default. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Ron. Harry straightened as though pricked, vagueness replaced by sharp focus. I just thought of something. I've been wondering. Snape. What was he doing sneaking into that corridor? I knew he was up to no good. Ron whispered. He must be after whatever's hidden there. Exactly. Harry grew more suspicious. But what is it? Galleons. Some other treasure. Ron rubbed his chin. Let's ask Hagrid, he's the one who fetched it from Gringotts, right? Brilliant idea. The library on Christmas Eve was warm, but Roger's mind was buried in the book before him. Time flew, the holidays approached, yet Roger's routine stayed ironclad. Dormitory, classroom, library, a straight line. He drifted like a ghost, almost invisible. In every spare moment he dragged his attention back to his old obsession, magical creatures, especially the Cerberus guarding the trapdoor. This time, however, he had a new idea. Apply his homemade, magical patterns, theory to transfigure a magical beast. Analyzing and calculating the huge, intricate mana pathways of a three-headed dog required astronomical computation, never mind the titanic power needed to sustain the transformation. Luckily, those two mountains weren't insurmountable. His efficient biocomputer feared no mass of data, it only needed more time. So every cycle of the biocomputer had been running day and night, filling in the Cerberus's mana map. As for the shortfall of magic, the old wizard's stock of magic sensing potion was perfect for the job. Once the analysis finished, Roger could start the transformation experiment. Traditional transfiguration claims a wizard can't become a magical creature. Either their reserves fall far short, or human and beast souls are built too differently. Roger's data suggested the truth lay in two places. First, the required mana is indeed enormous, such wizards are rare. The second snag seems to be that wizards can't construct the vast, precise mana patterns of magical beasts. Without a biocomputer, cheat, a human imagination, working like normal transfiguration, simply can't finish that level of simulation. Today's homework was long finished. Roger was leafing through today's transfiguration. Beside him, Hermione read in equal silence while Wayne chewed a quill and frantically scribbled overdue essays. Under the twin star students, Roger and Hermione, Wayne's progress was obvious, especially in spell-casting technique. Credit went to Roger's biocomputer. It captured every nuance of Wayne's incantations, from tiny tone lapses to wand angle errors, correcting them instantly. Under that precision cheat, Wayne's spellwork was now solid. Back in Hufflepuff's cozy common room, the fire crackled. Watching Roger still poring over notes in the lamplight, Wayne suddenly said, "Roger, thank you." Roger looked up from a stack of transfiguration notes, surprised. Wayne pointed at the open notes, earnest. "Honestly, I never thought I'd learn so much at Hogwarts. It's all because of you, homework, spell practice, you hold nothing back, even share notes you worked for hours on. You're the most decent, helpful Hufflepuff I've ever met." Roger blinked, lost for words at Wayne's sincerity. "Hermione's brilliant, Harry's the school Quidditch star, even Ron's brave, they only hang out with me because of you." Wayne's voice wavered. "I'm so ordinary, bottom in some subjects. But thanks to you, I can earn a few points for the house." He finished firmly, "Roger, you're a real Hufflepuff, honest, kind, responsible. Just wanted you to know." With that, Wayne seemed embarrassed, muttered, "Good night," and yanked the covers over his head. Even after Wayne's breathing slowed, Roger felt an indescribable weight. Sleep wouldn't come. In his mind he opened the old wizard's book, Imperio, Crucio, Killing Curse, the Scalpel of the Soul. To the silent owl Victor on the perch he whispered, "Though I study dark arts and cast forbidden curses, I'm still a decent wizard, right? Even the little wizards say I'm decent." Christmas holiday approached. Excitement filled the great hall. Fred and George were the center of attention, surrounded by students from every house, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, even Slytherins. "Hey, I'm your own brother. Still charging this price." Ron groaned at the twins' Hogsmeade shopping list. His 2 sickles were nowhere near the friendship price listed. "Of course, little Ronikins." George laughed, slapping his shoulder. "There's an Eastern proverb, clear accounts between brothers. Move along, don't block our esteemed customers." "What are you doing?" Roger asked, joining the crowd. "Hey, Roger." Harry grinned. "This weekend's the first Hogsmeade trip. 3rd years and up can go." "I know," Roger nodded, "but what's that to us first years?" Hogsmeade, a ministry-regulated wizard village near the school, was off limits to first years. "Look there." Harry jerked his chin at the Weasley twins. "Fred and George are running a purchasing agent service, lists and prices included, a bit, reasonably, higher, of course." Hermione squeezed through briskly. 5 feet of parchment, 7 ink bottles, 2 quick quotes quills. Fred scribbled fast. Beside him Ron feigned ease, calling, "Come on, Hermione, life's not all parchment. Try honeydukes, chocolate frogs and fizzing whizbees are brilliant, girls love them." Hermione ignored him, eyes on Roger. "Won't you take a quick quotes quill? Super fast notes, you'd love it." Ron, sidelined, flushed red, fidgeting with his sleeve. Roger shrugged and ordered 2 quills from Fred. As he turned, Harry caught his arm, voice low, "Roger, something's up." They found a quiet corridor corner. Roger, not trusting it, flicked his wand, muffaliato. The world's sounds blurred, as if heard through thick cotton. Harry looked grave. "What is it?" Roger asked. "I think Snape's after whatever the Cerberus is guarding." Harry spilled everything, Hagrid's slip, the name Nicholas Flamel. "It's tied to LeMay, but we can't find who LeMay is anywhere in the library." Roger pretended sudden insight. "Try a history of magic. I think I saw the name in the 14th century alchemy section." He knew perfectly well about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone, and that Albus Dumbledore was stage managing everything. Memories of the White Lords, interview, still stung. He dared not upset the plan. So he only nudged them, hoping Harry would go wrestle Lord Voldemort. Being noticed by both Black and White Lords was suffocating. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and sprinted for the library. On the way Ron muttered, "He knows. Why not just say? Making us dig through that brick of a book. Look at his smug face." "Ron," Harry stopped, turning sharply. "You really need to apologize to Hermione. Properly." "Why?" Ron bristled. "I didn't do anything wrong." "No, This time you did, Harry said firmly, gripping Ron's shoulders. Friends aren't where we dump our tempers. The last echoes of Christmas had faded, the second half of the term had begun, and Hogwarts Castle remained peaceful and quiet, no more accidents. Yet the coming final of the Quidditch Cup ignited every student's passion. This year's champion would be decided between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Nearly the whole school poured onto the Quidditch pitch. The stands were packed tight, rising in dizzying tiers into the air. To follow the high-speed blur of players, many spectators raised binoculars. The stadium split neatly in two, Gryffindor's scarlet and gold on one side, Slytherin's silver and green on the other. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students mixed into whichever section they favored. Clearly, though, the scarlet and gold tide backing the Lions surged higher. At the very top of each end, enormous banners snapped in the wind. One proclaimed, "Potter must win," the other, "Mighty Malfoy." Roger sat below, looked up at those slogans, and a playful smile tugged at his lips. A Quidditch match had somehow turned two first years into superstars, staging it as though Savior were battling the final boss. Guess if you want fame, riding the main character's coattails isn't a bad plan, he thought. Keep riding and maybe you'd end up a rival villain on equal footing. Yet the true villain number one sat calmly in the stands. Professor Quirrell still wore his habitual stoop, but his color and energy were far better than in the original story. By rights, according to the old timeline, he should have looked like a gambler who'd lost everything, haggard from the trials on the third floor, forced by Lord Voldemort to drink unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest, half mad from the curse. Now he was neatly dressed, rosy-cheeked, watching the pitch with the keen delight of a true Quidditch fan. If Voldemort had simply stayed quiet, everything would be fine, but it looked as though he still meant to strike at Harry. Whistle. Madam Hooch's blast split the air. The two teams shot from the locker rooms like arrows released from a bow. In an instant the stadium erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Barely 300 voices managed the roar of a crowd 10,000 strong. Roger found a high spot with a clear view and swept his gaze over the staff box. Quirrell was riveted by the players, as though nothing else existed. Close by, Professor Snape in his trademark black robe stood out starkly. At Madame Hooch's signal the players soared skyward. The stands tilted back in unison, many spectators leapt to their feet, straining to pick out the speeding figures overhead. The noise threatened to lift the roof. Gryffindor commentator Lee Jordan barked in his trademark frantic voice, mixing play-by-play with chants and screams. Anyone talking had to shout into the next person's ear. What should have followed was the old routine. Quirrell silently jinxing Harry, Snape counter-jinxing and getting blamed for it. But this time Hermione did not help. Though Ron had apologized sincerely at Harry's insistence, the rift between them had not fully healed. So Hermione watched beside Roger, which meant she never mistook Snape, never ran to set his robes alight, never accidentally saved Harry. Harry was flung about by his out-of-control broom like a rag doll, pitching and rolling, seconds from smashing to the ground. Hermione watched in horror, nails digging into Roger's arm. Roger. Look at Snape. She cried, voice shaking, clutching his sleeve as though it were a lifeline. It has to be him. He must know Harry found out he wants the Philosopher's Stone. Please, do something to save Harry. Ever since Harry had found Nicholas Flamel's name in the library and guessed the stone's secret, he had come to Roger and Hermione to talk it over. Right then Roger longed to tell her that the real culprit was the unassuming Quirrell in the corner. With Snape keeping watch, Harry was in no real danger. But when he met Hermione's anxious, hope-filled eyes, his heart melted and refusal felt impossible. Ron had spotted Snape's odd movements too, and paced like an ant on a hot pan. At last he could bear it no longer and resolved to act, to strike at the man who looked to be harming Harry. Yet the only spell that came to mind was the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. He choked out, face scarlet, wand stabbing toward Snape in the hope of floating the professor and breaking his concentration. Nothing happened. He even missed the charm's class moment when, frantically waving, he had set a feather alight. A bit of fire might work, he muttered. But his wand stayed stubbornly still. Just as tears of frustration gathered and his wand slashed the air, He glimpsed Roger across the pitch give him a lightning quick wink. A moment later Roger's wand flicked lightly, and the enormous Slytherin banner overhead, Mighty Malfoy, tore free. Like a vast net it crashed down, draping the entire staff box, Quirrell, Snape, and all, in green and silver cloth. The sudden mishap broke Harry's crisis at once and yanked every eye toward the professor's stand. Closest to the scene stood Ron Weasley, wand still raised, looking stunned. Ron had often dreamed of being the center of attention, but not like this. He expected cheers for saving Harry. Instead he met stares of suspicion and blame. He tried to explain, but his tongue tangled. Point at Roger. He had no proof, and besides, it would make him look a sneak, with Hermione right there watching every move. Remembering Hermione's gaze, a reckless little boy courage surged through him. Sacrifice seemed worthwhile. As Professor McGonagall and the other teachers strode up, he squared his shoulders and shouted, "I did it," the air of a hero facing the gallows. Poor Ron was branded a menace who disrupted the match and broken school rules, and was marched dismally from the roaring pitch. Just as he reached the castle's shadow, Lee Jordan's ecstatic, cracking voice burst from the distant field. "He's got it. Harry Potter's caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor beats Slytherin 170-20. Glorious victory. Glorious Harry Potter. Our great seeker." Ron spun round. Despair vanished, replaced by blazing joy, as though the epic triumph carried his own hefty share of glory. "Move along. You nearly ruined the match. Detention awaits." Filch growled, prodding him. "We won. We really won." Ron almost bounced. "I helped. Honestly, this victory has my name on it too." "You." Filch cackled. "Your contribution was breaking rules and earning detention." Ron grinned, eyes shining, and answered, firm as steel, "Hey, believe it or not, that's exactly what it was." Hogwarts headmaster's office. "Minerva, any word from Tiberius Ogden?" Dumbledore set down his quill, blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles inquiring. He remembered sending Roger's groundbreaking transfiguration findings to today's Transfiguration months ago. In Dumbledore's view, the boy stood a real chance of winning the year's most promising newcomer award. Precisely because he took it seriously, Dumbledore had not rushed to submit preliminary results. He waited patiently until Roger's self-created polymorphic transformation stabilized. That patience carried them to the second term of first year, January 1992, before he mailed the detailed portfolio. Yet who could have guessed that today's Transfiguration's elderly editor-in-chief, Tiberius Ogden, would flat-out refuse to believe it. The reply not only denounced the researches, virtually violating Gamp's fundamental laws of transfiguration, but also snidely implied, "Professor Dumbledore, it's regrettable you never became minister, but surely that's no excuse to conjure a prodigy purely to polish Hogwarts' prestige." Awarding most promising newcomer to a first year. A monumental joke. He even urged the Wizengamot to re-evaluate Dumbledore's fitness as chief warlock. "Not yet," Professor McGonagall answered, face stern and voice tight. "I sent a detailed follow-up, but Tiberius himself is in Greece handling a rather thorny affair. Apparently he can't spare attention for us at present." Greece. Dumbledore popped a lemon drop into his mouth, pensive. What could be so thorny that the editor-in-chief of today's Transfiguration must handle it personally? No specifics, McGonagall shook her head, but the Daily Prophet reported last year that Greece may be seeing large-scale werewolf activity. Indeed no small matter, Dumbledore's brows drew together. Then Roger's award application now rests entirely with Tiberius's editorial team, McGonagall said, indignation clear. "Rumor favors a fifth-year girl from Beauxbatons. She's just become an animagus, taking the unprecedented form of a sea anemone." A sea anemone. Dumbledore's snowy brows lifted. "Exactly," McGonagall sighed. "A creature part animal, part plant. The editors think it may herald animagus forms extending into flora." McGonagall herself had become an animagus while still a student and won the same, most promising newcomer award. 40 years on, Transfiguration seemed becalmed, regressing even, registered animagi were fewer. Small wonder the award's threshold had not risen in 4 decades. Dumbledore shook his head gently. The magical world can be a pond too long unstirred. When true ripples appear, some fail to recognize them. He pondered, then resolved, I suppose I must visit the Wizengamot myself. Shock flooded McGonagall's face. You intend to petition for an order of Merlin for him. Dumbledore's stature was immense, chief warlock, Merlin prize jurist, the wizard widely regarded as the mightiest and most accomplished alive. A personal nomination from him would shake the magical world. Does Roger's polymorphic transformation not merit an order of Merlin? Dumbledore asked calmly. I don't mean that, Albus, McGonagall hurried to explain, though hesitation lingered. Only, should we not consider the repercussions? Recusal. Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling. Rest assured, I shall nominate and nothing more. I'll take no part in later deliberations. McGonagall exhaled and nodded. Before that, the application must be flawless. Merlin prize standards are exacting. When Roger learnt from Dumbledore that he would be put forward for the Order of Merlin, he was stunned. No 11-year-old had ever received it. Upon hearing the prize amounted to a sack of galleons, however, his enthusiasm soared. Within a day he had collated every theoretical derivation, experimental log and effect report on his polymorphic transformation magic and handed the thick sheaf to the headmaster. Soon Dumbledore, portfolio in hand, set off for the Wizengamot. The library smelled of parchment and old leather. Roger lounged in a corner as usual, beside him Hermione and Wayne wrestled essays. His own homework was done, his mind drifting to a darker project, the soul substitution death curse. The idea came from one of the dozens of soul spells catalogued in the Killing Curse, Crucio and Imperio, the soul's scalpels, the swap soul curse, exchanging casters' and victims' souls. With offensive measures secured, Roger had turned to life-saving arts. Naturally the swap soul curse intrigued him. Per the old wizard's notes and Lord Voldemort's soul theories, the Killing Curse's ultimate magic aimed directly at the soul. Picture it. The Killing Curse is a massive hammer smashing a frail soul wall. Tragically, the hammer's force is immense while the wall's strength is negligible. Roger knew full well he currently could neither block that hammer nor toughen his soul wall enough to endure it. So he devised a workaround. Substitute another soul to take the fatal blow in his place. To that end he even paused completing Cerberus's magical pattern for 2 days, diverting biocomputer cycles to decode the swap soul curse. With that curse, Voldemort's soul theories, and especially the Splenching curse as reference, the new spell's modeling proceeded smoothly. He caught several wild rabbits in the Forbidden Forest for trials, only to realize the approach was absurd. Carry a bunny into battle and frantically swap souls mid-incantation. The mental image alone mortified him. Next he tried a different tack, the virtual soul. Thanks to the biocomputer's formidable observation and parsing power, he had stored vast data on common creatures, magical patterns, long suspected to be souls, outward forms, and now he could test the hypothesis. Results brought a new discovery. Only a virtual replica of the caster's own soul pattern triggered the swap soul curse. Patterns of other souls, rabbits, for instance, did nothing. The experiment hinted that magical pattern is not soul itself. Yet why did mimicking his own pattern still activate the swap? The question twined through his thoughts like ivy. Just then Professor Quirrell's nervous, slightly trembling voice rang from the library doorway. Roger. A word in my office. The moment Roger stepped into Quirrell's office, reeking of strange garlic, the man's entire aura shifted. The timidity vanished, replaced by an elegance that sent chills down the spine. He unhurriedly poured himself a glass of water, took a small sip, then slowly turned. A cold, faintly amused smile hung on his face, and his snake-like eyes pinned Roger with perfect accuracy. My dear student, Lord Voldemort's voice carried a slick texture. I can feel it. You're terrified out of your wits, yet forcing yourself to stay calm. Ha! I know that feeling all too well. I wore the same mask in front of Dumbledore back then. He seemed to savor the memory. He lounged back in his chair, his sharp gaze as if to pierce Roger. You're very clever. You understand what I'm saying. Then you should also know, everything has a price, Roger. Time for the cards to be shown. Every hair on Roger's body bristled, but he kept his face blank. Professor, what do you mean? The hand hidden in his robe clenched his wand, and deep in his mind the virtual soul stood ready, prepared to counter a killing curse. HMPH, don't be hasty. Voldemort was unconcerned with Roger's little movements, even regarding his prey with leisure. Why not chat about something else first? Aren't you curious why I give you private lessons? Teach you those unique bits of soul knowledge. He watched the shifting expressions on Roger's face with relish, like admiring an interesting specimen. Roger's heart sank. He really couldn't fathom why Voldemort chose now to reveal his hand. Even an idiot knew the guy had sneaked into Hogwarts for one thing only, the Philosopher's Stone with its limitless magic, to resurrect himself. Yet these past months Voldemort had done nothing beyond teaching. The stone hadn't even shown a shadow. Instead of plotting to steal it, he was here showing his cards. Something must have happened that I don't know about. Roger's mind raced through every spell he knew, not even skipping the awkward syllables of that crude dragon transfiguration spell. My dear student, I can sense the surging hostility within you. Voldemort suddenly rose, stepped to Roger, and looked down, towering with pressure. But from the start, when have I ever harmed you? On the contrary, I've poured out all I know, guiding you tirelessly. He bent sharply, his face inches from Roger's, eyes burning with near-mad fervor as he answered himself, and in your soul I saw fragments of the future. You've known who I am all along. Boom. Lightning seemed to explode in Roger's skull. When he first set foot in this office, Voldemort had used legilimency on him. So he had seen the outcome of this year. Exactly. That explained everything. With Voldemort's malice, how could he let a first-year's mind go unprobed? And how, after regaining strength, could he still sit still? Luckily, what Voldemort saw then had been limited. Afterwards Roger learned occlumency, hiding his identity as the old wizard's apprentice, and kept his reincarnator's secret safe. Is that so? Roger forced out 2 words, his voice dry. I hit the mark, didn't I? Roger, feigning calm is useless, your soul aura betrays you. Ha ha ha. Voldemort's laughter twisted with glee. Did you know? Your soul is so special, so rare, a seer's soul. Single quote question mark single quote. A seer's soul. What had Voldemort imagined for himself? He had seen the ending of Harry Potter, Part 1 in Roger's memories, didn't realize it was transmigrator knowledge, and then invented a magical explanation. Roger was genuinely bewildered. After so long at Hogwarts and countless hours in the library, he'd never heard of such a soul category. Seeing Roger's familiar puzzled look, Voldemort regained his didactic delight. He straightened and paced the office. I taught you, the soul is the bridge to the world of magic, but some souls, tendrils can delve behind that world's veil and glimpse ripples of the future, that is the seer's soul. True prophets are born with this gift. His voice shot up, he spun and stared, eyes blazing with greed. And you, Roger, are the mightiest seer's soul I've ever seen. Peering into such vast, clear vistas of the future. I can barely stop myself from devouring you. Ha ha ha. Voldemort returned to his seat, voice dripping sick satisfaction. Remember your first visit. Then I thought, Merlin has favored me to send such a treasure into my grasp. Imagine, when I dwell within your soul, wield your gift, see every turn the future takes, how exquisite that will be. Mad light flashed in his eyes. Once I have the Philosopher's Stone, I can even be reborn inside your body. Gain true immortality. He continued enticingly. For that, I even enhanced your soul. It's a lost ancient ritual magic of the soul, those private lessons were part of the rite. I expect you've noticed. These months your magic has grown astonishingly fast, and advanced spells cost you no effort. Another ritual. Impossible to guard against. Enrollment was a ritual, the boat ride a ritual, even classes a ritual, and he'd never sensed it. If I live through this, Roger vowed, I'll study the fooled thing properly. But you can't get the stone. Roger licked dry lips, trying to stall. Professor Dumbledore has everything locked down. Faced with the garrulous villain, Roger sincerely hoped he'd keep talking, spill every scheme he'd hatched at Hogwarts for days on end. But Dumbledore was away, and Roger had no powerful counterspell at hand. What chilled him more was Voldemort's appetite, half dead yet refusing to choose. He wanted both the Philosopher's Stone and Roger's soul, planning to pocket immortality and prophecy in one go, ambition big enough to swallow the entire magical world. Dumbledore. Voldemort's lips curled in icy scorn. He is indeed the greatest wizard alive, but so what? He can't kill me, nor stop me from taking the stone. If you could, you'd have grabbed it already. Roger snorted, doubt undisguised. Then, witness it with your own eyes. Voldemort raised his wand with elegant menace, its tip glinting ominously. Now, I'll take you to claim the Philosopher's Stone. And then, you shall have the honor of becoming part of me, merged into this grand eternity. Right now. Roger's heart lurched as a very bad premonition flashed through him. Meanwhile, in Professor McGonagall's office. You want to see Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall was filing a stack of parchment into the archives, her gaze sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had burst in like a searchlight, her tone carrying undisguised scrutiny. The reason. Time was so tight it was suffocating. Not long after Roger had been called away by Professor Quirrell, Harry and Ron had rushed into the library. Harry had pried some heavyweight news out of Hagrid. A suspicious man in black had tricked the secret of the fourth-floor restricted area room out of Hagrid. In Harry's view, that man in black was either Snape or you-know-who himself. He had wanted to find Roger to discuss it, but there was no sign of him. So Harry couldn't care about much else. He had only one thought in his head: find Dumbledore. Only Dumbledore could stop Snape now. Harry swallowed hard. How should he put this? It's a secret. Harry regretted it as soon as he said it. Professor McGonagall's eyes instantly turned cold, like a layer of ice had formed. Professor Dumbledore is very busy. Her voice was as cold as an icicle. He has important matters to handle and left for London yesterday. He won't be back until tomorrow at the earliest. He's gone. Not at the school. Harry's heart sank to the bottom, his voice cracking, but our business is extremely urgent. It cannot wait. Professor McGonagall had clearly lost her patience. Harry Potter, there are countless important matters waiting for Dumbledore to handle every day at Hogwarts. No matter how urgent your business is, can it be more important than matters concerning the honor of all Hogwarts? All right, I suggest you three go out and get some fresh air. She made an unquestionable gesture for them to leave. In the corridor, the air was so heavy it felt as if it had solidified. Snape definitely knows the principal isn't here. Harry's fists were clenched tight, his voice resolute. He'll definitely make his move tonight. Once tonight passes, there won't be another chance. Then what do we do? Hermione gasped, staring nervously at Harry along with Ron, her face turning pale. We have to keep a close eye on Snape. Harry lowered his voice, throwing out a bold plan. What about waiting for Roger? He's still with Professor Quirrell. Hermione suggested cautiously, always feeling a bit uneasy and empty without Roger around. We can go keep watch first and wait for Roger to come back before discussing the next step. Harry insisted. However, the plan hit a wall right at the start. Snape was not in his office at all, and there was no trace of him in other places he frequently visited. In their view, this cunning old bat must have already hidden himself, waiting for nightfall. Fine. Harry's face was pale, but his eyes burned with the light of a desperate gamble. It seems there's only one way. We have to go in ourselves and get the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does. Ron's throat went dry, stunned into silence by this crazy plan. Hermione, on the other hand, appeared relatively calm, perhaps influenced by Roger. She immediately countered. Harry, are you crazy? Didn't you see that big fellow, the Cerberus? There are bound to be even more terrifying traps and spells behind it. It's impossible for us to get the Philosopher's Stone. This is simply going to our deaths. Just a few steps away, the air rippled slightly like water. Lord Voldemort and Roger were like shadows erased from the world, perfectly hidden in the air. Chatting students passed by them, completely unaware. Roger was deeply shaken. They can't discover us at all. He instantly thought about whether Lord Voldemort had previously entered Hogwarts like this, as if no one were there. Lord Voldemort, having regained some strength, truly had unfathomable power. Hey! Lord Voldemort let out a low, amused chuckle, his figure swaying slightly. Discover. What a naive thought. Let alone these brats, even if Dumbledore were standing here right now, he wouldn't dream of seeing through my magic. He watched Harry and the others' argument with interest, as if enjoying a meticulously choreographed play. When he heard Harry say, "If he gets the Philosopher's Stone, Lord Voldemort will return. I will never join Lord Voldemort," the smile on Lord Voldemort's face instantly froze into ice shards, leaving only deep-seated mockery. "Roger, the world always thinks it was this boy who lived, who defeated me." His voice was like ice shards dipped in poison. "Tonight, I will use the blood of my enemy to let everyone see the truth." Ultimately, Harry convinced the worried Hermione and Ron. They sneaked back to the dormitory to fetch that magical invisibility cloak. When night completely shrouded the castle, the three of them squeezed tightly under the paper-thin alchemical product and crept into the fourth-floor corridor that had been strictly forbidden. "Tisk tisk, what a waste," the following Lord Voldemort commented contemptuously. "Crude craftsmanship, a complete waste of a perfectly good demiguise hide." Harry's trio stumbled along, yet they passed through those levels as smoothly as if they had rehearsed it. Roger muttered to himself that these so-called protective mechanisms for the Philosopher's Stone, compared to the value of the stone itself, were simply laughably childish. Thinking about it carefully, these mechanisms were probably not meant to protect the stone at all, but were a trap, a mousetrap tailored by Dumbledore for Tom Riddle, and an entrance exam for Harry Potter. Looking at these 7 levels, except for the final Mirror of Erised personally set by Dumbledore, the others were no different from child's play for a dark wizard of Lord Voldemort's level. Only the Mirror of Erised could truly stop him. The preceding obstacles could at most prevent petty theft. The most suspicious one was Snape's potion logic puzzle. Specially leaving a bottle of antidote that could pass through the black flames. If he truly wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone without fail, Dumbledore could have simply ordered Snape not to leave an antidote, or just replace them all with poison, blocking any coveters firmly outside the flames. This seemed more like a deliberately left back door. The design of the entire gauntlet seemed to be set based on the characteristics of the staunch order of the Phoenix Reserves like Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Therefore, these levels were actually an entrance exam left for Harry Potter. Judging from the results, Harry's courage, determination, and quick thinking far exceeded expectations. He undoubtedly scored high on this exam. It was likely this trial that truly allowed Dumbledore to see his potential, leading to him being entrusted with heavy responsibilities later. For the final mirror mechanism, Dumbledore had set a magic that only Harry could unravel. Whether it was Quirrell or Lord Voldemort, no one would be able to get that stone. Dumbledore's clever plan was probably to lure Lord Voldemort's remnant soul to the mirror and then catch him like a rat in a trap. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. At this moment, Lord Voldemort had already followed the oblivious Harry, entering the room as silently as a ghost, standing before the mirror of eyes that could reflect the deepest desires of one's heart. On the 4th floor of Hogwarts, inside the hidden chamber that held the mirror of Erised. Harry Potter. A voice as cold as ice rang from the shadows. Harry spun around, heart nearly stopping. "You. Professor Quirrell, Roger." Roger stood behind Quirrell, or rather, behind Voldemort, his face full of resignation, clearly dragged here under duress. Voldemort was so arrogantly confident he hadn't even disarmed him. Yet Roger could feel his own wand poised, ready, the slightest twitch would bring a lethal curse. But Roger knew the math. Until Voldemort held the Philosopher's Stone, he was safe. Even if he resisted, Voldemort wouldn't waste the body he fancied as a seer's. "Ha, for the moment, you may still call me that." Voldemort's voice carried a chilling laugh. "Meeting you here, an unexpected pleasure, wouldn't you say? But I thought it was Snape," Harry began, only to be cut short by Voldemort's impatience. "Enough, foolish brat. The game ends now." Voldemort loathed Harry. Beyond the title of savior, the boy meant weak, childish, in the way. He flicked his wand. Harry felt invisible strings yank him forward. His mouth could only whimper as his legs marched him to the great mirror. Inside the glass, Harry watched himself, pull a blood-red stone from a pocket and slip it back. In that instant a warm, heavy weight settled into his real trouser pocket, pressed to his thigh. The philosopher's stone, appearing like that. Yet to Voldemort and Roger the secret had never been hidden. With the coveted stone almost in reach, Voldemort dropped the masquerade. Quirrell's trembling hands tore off the garlic-reeking purple turban. Embedded in the back of his skull glared a face, corpse-pale, hairless, serpent eyes glowing crimson above slit nostrils. Wearing that horror, Quirrell, Voldemort's puppet, swept toward Harry, resurrection so close he could taste it. At the same moment Roger knew, the final chance to escape had come. SSSSSSSSS. Scores of Viridian Devil's snare vines shot like striking adders from every corner, coiling round Quirrell Voldemort's arms while one sly tendril darted for Harry's pocket. Petty tricks. Voldemort snorted. His wand spat a searing serpent of flame that licked the vines to black ash in a heartbeat. Roger, that terrible face turned, voice almost gently persuasive. Don't be stupid. Once I return I shall find you a flawless body, say, the savior, before us. What say you? He watched as if it were a dull comedy. Ha! Roger answered with an icy laugh. Devour my soul and be reborn in me. You think I'm free. Voldemort, do I look like a joke to you? Such lies might fool thugs or cowards, not him. Meanwhile every mote of grit, pebble, even drifting dust twisted under Roger's will, sprouting fresh devil's snare in green tides that crashed again and again upon Voldemort, blocking him from Harry. Roger himself waited, ready to become one last titanic vine for the killing strike. HMPH. Impatience flared in Voldemort's nostrils. I waste no breath. Once you are part of me you will savor the vastness of soul. I can digest yours, and let you taste others. Death. Merely the gate to glorious rebirth. Weary of the endless vines, Voldemort slammed his wand downward. Finite incantatum. A silent blast swept the chamber. Every devil's snare, old or new, froze, withered, crumbled to dust and vanished. Roger's pupils shrank. Voldemort had alone cast a spell that usually needed several wizards. Such mastery was terrifying. Without pause Voldemort's wand flashed up, aimed at Roger. Farewell, my dear student. I, Tom Riddle, name you Roger Lewis, my one true apprentice of dark arts. The last syllable still hung as a thick, pale, jelly-like beam, an imprisoning net, burst from the tip and sealed the space around Roger. The white mesh closed on empty air. Roger's figure had vanished as if erased by a rubber. No alarm showed on Voldemort's monstrous face. He had already cast wards. Nothing alive could leave this chamber. He raised his wand, crimson eyes raking the gloom, voice a serpent's hiss. I smell you, your soul's scent. You're still here, planning an ambush, aren't you? Apparicium. Hominum revelio. Revelio. Finite. Invisibility nullify. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. A flurry of anti-concealment curses crackled through the dimness, yet each sank without ripple. Impossible. Voldemort snarled, first trace of frenzy in his tone. I sensed you. Your soul is here, you never left. Harry, bound by invisible cords, could still see and hear. Dread and shock coiled like icy serpents round his heart. That face, pale, twisted, snake-nostriled, scarlet-eyed, was Voldemort himself. The nightmare vision stabbed Harry's skull like needles, yet he could not move a finger. He had known Roger was strong, far beyond their year, but to duel Voldemort head-on, though the Dark Lord was a withered husk, Harry never doubted he still outpowered most wizards. Harry's heart hammered as he fought the Imperio, desperate to break free and thrust the stone at Roger. Only Roger could keep it from Voldemort. Roger had not fled, he could not apparate, fly, or even ride a broom well. He lacked any real means of escape. He was only a common ladybug, clinging to a dusty high corner, coldly watching Voldemort cycle through spells. His transfiguration was a true change of essence. He was not invisible, not an illusion, not a charm-maintained shift, but genuinely another creature. A top wizard like Voldemort, hunting for magical disguises, would never notice a mere ladybug. The dim light gave perfect cover. Yet it was only a stopgap. Roger knew any life detection spell, or a direct sensing of nearby souls, would unmask him at once. And such spells Voldemort most certainly knew. Late at night, in the room at the end of the forbidden corridor on the fourth floor of Hogwarts, Lord Voldemort tried several more extremely obscure detection spells. Finally, soul vision. An invisible ripple swept across the corner of the room. Aha! A ladybug. Lord Voldemort's voice carried a piercing smugness. He had finally locked onto that unique soul fluctuation. I almost forgot about your troublesome animagus transformations. But now, Roger, do you need me to give you a free refresher course on the Imperio? Consider it a parting gift. Imperio. A viscous, emerald green beam radiating an ominous aura shot out from the tip of Quirrell's wand like a viper's tongue, striking directly at the ladybug in the corner. Just as the green light was about to consume its target. Deep within Roger's consciousness, the biocomputer instantly went into overdrive. At incredible speed, it analyzed and mimicked the structure of Roger's own soul and magic. A virtual soul shell, shimmering with a faint silvery white light, was constructed around Roger's true soul at the critical moment. Vroom. The evil energy of the Imperio, filled with a desire for control, slammed violently into this virtual shell. It vibrated intensely but failed to penetrate and reach Roger's actual soul. Did it work? The substitute soul curse was effective. Lord Voldemort didn't even notice the anomaly at first. He only felt a strange emptiness, completely lacking that full sense of control one has when dominating another's soul. To a master of the soul like him, this feeling was so foreign it was almost absurd. The feedback from Rogerzasul before him was simply inconceivable. Immediately after, he realized Roger wasn't obeying commands like a puppet, and he was startled to find that his Imperio had somehow failed. A fierce light flared in Lord Voldemort's eyes. Without a second thought, he flicked his wand, Cruciatus Curse. However, after the green light flashed, that ladybug was still alive and kicking, fluttering in the corner. Since his cover was blown and the substitute soul curse was highly effective, Roger no longer hid. With a flash of light, he transformed back into human form, standing firmly between Harry and Lord Voldemort. His intention was clear: want the Philosopher's Stone. Not so easy. Roger. Lord Voldemort's voice dropped low, the face twisted on the back of Quirrell's head showing unpredictable expressions. I must admit, you are indeed quite outstanding. No one has ever been able to withstand my spells like this. I'm flattered, Roger interrupted with a cold laugh. I didn't expect your final lesson to be so lackluster. Follow me, Roger. The corner of Lord Voldemort's mouth twitched ever so slightly, but he quickly regained his signature, lethally attractive calm. He even lowered his wand, his voice becoming deep and seductive. I have traveled further along the path of the soul than anyone else, and I am experienced. Even without the Philosopher's Stone, I can lead you to eternity. An old fossil like Dumbledore will only bind you, while I will never interfere with your research. All my knowledge will be yours, without reservation. Just then, the petrified Harry made muffled, woo-woo, sounds in his throat, desperately rolling his eyes and using all his strength to send Roger a message. Don't believe his lies. To be honest, Roger was indeed tempted by Lord Voldemort's forbidden knowledge. He had enjoyed their previous state, occasionally going to him for private tutoring. But to actually follow Lord Voldemort? Forget it. Look at the state Lord Voldemort was in. Hiding everywhere, relying entirely on empty promises. Now those empty promises were being made to him. Magic research was a bottomless pit for money. Right now, Lord Voldemort couldn't even pay Ossuary, let alone the Death Eater's wages. He relied entirely on his followers' donations to survive. The most ridiculous part was his patronizing attitude of, following me as your supreme glory. Roger had zero interest in this. Wasn't it great staying at Hogwarts? There was a library, professors most of whom were decent, and a free cafeteria. If Lord Voldemort handed over the Philosopher's Stone, honestly taught him soul magic, and then turned over a new leaf to become a righteous dark wizard, maybe it would be a little attractive. But if Lord Voldemort could do that, he wouldn't be Lord Voldemort. Roger remained silent. The air in the chamber seemed to solidify, becoming oppressively suffocating. Although the substitute soul curse was effective, it was extremely taxing. Having endured two unforgivable curses, Roger felt like the magic in his body was about to be drained dry. And since the Philosopher's Stone had been taken, Dumbledore would surely have sensed such a large disturbance even from London and would return at top speed. Therefore, if he stalled, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. Lord Voldemort clearly realized this as well. His brow furrowed, and the last hint of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by ruthlessness. He could no longer hold back. Fiendfire. A giant fire serpent composed of blazing white flames was born out of thin air, instantly turning the entire room into a churning sea of fire. Taking advantage of the gap while Roger dodged awkwardly, powerless to counterattack, Lord Voldemort manipulated Quirrell's hand to dart into Harry's pocket like lightning, grabbing the long-coveted Philosopher's Stone. Roger was anxious but helpless. He had been called by Quirrell too hastily and hadn't brought any magic sensing potion. He wanted to try the Cerberus form, that hadn't been fully tested yet, but with his magic exhausted, he simply couldn't do it. He could only transform into a crow, precariously weaving through the churning tongues of fire. Lord Voldemort had also lost his previous composure. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, he only sought a quick resurrection and didn't dare gamble on whether Roger had any more tricks. Massive magic surged through Quirrell's body, and Lord Voldemort's soul power skyrocketed, even briefly releasing full control over Quirrell's body to maintain a bizarre state of two souls in one body. A hint of confusion returned to Quirrell's eyes as he looked at his own hand holding the wand and the Philosopher's Stone. Idiot. Recite the incantation. Build the Bridge of Resurrection. A sharp screech came from the back of his head. Yes. Yes. Master. Quirrell responded in a panic. As the fiendfire cornered Roger in his crow form, Lord Voldemort's shriek echoed through the sea of fire. Come, Roger. Join eternity. Under the infusion of immense magic, Quirrell's wand shot out a beam that was more concentrated and verdant than before, accurately hitting the Roger who had nowhere to run. Simultaneously, the writhing black shadow at the back of Quirrell's head, Lord Voldemort's main soul, flew out along this magical beam like an arrow from a bow, lunging straight for Roger's body. Deep within Roger's consciousness, the biocomputer overclocked to its limit once again. Another virtual soul shell was constructed in an instant. The emerald beam and Lord Voldemort's shadow slammed headlong into this trap, the soul shell simulated by data. I am resurrected. I am finally Reeser. Wait. What is th? With Aesplat, the black shadow didn't merge into Roger's body as intended. Instead, it fell to the ground like a lump of viscous asphalt, appearing in a bizarre, semi-solid, semi-illusory state like a shadow snake. This is impossible. What is going on? Lord Voldemort's roar of shock and rage echoed in the sea of fire. No one answered him. Having lost a host body to act as a magical anchor, the giant fire serpent seemed to break free from all restraints, twisting and expanding wildly, as the destructive flames consumed everything in the room regardless of friend or foe. Roger endured the heat and lunged at the stunned Quirrell, snatching the Philosopher's Stone from his hand. It had to be said, this thing really looked like an ordinary pebble, and it felt like one too, with a slightly cold touch. In the biocomputer's vision, however, this small stone contained magic so terrifying it was extreme. Its magical lines were as dense as a cosmic black hole, as if space itself were being warped into a hole by it. But there was no time for research now. The out-of-control fiendfire was filling the entire space at an alarming speed. Roger ordered the biocomputer to continuously record the data of this stone, as much as it could, while simultaneously channeling the massive magic from the Philosopher's Stone to complete the soul magical patterns of the Cerberus. Boom! A violent torrent of magic swept through his entire body. Roger's body instantly expanded and transformed, bones cracking loudly, fur growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, a massive, hideous, and terrifying three-headed giant dog, burning with an infernal aura, rose from the ground like a mountain, nearly filling half the room. It worked. The logic was correct. Roger was ecstatic, but the burning sensation of the fiendfire had already reached his marrow. He could clearly feel that this magic fire from hell could incinerate even a soul. If he stayed any longer, even the magic resistance of a Cerberus wouldn't last long, and the end would be total annihilation. He scooped up the unconscious Harry with a giant claw and pulled him into his embrace. Then, moving his thick, pillar-like limbs, he pushed through the churning, rampaging tsunami of fiendfire like a berserk tank, charging toward the door. Rumble. The Cerberus, trailing billowing smoke and scattered bits of fiendfire, burst out of the room. However, the out-of-control fiendfire, like a prehistoric beast escaping its cage, did not weaken. Instead, it chased after them with even more ferocious speed. The scorching air currents almost licked at the Cerberus's tail. At this life-or-death moment, several figures suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor ahead. The leader wore a signature purple and gold star-patterned wizard robe, his snow-white beard reaching almost to his chest. The azure eyes behind half-moon spectacles were now as sharp as an eagle's. It was Albus Dumbledore. But there was no joy on his face. Instead, it was filled with shock and high alert. Seeing this massive beast radiating an ominous aura and emerging with fiendfire, he didn't hesitate for a second. The Elder Wand in his hand was instantly raised, its tip pointed directly at the monster Roger had transformed into. A powerful magical ripple coalesced instantly. Dumbledore's face was as cold as ice, the tip of his raised wand gathering a heart-stopping light that looked ready to unleash a spell of ruin. Roger instantly undid the transfiguration on the Cerberus, hugging Harry as they tumbled in a heap at everyone's feet. The instant he landed, the blazing fiendfire seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand. Thick, almost solid black smoke erupted from the heart of the flames. Those serpent eyes swept chillingly over Dumbledore, then every wisp of black smoke snapped back into Quirrell with a single hiss. The next second, Quirrell's body warped with a grating sound, reshaping into the pale, flat, serpentine visage of Lord Voldemort. Roger knew it was only advanced transfiguration and wouldn't last. Voldemort paced forward 2 elegant steps, scarlet pupils boring into Dumbledore's blue ones, voice hoarse and cloyingly intimate. "My dear Professor, it has been so long." Dumbledore's eyes were unreadable, lips pressed tight, saying nothing. "I see. My return surprises you." Voldemort's triumph oozed from his serpent face as he savored Dumbledore's silence. "I will kill you, Tom," Dumbledore said, low and unshakable. "There is always a way." Ha! 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 Voldemort clutched his stomach, rocking with shrill laughter. "Stop me. Kill me. Dumbledore, still babbling the same deluded dreams. Ha ha ha." He cut the laugh dead, gaze turning colder than Arctic ice, slashing toward Roger on the ground. "Besides, look, another Dark Lord rises. His grasp of soul magic leaves even the leader of the White Wizards far behind. He will touch eternity. And you." Voldemort's voice dripped venom. "Can you kill them all? He is not like you." Dumbledore shook his head firmly. "Ha! That is you, Dumbledore." Voldemort's face twisted in disgust. "Forever presuming you control everything. Just as you once watched me, now you groom the next Dark Lord." He stabbed a finger at Roger, voice soaring in hysterical accusation. "Do you know him? He is far more terrible, far more dangerous than you imagine. He doesn't wallow in your fairy tales of love and courage. He digs for magic's coldest, truest power. He commands dozens of soul magics. The ultimate gate he seeks will shatter every order you built. Do you even grasp what that means? He will wield strength greater than any dark wizard, power beyond all others combined. Your chains will be useless. Make a living god wear your shackles." Ha ha ha. Roger lifted a brow in protest. "Gentlemen, if you're going to chat, pretend I'm air, all right." He raged inwardly. "You two star-crossed mentors can tear each other apart, just leave me out. I only want quiet research. Why does it sound like I'm ending the world?" "Boy." Voldemort's venomous gaze snapped to Roger. "You think he forbids your dark arts for love? For courage? Don't be naive. People forgive others' sins, never their own." He sneered, voice honeyed with malice. "He and I are the same, both crave control. He's just craftier, wrapping his chains in candy-coated forgiveness and kindness. And you, Roger, what you pursue will shred his authority like parchment. Besides, Voldemort's lips curled in cold certainty. You despise every authority in your bones, don't you? Let me guess. You're already planning to slice me up for study. Or loot the ministry's sealed vault of forbidden archives, my dear student. Roger rolled his eyes mentally. Your mentor-pupil drama has nothing to do with me. Old Voldy, you betrayed your master and now you smear me, how low. Fine, if you want underhanded, I'll flip the table. Think no one knows how you cling to life. Roger stepped forward, impatience and provocation in his voice. I couldn't be bothered, but since you're begging for death. Voldemort froze, then burst into harsher laughter, ridiculing a first year who claimed to know his secret of immortality. Isn't it just Horcruxes? Roger's words rang down the silent corridor. Voldemort's grin petrified as though hit by Petrificus totalis, scarlet pupils shrinking to slits in shock. Dumbledore's gaze shot to Roger like lightning, sharp enough to peel him to the bone, filled with unprecedented scrutiny. I grew up in the hidden wizarding world, Roger said, brown hair stirring without wind, black eyes bottomless. I've seen soul magic in every sordid forbidden art. You're half alive, formless state, Voldemort, what else but Horcruxes keeping you tethered? The explanation was half-truth, neatly turning Voldemort's earlier claim about his mastery of soul magic. Voldemort's face contorted as if stripped naked, shame and lethal peril clawing at him. Understanding flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, scattered clues snapping into a clear picture. Roger wasn't finished. He hurled a bigger bomb, openly hostile. Look at you, so frail, must be more than one Horcrux. Let me guess, how many? Knowing you, several, 5, 6, 7, more. As Roger prepared to bare every secret, Voldemort snarled, wand slashing, Avada Kedavra. A searing green curse shrieked toward Roger. Watch out. Dumbledore was ready. He blurred between them, the elder wand carving a silver arc that batted the lethal light aside with a metallic clang. It blasted into the far wall, stone flying. McGonagall, Snape and the other professors had their wands out, yet Voldemort was already a wisp of black smoke, vanished. Certain he had fled, the corridor sank into suffocating silence. Every professor's gaze, shock, appraisal, indecipherable turmoil, fixed on Roger, even the drifting dust seemed frozen. A strange stone gargoyle crouched at the entrance to the principal's office. Dumbledore easily said, lemon drops, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase rising behind it. Dumbledore led Roger up the stairs, where the walls on both sides were covered with portraits of past principals. Beside the principal's desk stood a gilded perch, upon which sat it looked like a red-feathered little sparrow. Roger recognized it at a single glance. It was definitely Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. As soon as Dumbledore sat down behind the desk, the eyes of the portraits on the wall focused in unison on Roger. Who is this boy? An old principal with a goatee muttered. Everard, did you doze off last time? The scholarly Quentin Trimble immediately corrected him. He always paid extra attention to gifted students, and the book he wrote, Defense Against the Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Protection from the Dark Forces, was a required textbook for later students. He is our rising star at Hogwarts this year. Remember? The child who hit himself with a Cruciatus curse and then kept transforming. Oh, it's him. Dilys Derwent, who had been a dean of St. Mungo's Hospital, pressed her face against her frame, filled with curiosity. Then he should be a Ravenclaw. Look at that research spirit, it seems the Crucio has been cracked. So proficient in the dark arts. I see a Slytherin prospect. Elizabeth Burke chimed in. This Slytherin-born principal spoke with obvious favoritism. Perhaps even a good pure-blood prospect. Her words carried the same house prejudice as Snape. Pure blood often means greater talent. Phineas Nigellus Black echoed with his serious portrait face. This ancestor of Sirius was a notorious pure-blood supremacist. Dumbledore ignored the chattering portraits and smiled gently at Roger. Don't mind these old fogies, their thoughts are still stuck in the era frozen in their frames. He settled in comfortably and produced a box of candy as if by magic, some sweets. Lemon drops. Dumbledore's approval of Roger had clearly increased significantly. After this year of observation, especially since Roger had withstood the test during the Philosopher's Stone incident and stood firmly on the side of the righteous, he had proven himself a true Hufflepuff. In Dumbledore's eyes, Roger blended the wisdom of Ravenclaw, the courage of Gryffindor, and even a hint of the Slytherin desire for power. But in the end, Roger had chosen Hufflepuff himself, choosing the path of integrity and kindness. Looking at the child before him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. What a pure and kind child. This slightly eased the heavy sense of guilt he had carried for a long time due to his failure to properly guide Tom Riddle. At least, this time he had not repeated the same mistake. Roger accepted the kindness, taking a lemon drop and putting it in his mouth. Harry is still unconscious in the hospital wing, Dumbledore said as he leisurely tossed a few cockroach clusters into his mouth. Tell me what happened today first. Roger's eyebrows rose slightly. Did this mean he was waiting for Harry to wake up to cross-examine? The methods of this, White Lord, were indeed sophisticated. It was an invisible yet gentle pressure that made one afraid to hide anything. To some extent, Lord Voldemort was right. Dumbledore also had a strong desire for control, but his way was much more comfortable. Unlike Lord Voldemort, who didn't even bother to pretend and even branded his followers like stamping pigs. Roger recounted the whole story. How he found Cerberus, how Harry found the Philosopher's Stone and misunderstood Snape, how he was held hostage by Quirrell in the Chamber of Secrets where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, and the general course of the battle. He had nothing to hide and even took the initiative to mention his latest transformation results, turning into Cerberus, and the substitute soul curse he used to escape. But he intended to pocket the Philosopher's Stone. At that time, Harry had already fainted from the heat of the out-of-control Fiendfire curse. The only ones who knew the stone was in his hands were Quirrell and Lord Voldemort, but who would believe their lies? In the original story, Lord Voldemort himself stood right there and didn't sense the surging magic power of the Philosopher's Stone. Roger boldly speculated that Dumbledore was currently just as unable to sense the stone in his trouser pocket. The fact that they had walked all the way to the principal's office seemed to prove this. Even if Dumbledore found out later, that would be years from now. By then, this White Lord might not be able to do anything to him. If he still couldn't win by then, it wouldn't be too late to return it. Right now, this stone was too important to him. Without its nearly infinite supply of magic power, he couldn't achieve his Cerberus form. The magic sensing potion left by the old wizard was limited, but the Philosopher's Stone, its magic was infinite. Before he delved deep into the study of potions, owning the Philosopher's Stone was equivalent to having infinite endurance and powerful combat capability. Moreover, the Philosopher's Stone itself was a priceless research subject. If he could unlock the secret of its infinite magic, that would be much stronger than simple transformation. Imagine combining Lord Voldemort's soul-splitting theory, his own virtual soul research, and this infinite magic. He could even create a one-man army of infinite clones. By then, whether it was Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore, or even the ancient wizards coming at him together, he wouldn't be afraid. However, Dumbledore just listened smilingly. Even when he heard that the Philosopher's Stone had been taken by Lord Voldemort, his expression didn't change at all, just as it had been on the way. It wasn't until Roger mentioned the substitute soul curse that Dumbledore's expression became serious and focused for the first time. A very ingenious concept, and one that requires extremely high casting skill, he commented, his tone solemn. Then, there was no follow-up. He didn't say a word about Lord Voldemort's possible resurrection. He just interlaced his fingers on the desk, narrowed his eyes slightly, and fell into deep thought. After waiting for a while without a response from Dumbledore, Roger couldn't help but speak up. Headmaster Dumbledore, aren't you worried at all about Lord Voldemort getting the Philosopher's Stone? What if he really is resurrected? Hearing this question, Dumbledore suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as a torch, looking straight at Roger. Roger's heart sank. Oh no. Could he have been seen through? Resurrection is not that simple, Dumbledore finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange, penetrating quality, as if it could bore into the depths of one's mind. He paused, his gaze lingering on Roger's face for a moment before he said slowly, "It requires specific conditions, or a special time and place." Then, he leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes shimmering with an all-seeing light. "Besides, how can you be so certain that what Lord Voldemort took was definitely the Philosopher's Stone?" "What?" Roger's pupils constricted instantly, and his blood seemed to freeze. "Fake." But the magic fluctuations coming from the stone in his trouser pocket were so surging, so real, how was this possible? Dumbledore looked at the rare, near-dazed expression on Roger's face, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It wasn't often that he could make such a genius student look like this. He enjoyed the sight with interest for a good while before smilingly revealing the answer. "The Philosopher's Stone isn't a stone, Roger. It is actually an invisible magical gate, a rift that tears through the barriers of space and time, connecting to a source of pure magical power. That is why it can continuously pour out magic." Roger slapped his thigh in his mind. "Right. Who said the Philosopher's Stone had to be a stone? A wife cake doesn't have a wife in it either." And in the original story, the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed just a couple of days after Harry thwarted Quirrell and Lord Voldemort. That was simply absurd. Could a supreme treasure with infinite magic really be destroyed just like that? Weren't they afraid the leaking magic would blow up Hogwarts? One must know that destroying Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes took a tremendous amount of effort. Some required specific tools, others required waiting for a specific timing. Faced with the even more precious and powerful Philosopher's Stone, they could just destroy it at will. Therefore, the Philosopher's Stone likely isn't a stone in the literal sense at all. Roger immediately followed up with a question. Then what did Lord Voldemort steal? Although the Philosopher's Stone is an invisible gate, it requires an anchor point in the physical world, Dumbledore explained slowly. That stone is the coordinate for the projection of magic. The invisible Philosopher's Stone pours its vast magic into it, giving it the characteristic of infinite magic. In other words, the magic supply to that stone can be cut off at any time. Roger reacted extremely quickly. "Precisely." Dumbledore gazed at him. "The moment I saw Tom, I sent a message to Nicholas Flamel. By now, he should have already closed the magic channel." As if to confirm Dumbledore's words, the stone in Roger's trouser pocket, pressed against his thigh, instantly lost that surging sense of magic and became ordinary, just like a real pebble. Roger immediately started cursing in his mind. Good grief. After all that work, risking his life to protect it, it turned out to be just a fool rock. He didn't get a single thing out of it and almost got possessed by Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore's move was truly brilliant. Even if Lord Voldemort actually got his hands on it, they could turn it back into a useless rock at any time. Looking at it this way, this Philosopher's Stone was simply a tailor-made trap for Lord Voldemort. If the old wizard hadn't given Lord Voldemort a portion of the immortality potion to recover some of his strength, Lord Voldemort would have likely met his end this time. In the original story, he had fled miserably, leaving Quirrell behind, and only after lying low for a long time did Peter Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr. plot his comeback. Now, he had made a clean getaway with Quirrell. The next step would definitely be to gather the Death Eaters and plan his resurrection. Dumbledore was naturally well aware of what Roger could think of. The old man fell into silence again, his brow furrowed. To be honest, Dumbledore wasn't exactly a good person in his youth. In Muggle terms, he was a Chunabu, hot-blooded youth back then, believing in pure blood superiority, obsessed with the dark arts, and was quite close with the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. He almost became the First Lady of the Dark Lord, but he later came to his senses and took a different path. This massive shift in ideology and life trajectory was even more drastic than Roger's experience. This was precisely why Dumbledore had initially kept a close eye on Roger but now fully recognized him. He saw similar struggles and choices. "How did you know Tom made Horcruxes?" After a long time, Dumbledore suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Roger was prepared and directly borrowed the research findings that would belong to Dumbledore in the future, You know, my magical enlightenment began with the unforgivable curses, so I'm fairly familiar with soul magic. To tempt me, Lord Voldemort boasted that he had gone further on the path of the soul than anyone else, promising to help me achieve immortality, and even hinted that you couldn't kill him. And the only magic I can think of that can achieve this is a Horcrux. Splitting the soul makes a person more pure, it also means more extreme and paranoid. The current Lord Voldemort fits this characteristic perfectly. So I tentatively bluffed him, and looking at his reaction, it's basically a sure thing. Dumbledore fell silent once more. After a long while, he stared at Roger with sharp eyes. Your judgment is correct, but do not let Harry know about this. I understand, Roger nodded and said tentatively, you suspect. Harry himself is a Horcrux. This sentence caused Dumbledore's pupils to contract slightly, and a rare look of shock appeared on his face. He looked strangely at the 11-year-old boy before him. This mind was too meticulous. He had just thought of this layer himself, yet the boy had already pointed it out. At this moment, Lord Voldemort's evaluation that this child has the makings of a Dark Lord suddenly echoed in Dumbledore's mind. However, fortunately, he was more likely to become a White Lord. This was truly for the best. As the acknowledged most powerful wizard, Dumbledore had actually suspected that Lord Voldemort wasn't completely dead and was relying on Horcruxes as early as when Harry's scar pained him before school started. The forbidden books regarding Horcruxes in the Hogwarts library were sealed by his own hand. He knew very well that during Lord Voldemort's student days, he had shown an unusual interest in this knowledge. Roger's information only confirmed his suspicion. But he still needed a piece of evidence other than Harry, which meant it might be time for a long trip during the summer break. Principal, Roger looked at Dumbledore's solemn expression, looking as if he were being crushed by the weight of the whole world, and couldn't help but sigh, you don't have to carry all the burdens on your own shoulders. Lord Voldemort's actions are not your responsibility. Dumbledore suddenly looked up, staring at the sincerity on Roger's face that transcended his age and surprise. After all, we're all adults, Roger's tone was as calm as if he were stating a fact. The priority is to be responsible for oneself. Always pushing responsibility onto others, or taking it all upon oneself, isn't considered mature. Especially the latter. He paused. Instead, it's easy to scare people away and mess up real relationships. Dumbledore gave a deep sigh, his wise blue eyes gazing at Roger with an exceptionally complex look, as if piercing through time. After a good while, he waved his hand slightly wearily. Go back, child. Do not mention tonight's events to anyone. Looking at the old man's somewhat lonely back, Roger's heart stirred. That last sentence about messing up real relationships seemed to have really struck a chord. He had originally wanted to take the opportunity to ask a few more questions, like about Horcruxes. That stuff was actually quite interesting. What if it were operated in reverse? Not splitting the soul, but devouring others' souls. Wouldn't that allow one to continuously strengthen their own soul power? Or even enhance their magic? Roger walked to the door, and just as his hand touched the handle, Dumbledore's voice came from behind him again. The ban on your use of dark arts is lifted. The old principal's voice returned to its usual calm, devoid of emotion. The restricted section is also completely open to you. I will personally explain it to Madame Pants. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible warmth. Also, do you have plans for the summer? Would you like to go on a vacation? I've spoken with Nicholas Flamel, and he would be very happy to host you. Finally, Dumbledore said meaningfully, perhaps you can go and see the true Philosopher's Stone. Harry lay in the hospital wing for 3 full days before slowly waking up. During those 3 days, rumors at Hogwarts were flying everywhere. Various bizarre versions emerged one after another, but the list of protagonists was surprisingly consistent. Harry, Roger, Ron, and Hermione. After all, they were the only ones who had entered the hospital wing. Ron and Hermione had only shown their faces in the first few, watered down, obstacles, remained unharmed, and left after being checked over. Roger, however, had played through the entire match. After transforming into Cerberus, he was singed by the out-of-control fiendfire. Fortunately, Cerberus's magic resistance was incredibly high, and he was fine after applying a bit of ointment. As for Harry, he remained in a solid coma for 3 days. Whether it was the soul link with Lord Voldemort or the impact of the fiendfire, it was enough to take a toll on him. Professor Quirrell's mysterious disappearance, combined with Snape taking over the defense against the dark arts class temporarily, further ignited the little wizard's imaginations. In the stories everyone dreamed up, Harry was naturally the protagonist who bravely fought the villainous Quirrell, Roger was the powerful support, and as for Ron and Hermione, they were basically background characters. Ron was initially quite smug when he heard the rumors, feeling like he was finally going to be the center of attention. But when he discovered that he wasn't even considered an important supporting character in the stories, but merely a sidekick tag along, he instantly deflated. He had left the restricted area on the 4th floor after being woken up by Hermione and had no idea what happened afterward, so he couldn't fathom why Roger deserved such a significant role. And Roger. For the past few days, he acted as if nothing had happened, reading and researching as usual. Headmaster Dumbledore had issued a gag order, and he was happy not to explain. Ron felt so stifled inside, it was like thinking he was at least the best man, only to find out on the wedding day that he was just a waiter carrying trays. As soon as the news of Harry waking up spread, the ward was immediately surrounded by curious students, making it impassable. Headmaster Dumbledore was the first to go in, and after inquiring about the situation in detail, he left. Then, the iron-faced school nurse Madame Pomfrey stood at the door like a guardian deity, turning away anyone who came to visit. Hermione pleaded and talked for a long time before she barely managed to secure 5 minutes. Harry, you're finally awake. You scared us to death. Hermione rushed into the ward, her voice trembling with lingering fear. She suppressed her excitement and asked urgently in a low voice, the room at the very end of the 4th floor, what exactly happened? Was it really? You know who? Yeah. The whole school is talking about it. Ron also leaned in, acting as if he were conducting an interrogation. Tell us quickly, what exactly was going on then? The truth was far more bizarre and thrilling than the rumors outside. Harry rubbed his forehead, which was still throbbing with a dull pain, feeling that if he hadn't experienced it personally, he wouldn't have believed for the life of him that he not only saw Lord Voldemort but also witnessed a first-year student face off against Lord Voldemort head-on. Enduring the discomfort, he recounted the events exactly as they happened. Hermione and Ron listened without daring to breathe. At every thrilling part, the two of them gasped in tension. When Harry reached the part about Lord Voldemort controlling Quirrell and attempting to use the power of the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect within Roger's body, Hermione couldn't help but scream. But he didn't succeed. Harry added quickly. Why didn't he succeed? Ron blurted out. Ron Weasley. Do you actually want you-know-who to succeed? Hermione immediately glared at him. After this adventure, the relationship between the two had mostly recovered, so Hermione spoke more casually. No, no, no. That's not what I meant. Ron's face turned red, and he waved his hands frantically. I'm just curious, how on earth did that guy Roger ruin you-know-who's resurrection plan? That, I don't know either. Harry admitted honestly. Even now, he felt that the Roger who stood against Lord Voldemort in that room was too surreal. Roger's transfiguration is very powerful. Hermione briefly shared what she knew. Harry had seen Roger fight with his own eyes, that level of transfiguration was supernatural, and then there were those spells he didn't understand at all, like the incantation that finally stopped Lord Voldemort's resurrection. He faintly felt that Roger's strength probably already surpassed many professors. Ron just stared with wide eyes. As a poor student, he only thought it was powerful, but he had absolutely no concept of exactly how powerful in his mind. Seeing his blank face, Hermione added bluntly, if you ask me, his level of transfiguration probably already exceeds Professor McGonagall's. Wah! What? Ron's jaw dropped completely this time. In his limited understanding, the professors at Hogwarts were the top experts in the magical world. He completely couldn't imagine a student surpassing a professor. In fact, in the entire British magical world, those who could do so were few and far between. The three of them chatted a bit more about Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore, but they were soon ruthlessly interrupted by Madame Pomfrey. 15 minutes passed long ago. You lot, get out of here immediately. Under the strict control of the school's high-level administration, key information about Lord Voldemort was kept tightly under wraps. The version of the story that eventually circulated became Harry, Roger, Ron, and Hermione, four young heroes, used their wisdom and courage to thwart Professor Quirrell's plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This, however, made Draco Malfoy furious. Potter had stolen the limelight again. However, having learned a lesson from the previous troll incident, he seemed to have grown up a bit. He no longer just hurled crude insults like before, but instead adopted a more Slytherin weapon, letting grades do the talking. One day in the Great Hall, Ron was animatedly boasting to his Gryffindor classmates about his heroic feat of turning the tide on the giant chessboard. Draco trailed his characteristic, slow drawl, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough to drift into everyone's ears. Tisk tisk tisk, Weasley, your adventure story is certainly thrilling enough. A chess expert. What a practical skill. He sighed hypocritically, his face wearing an undisguised sneer. What a pity, Hogwarts final exams don't test that. I'm really worried for some people. With the pathetic level of spells you and Potter have, can you even pass? I think I saw Longbottom's feather floating more steadily than your charms. Draco's words were like a bucket of ice water over their heads, instantly extinguishing the little wizard's last bit of desire to slack off. The pressure brought by the words, final exams, suddenly became incredibly real and heavy. The professors of various subjects also seemed to have received a unified instruction. Classroom discipline was tightened, and the pace of lectures noticeably quickened, heading straight for review topics. Even the usually most amiable Professor Sprout put on a stern face. If the little wizards drifted off for even a moment, it could lead to a reprimand or even point deductions. In all of Hogwarts, it seemed only Roger was an exception. During class, he often buried his head in a book thick enough to knock someone unconscious, but as long as he didn't disturb the class, the professors all tacitly chose to turn a blind eye. The Philosopher's Stone incident gave Roger a harsh wake-up call. He had almost been screwed over by ritual magic. Now, thanks to the restricted section being completely open to him, he could consult many documents on this subject. So during this time, he had been cramming on ritual magic. Ritual magic was a major category in ancient magic, particularly popular among ancient wizards, and its content was extremely rich. From summoning demons down to starting fires or bringing rain, this stuff could solve it all. It could be used for combat as well as for daily life. For example, animagus was a type of ritual magic. The rain prayers mentioned in Muggle world legends were also a type of ritual magic. As his research deepened, he was quite surprised to see a piece of information stating that a certain ritual could cause people to have hallucinations without realizing it. This was somewhat similar to a curse. If viewed from this perspective, curses seemed to be a type of ritual magic, or could be said to be a branch. But as for what ritual magic actually was, the ancient documents spoke of it in mysterious terms. The core meaning was roughly that ritual magic was essentially a magical power mapping behavior. According to Roger's own understanding, it seemed that specific rituals mapped out mysterious magical patterns, thereby producing specific magical effects. To some extent, it also had some connection to the ley line magic mentioned by the old wizard. This reminded Roger of what Lord Voldemort had said about that magical world connected by souls. Roger vaguely felt that the magical patterns mapped by these ritual magics came from that world. The problem now, however, was that he couldn't observe that world. Lord Voldemort had only taught how to obtain magic from that world through killing. He hadn't taught anything about that world itself. The result was that it was impossible to figure out the principles of ritual magic, and even the biocomputer could not analyze it due to a lack of accurate information. Roger suddenly thought of Nicholas Flamel's invisible door, which seemed to have cracked open a rift into the magical world. Then one could observe the inside. He was increasingly curious about how Nicholas Flamel had created this Philosopher's Stone. Back then, According to Lord Voldemort's theory, could the Philosopher's Stone essentially be a spatial rift left behind after some living being died? Thinking of this, Roger looked forward to the trip to Nicholas Flamel's during the summer vacation even more. Roger closed the heavy book, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. Before going to France, perhaps he could tinker with the levitation charm. If he could improve it, maybe he could come up with a simplified version of a flying spell. All right, class dismissed. Professor McGonagall's clear voice interrupted Roger's thoughts. She organized the parchment rolls on the podium, not forgetting to give a stern reminder at the end. There are less than 20 days left until the final exams. Everyone must make sure to take the time to review. The consequences of failing. I think you are all aware, Hogwarts expulsion notices are not pleasant to look at. For the lower years, the end-of-year exams came down to one thing: spellcasting ability. That wasn't too hard for Slytherins raised in magic or quick-witted Ravenclaws. But for the hard-working yet average Hufflepuffs and the playful, restless Gryffindors, the pressure was crushing. Draco Malfoy, in particular, saw the exams as the perfect chance to outshine Harry Potter. Imagine the satisfaction if Xavier flunked. And, to be fair, when Draco got serious he looked the part. He roped in Crabbe, Goyle, and a few other Slytherins and buried themselves in revision. Why are we killing ourselves practicing? Goyle groaned, flat on the floor. Your dad's on the board, Hogwarts can't expel you. Yeah, I'm exhausted. Crabbe echoed, mopping sweat. Draco pocketed his wand and dropped his voice mysteriously. I'll let you in on something. Score well and you spend the holiday at Nicholas Lemay Manor. Personal coaching. My father's funding it. Nicholas Lemay. Goyle and Crabbe gawked, blank-faced. Idiots. Draco rolled his eyes. Don't you ever open a book. The maker of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone. Oh, the words manor and summer trip were enough to spark some life back into them. They scrambled up to keep waving their wands. Their sudden zeal piled still more pressure on the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff first years. Suddenly every spare classroom in the castle became hot property. Study groups sprouted like mushrooms after rain, each scrambling for space. Hogwarts Castle used to house thousands, so empty rooms had never been scarce, until now. These days almost every one was packed. You had to reserve a slot or risk losing out. One exception drew attention: Wayne Hopkins. At the start of term he'd hovered near the bottom, and even later he'd only clawed his way to mid-table. Yet now, to everyone's shock, his spell work outclassed the year. He faced the exams with complete confidence, no frantic cramming required. Cornered by Harry, Ron and the rest, Wayne confessed, "Don't all ask me. Roger taught me." Roger had been buried in the library poring over Horcrux texts, but after much wheedling he agreed to coach. A spacious classroom had been magically partitioned into cubicles, each silenced for privacy. Neville, Seamus, Hannah, Ron, Harry, Hermione and Kevin took a booth each, firing spells at targets in steady rotation. Roger patrolled like an inspector, repairing shredded dummies and offering crisp pointers. Through his bio-computer sight he could see every flow of magic, so faults were obvious and advice pinpoint. Harry, stung by last time, drilled harder than ever, Expelliarmus, Defindo, then Reparo in quick succession, wand flashing, eyes fierce. Wayne, drenched in sweat, barked Reparo at a pile of rubble until the stones knit back together. Cracks still showed, but the sight flushed his cheeks with triumph. Roger, Ron shuffled over, scarlet mop askew. I can't even manage a proper hover, he braced for scorn. Roger only smiled and pointed to a nearby rock. Then start there. Show me. Ron raised his wand stiffly and mumbled, Wingardium Leviosa. The rock stayed put. Ron's face burned. Using biofeedback, Roger adjusted the angle of Ron's arm and the wand path. Relax your elbow, steady arc, wrist like this. Good. Again, clear enunciation. Corrected, Ron inhaled, flicked cleanly and shouted, Wingardium Leviosa. The boulder inched grudgingly into the air. Ron gaped, then beamed, his best moment since arriving, proof he might actually pass. Nothing fuels enthusiasm like seeing effort turn into visible progress. For days they haunted the practice room after class, skills shooting upward. Soon even Ron, once the weakest, could cast every first-year spell competently. Saturday, supposedly a day off, saw the library crammed with last-minute crammers from the upper years. Roger figured the practice room would be empty and perfect for quiet reading. Instead he found them already inside, huddled in animated debate. Roger, perfect timing. Hermione called, eyes shining. We're choosing a name for the group, come help us decide. Roger stepped over, scrolls lay on the table. Hogwarts Magical Advancement Society, in Hermione's immaculate hand. Starry-eyed club, signed Wayne, whose mother was from France. Roger suspected a dig at Britain's infamous dark cuisine. The rest were plain and unimaginative, clearly Harry's or Ron's. Their eager, sparkling eyes told Roger how much his opinion mattered. He lifted a quill, a mischievous smile flickering, and across a blank parchment wrote in bold, sweeping letters, Dumbledore's Army. The moment the name, Dumbledore's Army, spread, Hogwarts predictably exploded, and even Headmaster Dumbledore himself was stirred. Thus, Roger Lewis, a first year, was summoned to the headmaster's office for an unprecedented third time. Meeting the deep, unreadable blue eyes behind the headmaster's half-moon spectacles, Roger expertly raised the banner of the Voldemort threat. The Dark Lord isn't truly dead, he's in peak form, and a comeback is inevitable. For the future peace and safety of the wizarding world, isn't it only right and proper that students hone their spells ahead of time? Pause there, Mr. Lewis, Dumbledore interjected, gently but firmly, as the rhetoric soared. What intrigues me is why your study group calls itself Dumbledore's Army, not why you practice spells. Huh. Just that. Roger lifted a brow in sudden understanding. Headmaster, I thought it was something serious. You're the acknowledged greatest wizard. Against Voldemort you'll be our beacon and commander. We simply wanted to answer the call early, show resolve, rally morale. He knew the name had scratched the headmaster's itch. Sure enough, he left the office with little fuss, though under Dumbledore's strong suggestion that they change the name. Back in the common room Roger coined a new title, met with unanimous cheers and a unanimous vote, Hogwarts Legacy. The name sounded grand and orthodox, radiating the pride of true heirs of Hogwarts. The members of Hogwarts Legacy then lived up to the title. Grades soared as if bewitched, their spellcraft left peers far behind. Even Neville, Ron and Seamus, once shaky in Charms class, improved so dramatically that Professor Flitwick beamed and awarded each 2 points. The sight galled Draco Malfoy. He had started the first study club, yet never thought of a name so flashy and eye-catching. He wanted to bang his head against a wall. Unwilling to concede, Draco dragged Crabbe, Goyle, Theodore and Pansy together and finally christened his group with a resounding title, Hogwarts Mysteries. The name nodded to the Chamber of Secrets legend of Slytherin's founder and carried the house's trademark air of noble secrecy. Draco was delighted. Just as he thought he could now rival the combined Hogwarts Legacy, a chance walk past their practice room stunned him. Harry and Ron already handled first-year spells flawlessly, several of which Draco himself still fumbled. How could Draco stomach that? Pale-faced, he ground his teeth and stormed back to train twice as hard. The rivalry sent Hogwarts' study atmosphere to unprecedented heights. Professors noticed and couldn't hide their smiles. Time flew, and the tense exam week arrived. When results were posted, Roger and Hermione occupied the top 2 spots without surprise. But jaws dropped at Draco Malfoy. He had vaulted to 3rd place, with Harry and Ron right behind at 4th and 5th. George, Fred and Percy surrounded Ron. They'd never imagined their slacker brother breaking into the year's top 5, especially in first year. After all, in the original tale Harry and Ron were classic underachievers who only became Aurors through late diligence. Studying makes me happy, doesn't it? Ron winked at his brothers, smugly. After exams came the highlight of the year, the leaving feast. For Roger the feast itself was nothing special, just more food, but for most young wizards it was the most thrilling moment, because the House Cup winner would be announced. At the mid-year feast the final house standings would be revealed. The outcome would decide the castle's dominant colors and decor for the entire next year. Every house's honor was at stake. Harry and Ron clenched their fists. Draco sat bolt upright. Even Professor Snape sat straighter, eyes sharp. As expected, under Headmaster Dumbledore's personal adjustment, citing the Philosopher's Stone affair, he lavished 50 and 80 points for courage and selflessness on Harry, Ron, Hermione and others, rocketing Gryffindor from last to first. Roger, the true mainstay of that escapade, received far fewer points. In private, Dumbledore explained, more to soothe than enlighten, that too much praise too young could lead one astray. Roger gave an inward chuckle. The logic sounded, well, much like a boss saying, don't focus on money, youngster. The day after the feast, most students would leave the castle for home. But at the feast's end, Dumbledore announced a major innovation. The 5 first years with the highest marks would represent Hogwarts at Nicholas Flamel's manor for a special week-long summer camp. Harry was originally chosen, but the headmaster refused to let him leave the magical protection of his aunt's home, so 6th place Wayne took the spot. After seeing the youngsters off via the Flow network, Dumbledore returned to his quiet office. Hardly had he settled into the comfortable armchair when a sleek mechanical bird, cold metallic sheen and all, appeared out of thin air and floated down like a feather onto his broad desk. Dumbledore showed no surprise. It was a communication device created by his old friend, the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel. While other wizards still relied on owls trudging long distances, Nicholas had long since crafted an alchemical substitute. The tiny bird, unremarkable at first glance, possessed astonishing apparition ability. In an instant it could cross mountains and seas, far outclassing any owl. Of course, such an exquisite and potent creation came at enormous cost. Only someone who held the Philosopher's Stone and regarded gold as mere pocket change could afford such extravagant messaging. Word had spread these past 2 months that Nicholas meant to destroy the Philosopher's Stone and end his immortal life. Was that why he now tossed alchemical items about like disposables? Dumbledore studied the silent bird with interest, wondering what news Nicholas would bring. Help me. A voice both familiar yet distorted by weakness burst from the bird's cold metal beak. Aged, hoarse, filled with despair, instantly shattering the quiet of the headmaster's office. The gentleness on Dumbledore's face froze, his wise blue eyes turned sharp as a hawk's. Britain, Devon. A swirl of soot filled the air as Roger followed Professor McGonagall out of the fireplace. The sight before him made him pause, an archetypal French chateau, opulent, exquisite, and breathtaking. Nicholas Flamel's name flashed through Roger's mind. The legendary alchemist had once lived in Paris, but in 1990 he had suddenly moved to Devon and built this manor rivaling his old Parisian residence, apparently intending to settle here for good. Soon afterward he had handed the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore for safekeeping. Yet to Roger, since the stone was essentially a gate to an immense source of magic, the true priority should be safeguarding that gate, not the lump of rock itself. After all, cut off the flow of magic and the stone would become nothing more than an ordinary pebble. By the fireplace stood no crooked, sinister hag, no pustule-covered dark wizard, no bizarre magical creatures. Instead, a dozen attendants waited in perfect stillness. Impeccably dressed, meticulous in grooming, they carried the faint air of medieval French nobility. At their head stood a straight-backed young woman. Her raven hair was styled without a strand out of place, her hazel-green eyes were as calm as a frozen lake. An elegant gown accentuated her poised, capable bearing. Polite yet aloof, she behaved as though whoever stood before her made no difference. Roger's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly. In the biocomputer's vision, the girl's magical patterns were actually shifting and flowing like living water. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Alarm bells rang in Roger's mind. A person's magical patterns can change. He instinctively swept his gaze over the attendants behind her, and was shaken again. Their magical patterns were viscous, almost solid. Their density surpassed even the aura Lord Voldemort had once given him. Nearly every one of them carried a miniature black hole of magic, second only to the Philosopher's Stone he had seen at Hogwarts. Attendants of Master LeMay, each with Voldemort-level reserves. I am Vivian Shafiq, the girl said, voice courteous yet cool. Master LeMay is indisposed today. I am here to receive you. A proper smile curved her lips, but it seemed to lack any real warmth. Thank you, Miss Shafiq, Professor McGonagall replied evenly, though a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She recognized this was not Joel Shafiq, the famed steward, but his daughter. Which meant Master LeMay had not even sent his chief steward, a slight, perhaps, in terms of etiquette. McGonagall said nothing more and led the little wizards outside. The scene beyond the door was staggering. The buildings were separated by vast distances. It felt like standing in open wilderness. No spatial extension spell, just genuine, expansive land. Even Draco Malfoy, usually nose uppermost, clicked his tongue in amazement. Malfoy Manor had its splendor, but only a couple of house elves. Never had he seen such a parade of well-dressed human servants. In ancient times, when magical creatures were scarce, pure-blood families flaunted status with house elves. Nowadays, with humans so precious, only dark wizards dared enslave muggles and wizards without restraint. The other little wizards looked around in excitement, yet Miss Vivian strode straight toward a carriage parked nearby, barely waiting for Professor McGonagall to finish introducing the group. McGonagall frowned faintly but maintained her poise, ushering the students after her. Approaching the carriage, Roger noticed something odd. No horses stood before it, yet in the biocomputer's sight nothing invisible lurked either. The vehicle itself, however, radiated densely woven magical lines, an alchemical masterpiece. Even Roger marveled inwardly. Ladies and gentlemen, please board, McGonagall said, hiding her own admiration for the lavish conveyance as she ushered the students inside. The 5 little wizards had brought a fair amount of luggage. Ron even carried his pet rat Scabbers in a special cage. It looked enough to fill a carriage by itself. To welcome you, Master LeMay asked me to show you around the estate. Vivian sat opposite them, wearing her practiced smile. The carriage did not head for the main house but glided across the open grounds, a silent display of boundless wealth. While everyone gaped at the extravagance, Roger suddenly recalled the boat ride across the Black Lake. Dumbledore had said it was more than transport, it was a ritual enabling the Sorting Hat to sense each new student's soul aura. He quietly reactivated the biocomputer's vision. The instant they took their seats, the carriage's interior seemed to come alive. Countless fine strands of magic reached out, gently wrapping and linking to every passenger. TCH, Roger hissed inwardly. It really is ritual magic. He glanced at Vivian opposite. Her polite, distant smile had not wavered. Looking out, Roger saw the sweeping grasslands. Under the biocomputer's sight they were thick with magical lines, and from above the pattern resembled the very shape of the deep black lake. None of the others noticed. Professor McGonagall, Roger ventured softly, have you been here before? Indeed, she answered with a reminiscing smile. With Professor Dumbledore. But that time we went straight to the main house. We never had the chance to admire this magnificent estate. Those words set Roger's alarm screaming. Yet he could voice no objection. What if this ritual was harmless, even beneficial? What if Master LeMay meant no harm? As a precaution, Roger crooked a finger inside his sleeve and cast on himself his improved levitation charm, privately dubbed the soaring spell. The spell allowed flight, though the caster had to guide movement with his own magic. It took effect. Seemingly seated comfortably, he actually hovered a hair's breadth above the cushion, an almost invisible gap between boot sole and seat. In the biocomputer's sight the strands seeking to coil around him, unable to touch his body, snapped back. Across the broad lawns the carriage finally approached the outline of the main house. Yet when it halted before the doors, every Hogwarts passenger had fallen unconscious. Silent attendants stepped forward and began carrying the comatose group inside. Roger kept his eyes shut, feigning the same stupor, letting himself be borne along. Through slitted lids he saw Professor McGonagall taken to a separate room, while he and the other little wizards were conveyed elsewhere. Only when the footsteps had faded did Roger cautiously open his eyes. Their wands had been confiscated. Office of the Minister for Magic. Cornelius Fudge felt wretched, as though a lump of sticky cauldron-bottom residue were clotted around his heart. The confidential report on his desk might as well have been a red-hot brand. Dumbledore, that old bee, had actually formed a student army called Dumbledore's army, at Hogwarts. What did he intend? To crown himself the third Dark Lord. HMPH. Fudge snorted loudly. The idea wasn't far-fetched. Just look at Dumbledore's resume. Grindelwald had been his bosom friend in youth. Lord Voldemort was the star pupil he had trained. If the man wanted to don the Dark Lord's mantle, Fudge wouldn't bat an eye. From Fudge's perspective, he almost hoped Dumbledore did want the title. Otherwise, why secretly drill an army of students? Planning a coup to overthrow the ministry. Fudge's restless gaze swept across another document, application for conferring an Order of Merlin upon Roger Lewis, and his face darkened past cauldron black. Behind the application loomed the magical world's latest wave of Dumbledore worship. Fudge could already hear tomorrow's headlines in the Daily Prophet and the smaller rags. Dumbledore, the eternal beacon of the magical world. A new star shines. Roger Lewis, Dumbledore's discerning discovery. Why does Hogwarts produce geniuses? Decoding Dumbledore's legendary education. The mentor leading a new era. Dumbledore's extraordinary influence. Headmaster Dumbledore. A soft pop of light, and Fudge's heart nearly stopped. Dumbledore himself was already standing in the office. Before, when the headmaster apparated straight in, Fudge had chalked it up to prerogative of the powerful. Now cold sweat soaked his back, the man could kill him at any moment. Minister Fudge, this is urgent. Dumbledore's face was graver than Fudge had ever seen, even perfunctory greetings were skipped. After hearing the request, Fudge's face puckered like a bitter gourd. Dumbledore actually wanted the ministry to open a flow fireplace channel straight to Nicholas Flamel Manor. It was asking the impossible. The ministry managed the flow network, but that didn't mean it could barge into private hearths, especially that of Nicholas Flamel, the centuries-old legendary alchemist and titan of philanthropy whose prestige was terrifying. Even without counting reputation, Flamel's personal power was probably unfathomable. The ministry had no wish to tangle with such trouble. Worse, Flamel was French, living in Britain as a resident. Doing this would spark a diplomatic uproar. To Fudge it would be digging his own political grave. No, Dumbledore, absolutely not. For once Fudge produced ministerial steel and refused outright. Cornelius, we must go, Dumbledore said, calm yet leaving no room for dispute. Fudge swallowed his anger and offered an excuse. It would cause a serious diplomatic incident. On the contrary, Cornelius, Dumbledore cut in, Master Lemay is in danger. If something happens to him on British soil, that will be the real diplomatic disaster. The French Ministry of Magic will not let it rest. Danger. Fudge yelled like a stepped-on cat. Britain is perfectly safe. Since last year dark wizard crime is at an all-time low. I can't imagine what danger Master Lemay could face. In any case, the ministry's flow network must not be abused. Lemay sent me a distress signal. Dumbledore's voice rose suddenly. He must be in a peril he cannot handle. Ha! Fudge leapt up, palms slamming the desk, face crimson, voice verging on hysteria. You mean the great Master Lemay asked you for help instead of the proper British Ministry of Magic? And now you stride in here ordering me to grant you privileged access. Dumbledore, why don't you just take the minister's chair? Enough. Dumbledore's voice cracked like thunder. Silver light flashed from his wand tip and an unseen force struck Fudge's chest. The minister staggered back into his chair, white as parchment. From this moment, the ministry will bear the consequences of its choices. Before the words faded, Dumbledore vanished, leaving Fudge slumped in the oversized minister's seat, trembling uncontrollably. Nicholas Flamel Manor, main building, a certain room. Roger instantly activated his biocomputer. Invisible scanning ripples covered the room. Confirming it was safe, he turned to the unconscious Hermione, Ron, Wayne, and Draco. The situation was bad. Their sleep wasn't natural but rooted at the soul level. He immediately recalled the anomaly on the carriage, how unseen strands of ambient magic had linked their cores and injected something inside. The technique resembled a higher order Imperio. By channeling nature's own magic it was almost undetectable. That was the power of ritual magic. Anyone else might have been helpless against soul-level erosion, but Roger, long steeped in soul magic and wielding a Searle's scalpel, found it manageable. The snag, his wand had been taken. He had to rely on wandless casting, slashing both strength and precision. He spent considerable energy, sweating profusely, before delicately stripping every foreign mote from the four cores. Ah, where are we? That carriage sure makes you sleepy. Ron sat up clutching his head, voice thick with pain. Merlin, how did I fall asleep? How rude. Finding herself on a bed, Hermione assumed the manor staff had tucked her in and flushed crimson. Wayne looked around warily. Something's off, this doesn't feel right. Draco rubbed his temples and retorted, what could be wrong? The manor's enormous and the carriage cushions were soft as clouds, falling asleep is normal. Our wands, Roger said coldly, cutting to the point, have all been taken. The words hit like a bucket of ice water, the four little wizards snapped awake, faces paling. Wands. They were half a wizard's life. Without them they were lions with their fangs pulled, almost helpless. An iron rule among wizards. Never touch another's wand without consent. And now 5 wands had vanished, no act of kindness. When Roger added that Professor McGonagall might be in danger, the youngsters' anxiety crystallized into raw panic. What do we do? 4 pairs of eyes, strung by invisible threads, swiveled in unison, full of trust and terror, to fix upon Roger. Nicholas Lemay Manor, basement of the main building. The air was bone-chillingly cold, mixed with the musty smell of ancient stone walls and the pungent lingering scent of potions. Is everyone settled? Joel Shafiq's voice rang out, as steady as a pool of stagnant water. He wore his signature exquisite wig, which gave off an unnatural shimmer in the dim light. Yes, Father. They won't wake up until the ritual is over, Vivian replied in a low voice. Her brows were tightly furrowed, she seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she just pursed her lips and swallowed her words. Finally. Joel's voice suddenly rose, an abnormal flush creeping onto his pale cheeks, his eyes flashing with a near fanatical excitement. After tonight, Vivian, you'll be able to see your mother. She must be missing you too. The Philosopher's Stone cannot grant this wish, Joel. A gentle yet utterly exhausted voice came from deep within the room. Nicholas Flamel lay on a simple bed, emaciated, his sunken eye sockets filled with heavy sorrow. Reversing life and death, this is the most fundamental desecration of natural laws. Forcing such an outcome can only lead to disaster. How will we know if we don't try? Joel turned abruptly, his voice suddenly turning cold, like tempered ice. 30 years. I've served you for a full 30 years. All I asked for was to borrow the power of the Philosopher's Stone to restore my beloved to life. But you'd rather destroy it than give me a single chance. He was born into the pure-blood Shafiq family. His ancestors were also French, with vast estates in both France and Britain, being both British and French nobility in the Muggle world. Relying on such a noble background, he entered Nicholas Flamel's manor and became the butler. But his purpose was also very clear, he wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone to resurrect his wife. However, he never received Nicholas Flamel's permission, leading to his resentment. No one can toy with life, Joel, Flamel's voice carried the weariness of centuries. It treats all things equally. Hearing those words from someone who has lived for over 600 years is simply the height of irony. Joel's emotions recovered slightly as he delivered a calm retort. After a moment of silence, he continued, Master Flamel, I've only added a bit of anti-magic agent to you. I only wish to borrow the Philosopher's Stone. Once you've recovered, take Vivian and leave. I don't want to involve you and Vivian in the rest of the path. You are forever living in the past. Because of this, Vivian has also been in a deep sleep here with me for over 20 years. There was no blame in Flamel's eyes, only deep sorrow. Because of your obsession, she doesn't even dare mention her mother's name in front of you. Joel's gaze became burning and determined once more. Therefore, I must try. I long to see her again. Flamel sighed heavily, as if he had exhausted his last bit of strength. Magic can reshape flesh and blood, Joel, but it cannot create a soul, much less recall a will that has long since dissipated. His cloudy eyes looked into the void, his voice ethereal. Just like me, this shell might still be sustained by the philosopher's stone, but my soul, it has long since rotted. My will, like grains of sand in the wind, is dissipating bit by bit. I so want to leave. All of this, you clearly understand. Immortality is not a blessing. Flamel knew its bitterness well. It was more like a slow-acting poison, lurking within eternity, destined to erupt at some critical point and bring about unimaginable destruction. No. You don't understand the great power of the philosopher's stone at all. Joel interrupted sharply, his eyes flashing with obsessive light. You're just barely surviving because of it. My master, he deliberately emphasized those two words, will let you witness its true power with your own eyes. Your master. Flamel's body shook violently, as if he knew who that term represented. The last trace of color instantly drained from his withered face, leaving only a ghastly gray. In that moment of dead silence, bang! A thick, ink-like black mist, seemingly substantial, exploded in the center of the room without warning. The mist churned and condensed, and Querel's figure emerged from it. In those narrow eyes, the crimson pupils were like cracks in hell, coldly scanning everyone present, bringing a bone-chilling cold. Well done, Joel. Lord Voldemort's voice was like a venomous snake sliding over ice, with a hair-raising quality. When I have fully returned, I shall reward you and fulfill your wish. After escaping Hogwarts, he had considered it carefully. The fastest way to resurrect was still the Philosopher's Stone. Even if he couldn't get it directly, obtaining the elixir of life from Flamel would greatly aid his recovery. Therefore, he immediately set his sights on the secluded Nicholas Flamel in Devon. His initial goal was just to steal the potion. But Joel's defection gave him an even greater surprise. After months of planning, he had finally succeeded in dealing with that 600-year-old geezer. Lord Voldemort decided to use the Philosopher's Stone right here to directly reshape his body and achieve a complete resurrection. He flicked his wand, his crimson gaze locking onto Flamel. Before that, let's clear out this eyesore. No, great master. Joel immediately stepped forward, his posture respectful but his tone firm. He is just a remnant trapped in time, not worth wasting your precious energy on. We have just captured several people from Hogwarts. If we don't hurry, something might change. A flash of displeased red light flickered in Lord Voldemort's eyes. He didn't like being questioned, and he hated being directed even more. But for now, he still needed to rely on Joel. Suppressing his inner annoyance, he withdrew his wand with feigned magnanimity. HMPH, very well. However, the word, Hogwarts, instantly caught his attention. People from Hogwarts. He hissed. Yes, master. Joel quickly summarized the situation of the summer camp. Minerva McGonagall. Voldemort's voice betrayed surprise, which then turned into a twisted interest. Aha, how delightful. He hadn't expected to encounter people from Hogwarts again at this critical moment. Fate seemed to always link him with that castle. He hadn't managed to steal the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts, but now he was about to succeed here with Flamel, and yet people from Hogwarts had delivered themselves to his door. Had he not been certain his actions were secret, he would have almost suspected this was another of Dumbledore's traps. However, now Professor McGonagall was under control, and several little wizards had become prisoners. Even if Dumbledore had made arrangements, he was out of reach now. Could he possibly fly here from the Scottish Highlands in an instant? Very well. Begin the ritual at once. Lord Voldemort announced imperiously, his voice echoing in the basement. No one is more proficient in the art of resurrection than I. Now, you shall witness with your own eyes how to forge a perfect body using the Philosopher's Stone. In high spirits, Lord Voldemort, his black robes billowing, strode toward the depths of the basement. When they reached a platform inscribed with complex runes, clearly a teleportation array, Lord Voldemort's footsteps suddenly halted. An inexplicable premonition seized him. The little wizards who came this time, he spoke slowly, his voice low, who are they? Roger Lewis, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley. Joel respectfully reported the names. Before he could finish, he was crudely interrupted by a cold, sharp shout. What? Lord Voldemort turned around abruptly, his crimson pupils like burning branding irons, fixed squarely on Joel's face. You said. Roger Lewis. Yes, master. He is being held with the other little wizards. Ahahaha. Lord Voldemort let out a low, cold laugh, the chill erupting from between his teeth seemingly freezing the air. Merlin's beard, this is truly an unexpected surprise. A dangerous and excited light flashed in his crimson eyes. Lead the way. Take me Toshi, them first. Things have become much more interesting. The main building of Nicholas Flamel's manor. The main building of Nicholas Flamel's manor was surprisingly large. A powerful undetectable extension charm had been applied inside, making it feel like stepping into an empty small town. Roger led a group of little wizards around inside for a long time. At first, everyone was tiptoeing, but no matter how far they walked, there were only empty corridors that seemed to stretch forever. Not a single ghost could be seen, it was like they had broken into an empty castle. Roger walked at the front, pondering the situation. In the original story, after Nicholas Flamel learned that the Philosopher's Stone was nearly stolen, didn't he destroy the stone and calmly welcome his end? Logically, he should have been happy to support this kind of summer camp. Even if he wasn't, given his friendship with Albus Dumbledore, he could have just refused directly. Why go through all this trouble? So something must have happened that he didn't know about, leading to this situation. But what exactly was it? Roger frowned deeply, but he had no clue at the moment. More troublesome was that this fool place was too big, the priority was to find an exit quickly. I say, why don't we go out first? Malfoy's voice trembled slightly. The deathly silence made his hair stand on end, and he felt like something terrifying was hiding nearby. Oh, is young Master Malfoy scared? Ron immediately seized the opportunity to mock him. Who's scared? Draco was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. To prove himself, he pulled open a nearby door in a fit of pique. Ah! He jumped back in fright, nearly knocking over Hermione and Wayne behind him. Inside the door, several figures stood prominently. But after waiting for a long time, those figures remained motionless, without even blinking an eye. Roger cautiously approached the door and took a closer look. The people were still there, but they were as lifeless as wax statues. Hiss! He gasped. These couldn't be. In theory, could they? Did Master LeMay do this in secret? However, in the Muggle world, legends say Nicholas Flamel seemed to like donating to cemeteries, hospitals, and mortuaries, but it didn't look like that. These 5 people had normal complexions and were elegantly dressed, without any of the gray, decaying feel of the dead. There are rumors in France that Master LeMay created many alchemical lives, Wayne speculated with a frown. You mean, they aren't real people? Hermione's eyes widened in surprise. But they look so realistic. Draco suddenly remembered the attendants who greeted them when they first arrived. Those dozen or so people who met us this morning, could they be this kind of thing too? With him saying that, everyone thought it looked more and more like it. These 5 people were also wearing attendant uniforms and were meticulously dressed. Roger quietly activated the biocomputer's observation mode. In his vision, these 5 people, like the attendants from this morning, were filled with lines of magic, but the pattern structure was clearly different from that of a living person, more like some kind of precision alchemical creation. Moreover, the magic lines of these 5 were much dimmer and thinner, as if their energy had been exhausted. Roger stepped forward and checked carefully, finally discovering a small, inconspicuous patch of skin with a cold metallic sheen at the edge of their meticulously groomed wigs. They really were alchemical puppets. The little wizards immediately gathered around, touching and looking everywhere, with exclamations of wonder rising one after another. To make such lifelike puppets, one not only needed top-tier alchemy but also had to pour in astronomical amounts of rare materials. Thinking about how many such puppets might be hidden in this manner, it was simply unimaginable. But for Nicholas Flamel, who possessed the Philosopher's Stone and could turn stone into gold, this was probably just a drop in the bucket. Even today, legends of his wealth that could rival nations still circulated in Muggle society. Roger had no interest in LeMay's wealth, his eyes were only on the profound alchemical knowledge behind the puppets. He simply began to study them on the spot, his fingers brushing over the puppets, cold surfaces, feeling the complex circuits composed of ancient rune symbols carved inside. The principle seemed to be imitating the human body structure as a container. Once it carried magic, it could execute commands and simulate human behavior. Those people this morning were really these kinds of puppets. Ron's eyes widened as he circled a puppet, muttering, "Do you think, could one be made that looks exactly like us?" Draco crossed his arms, his eyes lighting up. Ha! If I could take one back, it would be an excellent Quidditch training partner. I'll definitely be able to defeat Harry next school year. Influenced by Roger, he wasn't as extreme and no longer fought just because of bloodline theories as he had in the past. Instead, he channeled that competitiveness into a more direct pursuit. For instance, hearing that Harry had been exceptionally allowed to join the Gryffindor team, he immediately pestered Professor Snape until he was allowed into the Slytherin team. Roger's grades were top-notch. Draco certainly didn't want to fall behind either. Malfoy, you can't even beat Harry in a real match, and you want to win after practicing with this piece of junk. Why don't you just practice with Harry directly? Ron couldn't help but roast him. Are you worried you'll lose every time you practice? Several little wizards were discussing animatedly when their words hit Roger like a bolt of lightning. That's right. He had previously only thought about using the infinite energy of the Philosopher's Stone to create a clone, but hadn't solved the body problem for the clone yet. Aren't these alchemical puppets the perfect ready-made shells? Just plant a virtual soul and use transfiguration to change it into his own appearance, and a powerful clone would be complete. Although his wand wasn't in hand now, Roger couldn't bear to let go of such good experimental material, and this was an even better opportunity to escape. If he really encountered danger, he could even send the clone out to take the fall while he hid in the shadows to act as the situation required. No sooner said than done. Roger immediately took a small bottle from his pocket. It was magic sensing potion diluted with water. Ever since the Philosopher's Stone incident, he always carried 3 small bottles with him just to deal with emergencies. The potion went down, and a familiar sense of energy instantly filled his body. Roger concentrated, carefully, stuffing a virtual soul into the puppet. Meanwhile, in the luxurious guest room where they were being held, Lord Voldemort stared at the empty room, his voice as cold as an ice cellar. "Joel, where are the people?" Joel's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that someone who had undergone the comatose ritual could wake up on their own. That was a forced sleep at the soul level. Without a release ritual, it was like being forcibly shut down, and waking up was impossible. Because of this, they hadn't even left a guard. Now, the whole room full of little wizards had vanished without a trace. Lord Voldemort's mood was terrible. He could figure out who the problem was with his toes. It must be Roger, it must be him. Only him. Others couldn't break this ancient ritual magic, but Roger. Lord Voldemort had dealt with this kid for a whole school year and knew his background all too well. That guy's perception of magic was freakishly sharp, and he learned magic as fast as copying homework. Others might only be able to create their own spells after reaching adulthood, but he was different. The magic he used was almost entirely of his own making. Lord Voldemort was almost certain. Roger had definitely discovered something and had found a way to escape in the blink of an eye. Master. Joel's voice cracked. In his desperation, his mind raced. I'll activate all the alchemical puppets in the manor right now. They aren't afraid of a wizard's spells at all. Those brats don't have wands either. I can definitely catch them all back one by one. He thumped his chest hard as if to prove his determination. Lord Voldemort's cold gaze swept over Joel, and he turned to leave with Vivian, leaving behind only a whisper that chilled to the bone. I'll wait for you in the basement. Don't make me wait too long, otherwise, your daughter will taste the punishment in your place. A cold glint flashed in Joel's eyes. Outside the manor. Professor Dumbledore, are you certain? Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the manor in the distance that appeared tranquil and magnificent under the sunlight, his tone carrying clear skepticism. Everything before them was orderly, with no signs of intrusion. Dumbledore had just been rebuffed by Cornelius Fudge, and immediately after, He had been given the cold shoulder at the Flow Network Authority. The director there was a die-hard confidant of Fudge. Afterward, he encountered Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror office. This head Auror was known for being keen and tough, having spent his life hunting dark wizards and never taking threats involving the dark arts lightly. More importantly, he and Fudge were not of one mind, and he himself possessed no small amount of ambition. In the original story, he was the one who succeeded Fudge as the Minister for Magic, though he was rather opinionated and stubborn. At this moment, his willingness to bring an elite Auror squad along was undoubtedly signaling a desire for cooperation to Dumbledore. I am absolutely certain, Rufus. Dumbledore's brow was furrowed as he gazed deep into the manor with concern. I have known Nicholas Flamel for over 100 years, we are close friends. With his strength, there are very few people in the current wizarding world who could subdue him without a sound. For him to send a distress signal, he must have encountered an extremely perilous situation. Scrimgeour did not comment on this. He knew very well that in terms of status, influence, or pure magical power, he was far removed from beings like Dumbledore and LeMay. Then, shall we launch a direct assault? He asked in a low voice, his hand already on his wand. A direct assault won't work. Dumbledore slowly shook his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over the manor's invisible barrier. The ancient spells guarding this place are extremely powerful. However, Nicholas once shared its secrets with me. Now, I need a little time to crack it. Meanwhile, inside the manor's main building, Joel activated the manor's alchemical puppet system. In an instant, the puppets scattered everywhere, originally as still as exquisite sculptures, lit up with a faint glow of magic in their eyes, their joints making slight clicking sounds as they instantly came to life. The little wizards, who were gathered around the 5 core puppets studying them, were caught off guard and captured. Hermione and Ron tried to resist, but they immediately found that these metallic creations possessed staggering strength. Just one puppet easily suppressed the boys' struggles. Except for Roger. Because he had already used his biocomputer to secretly control a puppet. When being escorted away, he deliberately fell to the back of the line and quickly cast Transfiguration, turning the puppet into his own likeness. Meanwhile, he instantly shrank, turning into an inconspicuous ladybug and hiding in the folds of the puppet's sleeve. When the little wizards were brought before Quirrell, their reactions varied. Ron and Hermione, who knew the truth, looked at the faint outline on the back of Quirrell's head and instantly turned pale, so terrified they could hardly breathe. Wayne and Draco, unaware of the truth, were merely nervous and uneasy, not nearly as frightened. Draco even misjudged the situation, forcing himself to stay calm as he spoke. Professor Quirrell. I know you're doing this for money. Just name your price, and my father, Lucius Malfoy, can definitely. At this moment, Roger, transformed into a ladybug, silently commented, Draco is truly a talent, treating the Dark Lord like a kidnapper to negotiate a ransom. If Lord Voldemort knew, he'd probably explode with rage. Sure enough, Quirrell's, or rather, Voldemort's, face instantly turned so dark it could drip ink, and he flicked a hex with his hand. Draco screamed as he was slammed hard against the wall like a rag doll, knocked unconscious on the spot. The entire basement fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Lord Voldemort completely ignored the young master of the Malfoy family. He walked straight to the Roger puppet and first cast a soul vision, confirming that the soul before him was indeed Roger's soul. Then, he stared intently at the other with his crimson snake-like eyes, 1,000 thoughts swirling in his mind. Initially, he really wanted to devour this student, but now he wanted to recruit this talent even more. His raspy voice rang out, carrying a bone-chilling, deliberately feigned intimacy. My dear little apprentice, we meet again. He paced around the puppet, his posture elegant yet exuding a deadly threat. Do you remember the werewolf restoration charm I taught you? Aha! Since a werewolf can be restored, then other transfigurations based on human forms naturally have their counter spells. He stopped abruptly, staring mockingly into the puppet's eyes. I've found it, and that is the human restoration charm. It can dismantle any transformation magic targeted at a human form. Ladybug, Raven, oh, and that, Cerberus, or some other little tricks. Lord Voldemort's mouth curled into a cruel arc. You must understand what I mean. The transfiguration you take pride in, I have already found the key to breaking it. A simple human restoration charm can make all your disguises vanish into thin air. Lord Voldemort paced excitedly in the basement, letting out a piercing, mad laugh. But the laughter stopped abruptly. He remembered the shame of his failed resurrection at Roger's hands last time. He elegantly drew his wand from his robes, cradling it in his palm like a piece of art, and pointed it from a distance at Roger. The Roger, who was pointed at, along with Hermione, Ron, and Wayne beside him, couldn't help but gulp, their bodies stiff with obvious fear. Lord Voldemort's eyes were full of cat-and-mouse-like mockery. That spell you used last time was very special, he hissed, his voice carrying inquiry and a trace of imperceptible wariness. Very profound, it could actually withstand my magic. However, his voice suddenly turned cold and full of malice. I suspect, you can't use it many times, can you? He stepped lightly behind Roger, his cold palm slapping heavily onto his shoulder as he leaned down to sneer in his ear. Now, you won't be able to run, and I know you're a smart person. Seeing Roger remain silent, Lord Voldemort said no more. He turned and walked toward a platform in the center of the room engraved with complex, ancient runes, clearly a teleportation array. Joel immediately ordered the alchemical puppets to roughly push Roger onto it as well. An intense flash of light erupted, and the figures on the platform vanished instantly. No, Roger! Hermione cried out, her heart sinking suddenly. In the basement, only a few silent alchemical puppets remained, along with the pale-faced Hermione, Ron, and Wayne, and the unconscious Draco in the corner. Lord Voldemort took him away. Hermione's voice trembled with fear. It must be extremely dangerous in there. What should we do? I. Ron looked at the menacing puppet guards around them, so frightened he was incoherent, and pointed at the guards. They don't seem to be able to talk. Hermione gave Ron a desperate look. He was completely unreliable. In this suffocating moment of despair, a voice came from the doorway. That voice was extremely aged, as if it had traveled through hundreds of years of time and dust, carrying a strange, soothing power. Children, there is no need to fear. The little wizards turned their heads sharply. There at the doorway, an unimaginably old man, supported carefully by Vivian, slowly stepped into the basement. The moment he stepped through the teleportation array, Roger saw the real Philosopher's Stone. It didn't feel like a spatial jump, but rather as if space itself had been exquisitely folded here, similar to an undetectable extension charm, but with a seemingly more profound principle. The Philosopher's Stone was suspended deep within this folded space. It hung there silently, like a flickering, elusive shadow. Is this the manifestation of a spatial rift? Roger's pupils constricted slightly as he immediately activated the biocomputer's visual scan. However, his field of vision was a void. No magical patterns, no energy lines, nothing at all. It bore some resemblance to the way ghosts exist. Lord Voldemort himself was not at all surprised by this, having clearly obtained many secrets regarding the Philosopher's Stone from Joel. He seemed eager to display his prowess, deliberately pacing in front of Roger and asking with a hint of testing, "Want to know what this is?" Some kind of residual will. Roger had a vague guess in his heart, but he wasn't certain. This answer surprised Voldemort slightly, and a hint of genuine admiration entered his low voice. "My dear student, your talent is indeed remarkable." Immediately after, that habitual arrogance resurfaced. "However, it's not precise enough." Roger raised an eyebrow slightly, waiting for him to continue. Voldemort seemed to enjoy being listened to intently by such a gifted student. He spoke slowly. "You could say it's residual will, but more fundamentally, it is magic itself, twisted and solidified by some extreme will." "An obscurus." Roger interjected tentatively. The corners of Voldemort's mouth curled in an appreciative arc, and he nodded, then slowly shook his head. "Your thinking is very sharp, the direction is correct, but it's not entirely so." Then, he actually began to explain the deep principles of the Philosopher's Stone. According to Voldemort's soul theory, the soul is a bridge connecting the material world and the vast dimension of magic. When life ends and the soul dissipates, this bridge collapses, and the magical world pours a majestic torrent of magic into the material world through this brief opening. The core secret of the Philosopher's Stone lies in its ability to forcibly create and stabilize such a magical channel, thereby obtaining an inexhaustible source of magic. Although Nicholas Flamel had never publicized the method for making the Philosopher's Stone, after witnessing it, Voldemort had already gained insight into many key pieces of information. Nicholas Flamel has quite a lot of blood on his hands. Voldemort's voice was cold and certain. Only at the sight of large-scale, concentrated death can a spatial rift be torn open relatively stably. This explained why places like mass graves, ancient battlefields, and pits of 10,000 people were prone to spawning resentful spirits, ghosts, and even sprites. They were all products of being tainted and twisted by the pouring torrent of magic. And to keep this spatial rift from closing, the cost was high. It required continuous soul energy as fuel. Following the direction of Voldemort's finger, Roger saw a churning pool of blood beneath the shadow. The liquid in that pool emitted powerful and sinister magical fluctuations. Undoubtedly, it was all soul blood. That blood pool seemed like some kind of alchemical creation, appearing to reverse soul blood back into souls. Roger thirstily absorbed this forbidden knowledge that touched upon the essence of the soul, and countless new ideas and experimental directions instantly flooded his mind. Finally, Voldemort did not forget to mock Nicholas Flamel bitingly, calling him the Dark Lord who ruled France for 6 centuries. Roger could even vaguely sense a faint, undetectable hint of jealousy in Voldemort's words. Joel stood by, marveling at Voldemort's erudition, revealing so many secrets of the Philosopher's Stone based only on limited information and on-site observation. But he still couldn't help but offer a word of defense for Flamel. Master, in the 14th century when Master Flamel lived, the Black Death swept through all of Europe, taking nearly half the population in 100 years. He did not actively kill. Death then was everywhere, in Paris, and throughout all of Europe. This explanation was no different from a slap to the face, instantly ruining Voldemort's good mood for leisurely teaching. His face suddenly darkened, his gaze piercing Joel like an ice pick, before turning to Roger and getting to the main point. Roger, I can choose not to devour you. Follow me, and you shall be my second in command. My followers will also swear fealty to you. Joel looked on in shock at how highly Voldemort regarded this young boy, that someone so proud would allow another person to stand as his equal. I imagine you are also deeply disappointed with the current magical world. Most wizards have lost their way, capable only of clinging to the old, being timid, and living in a daze. Look at now, the most powerful alchemical creation is still an antique from 1,000 years ago. Whereas on the other side I have seen, such creations are countless, that is our true future. Roger raised an eyebrow. Could this be a hallucination old Voldy saw before he died? And the other part of the wizards. They are walking toward madness while studying jinxes. Our civilization is not only failing to progress, but is accelerating toward decay. Conversely, in the Muggle world, their technology advances by leaps and bounds, creating miracles comparable to magic, with no sign of stopping. If this continues, the wizarding world will eventually disintegrate, and wizards will completely perish. Roger felt some agreement with this in his heart. If wizards did not keep pace with the times, the entire system could indeed collapse. As Muggle society became increasingly advanced and convenient, a large number of Muggle-born or half-blood wizards would likely choose to integrate into Muggle society. Perhaps it wasn't obvious now, but when the new century of the internet arrived, the gap between the convenience of Muggle society and the isolation of the wizarding world would become a chasm. No one likes to live in seclusion or fall behind the times. Once this choice became mainstream, could wizards with Muggle mindsets still be considered wizards in the traditional sense? At least, they certainly wouldn't be like before. Aren't you obsessed with researching magic? When I rule Britain, you shall be the principal of Hogwarts. You can explore any mystery and pursue any unknown to your heart's content. A philosopher's stone like this should be used to create a more glorious future for wizards. Hearing this, a sharp light burst from Joel's eyes, clearly in deep agreement. Voldemort's gaze locked onto Roger, the puppet, as he continued, I am not stingy with sharing power. It's just that those truly qualified to hold authority are few and far between. But you should stand up, exercise your talents, and guide wizards toward a bright future. Everything for the wizards. Everything for the future. It had to be said that the Voldemort of this moment was extremely persuasive. After his previous failure and initial healing, he seemed exceptionally clear-headed and adept at reflection. His thoughts were clear, his logic was rigorous, and the platform he proposed was more realistically feasible, with startlingly inflammatory power. To some extent, he had restrained his radical pure-blood rhetoric, but the core seemed to remain unchanged. Roger ranted wildly in his mind. Did this guy spend his months away cramming political science and history? Has he directly upgraded to Voldemort 2.0? At the same time, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. The Voldemort before him, though still arrogant and forceful, clearly understood forbearance and compromise, appearing exceptionally rational. This was not at all like a madman who had undergone multiple soul splittings and should be paranoid, extreme, and insane. Look at his methods this time. First using the failure of transfiguration to intimidate, then throwing out the soul knowledge he was most interested in as bait, and finally painting a grand blueprint of a future. If this were truly an inexperienced little wizard, they might really bow down in worship. Even an ordinary person would find it hard not to be moved. This step-by-step calculated approach was worlds apart from the reckless, haphazard Voldemort in the original books. Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by his own appearance had become this large? Just then, Voldemort relaxed his control over Quirrell's body. Under Voldemort's deliberate control, Quirrell had also heard the recruitment speech just now. His heart immediately sank to the bottom. Before there was only one master, Voldemort. If Roger agreed, would he have another, little master, pressing down on him? And an 11-year-old child at that. Quirrell was full of grievances but had no right to speak, let alone the standing to refuse a new master, arranged for him by his lord. His whole face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, certain in his heart that Roger would never refuse such a heavenly gift. This was supreme glory. His master's power was beyond doubt. Even the greatest white wizard of the age could do nothing against him. Now that he controlled the Philosopher's Stone, resurrection was imminent. Once he raised his arm and called out, the entire British magical world would surely be turned upside down. Quirrell could even feel that the resurrected master would be more powerful than before, otherwise, why would he have agreed to Joel's request to resurrect the dead? Heaven knows what terrifying power the master had obtained on the other side. Such a powerful master was actually willing to share supreme power with a first-year student from Hogwarts. As long as Roger nodded now, with almost no effort, he could lead to become one of the two most powerful people in Britain and even multiple countries. Quirrell considered himself the #1 contributor to his master's return, and at this moment, envy, jealousy, resentment, and malice churned within him. But he eventually forced himself to be persuaded. After all, no one could take away the credit for the resurrection. Going from below one person to below two people, he would still be above 10,000. Thinking this way, he finally managed to calm his heart somewhat. However, Roger's answer was clear and calm, yet it hit like an ice bullet dropped into boiling oil. I refuse. To be honest, the terms Lord Voldemort offered seemed quite tempting on the surface. Moreover, for a lamb to be slaughtered, like himself, that he could show this much sincerity, was quite rare. But Roger hadn't lost his head. Now, it's you, Lord Voldemort, who wants to rebel and overthrow the Ministry of Magic. What does that have to do with me? If I nodded, wouldn't I become your accomplice? Besides, Lord Voldemort wanting to succeed. It wouldn't be that easy. He'd need his lackeys to shed their blood and sacrifice their lives later on. The slogans he was shouting now sounded a bit milder, but they weren't his true thoughts at all. Systems like the Death Eaters and followers hadn't been abolished. He was merely pushing himself forward, hanging onto the empty title of adjutant, while in reality being a Death Eater among Death Eaters. Such tricks couldn't fool Roger. Even taking a step back, if Lord Voldemort really came to power, Roger bet he would immediately raise the banner of pure blood supremacy again. Promises made while out of power. Just listen and forget them. Who keeps their word once they're actually in power? It's the same principle as sweet talk before marriage and showing one's true colors after. Taking another step back, even if Lord Voldemort really treated him as an equal partner rather than a subordinate or lackey, what good would that do him? Wouldn't it just mean he'd become one of the leaders of the wizarding world's #1 rebel organization? Waiting to be wanted and hunted down. To put it bluntly, old Voldy's terms didn't have a single bit of practical benefit, but they dug a lot of pits. Giving up a bright future of receiving an order of Merlin at Hogwarts to go rebel with him. Risking his life against Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Lord Voldemort's face visibly darkened. Having shown such sincerity only to be rejected in public, his pride was completely dragged through the mud. He then gave a cold snort, seemingly plotting something else. In the end, he only fired a binding charm, tightly tying up the Roger puppet. Once I finish resurrecting, I'll come deal with you, ungrateful brat. He spat out viciously, and as if to vent, he barked an order. Joel. Do it. Open the magic gate. However, Joel did not immediately carry out the order. Instead, he took a step forward, his voice carrying an insistent plea. Master, please resurrect my wife. I know. Lord Voldemort's tone betrayed a hint of suppressed impatience. Once I have fully restored my power, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Joel was exceptionally determined. I beg you to fulfill your promise now. Quirrell's eyes lit up as he watched from the side, looking excited like he was watching a good show. Roger was also secretly surprised. This Mr. Joel was truly something. To dare contradict Lord Voldemort repeatedly, this kind of treatment was rare. Are you questioning your master? Lord Voldemort's voice instantly became bone-chillingly cold. Joel lowered his head, not daring to answer. Lord Voldemort snorted coldly and said, There are no gods in this world. Even the legendary death is nothing more than the imagination of mortals. If there truly is any god, it is the powerful will and indestructible soul of a wizard. He paced to the edge of the churning pool of blood, looking up at the floating philosopher's stone, his voice carrying an insight that pierced through the mist. You cannot imagine, the world after death that I saw is also the world of the living. Not to mention Joel, even the top student of Ravenclaw, Quirrell, and Roger, who was about to receive an order of Merlin, were completely confused. Master, are you saying, the world after death is the world of the living? Joel asked, his face full of confusion. It can be understood that way. Lord Voldemort stood tall and proud, but not entirely. Because when life fades, all emotions, thoughts, will disintegrate, and finally, disperse into every corner of the world. That is the world after death. Just then, Roger's voice rang out abruptly. Professor, is what you're saying true? But how did you observe it? Lord Voldemort was originally immersed in his supreme understanding of souls and death, his smugness almost overflowing, as he said, no one understood resurrection, souls, and immortality better than him, for no other reason than his rich experience. But Roger's question was like a needle that precisely punctured his momentum. A flash of offended flush first crossed his face, which then turned into shame and anger. Regardless of whether it would be useful, he raised his hand and fired a jinx at the Roger puppet. To avoid being exposed, Roger controlled the puppet to roll on the ground and let out a few ghostly wails. At the same time, he instantly understood the reason for Lord Voldemort's rage. How did Lord Voldemort see these things? Because he had died. This question of his was practically stripping him bare and exposing his biggest scar. Now Joel understood. He didn't have profound theoretical knowledge, but he understood Lord Voldemort's core meaning. According to this theory, resurrecting his wife was feasible. However, to call back a soul that has been gone for a long time and whose will has long since dissipated, Lord Voldemort's tone turned heavy, with a sort of condescending patience, requires directly leveraging the power of the magical world, and more than one resurrection ritual. Roger understood, this was somewhat similar to necromancy. But Lord Voldemort wanted to reshape the soul and will, which was indeed much more difficult. Having said this much, Lord Voldemort had clearly explained the price and method for resurrecting Joel's wife. If Joel persisted further, he would truly be ungrateful. Joel was certainly no fool. Having spent half his life toiling to resurrect his wife, he had a deep understanding of various dark arts, resurrection secrets, and forbidden powers, so he could naturally weigh the weight of Lord Voldemort's words. He bowed deeply, almost 90 degrees. Master, please forgive my offense. Straightening up, he drew his wand and began to chant an extremely difficult and lengthy incantation. What shocked Roger even more was that this incantation seemed to have a top-level secrecy charm applied to it. The biocomputer couldn't record a single bit of it, even the sounds he heard with his own ears quickly dissipated in his consciousness like flowing water, leaving no trace. Nicholas Flamel was truly bold, actually entrusting such a crucial incantation to his butler. As the last syllable of the incantation fell, the blurry shadow floating in midair suddenly changed. It as if turned into a blazing sun, gushing out endless, suffocatingly pure magic in all directions. This feeling. Roger's heart jolted, instantly recalling the experience of being forced to drink the magic sensing potion by the old wizard. The feeling of his consciousness being thrown into a torrent of magic was exactly the same. When his biocomputer tried to penetrate that blazing ball of light to peer into its core, the sight he saw made his scalp tingle. Countless extremely complex magical patterns were compressed, twisted, and superimposed on an infinitely small point. The amount of information was so massive that it instantly overwhelmed the processing limit of the biocomputer. For the first time, Roger felt the biocomputer emit an overload wail, scaring him into immediately cutting off the observation. Quirrell and Joel were even worse off. Just as their eyes touched the edge of that light ball, they covered their eyes as if burned, letting out painful wails. Fools! Lord Voldemort's voice carried cold mockery. That is the source of all mysteries, the starting point of the flow of time. How dare you try to peer into it? Having had one unsuccessful resurrection experience, he appeared much calmer. He wasn't excited, but steadily raised his wand, guiding that vast sea of magical torrent to continuously pour into his shattered soul, officially beginning the resurrection ritual. Just as this ritual reached its most critical moment. Boom! The entire underground space suddenly shook violently. Like a giant beast turning over. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Entrance to the basement, main building of Nicholas Lamay Manor. Several figures appeared in a hurry. Albus, you've finally arrived. Seeing the figure in the lead, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Nicholas Flamel's aged face. Dumbledore did not pause for a second. Waving his wand, he smoothly chanted a spell. Beneath the feet of those restless alchemy puppets on the basement floor, the hard ground instantly turned into a viscous mire, trapping them firmly in place. What is the situation? Dumbledore's sharp gaze swept across the room. Principal. Professor Dumbledore. Hermione, Ron, Draco, and Wayne immediately surrounded him, quickly recounting the events of Roger being forcibly taken away in a flurry of voices. Well, it's fine, my longevity record hasn't been broken yet. Nicholas Flamel was indeed an old man who had experienced centuries of wind and frost. He even had the heart to crack a small joke at this moment. Nicholas, now is not the time for jokes. Dumbledore shook his head, his expression grave. After patting the shoulders of the little wizards reassuringly, his brow furrowed even tighter. The reappearance of Lord Voldemort made the atmosphere suddenly heavy. They forced me to drink a magic-suppressing potion. I'm afraid I'll need a day's rest to recover, Nicholas Flamel said, holding Vivian's hand, his face weary and somber. The rest is up to you all. They want to resurrect Lord Voldemort. Rufus Scrimgeour exchanged a shocked look with his Auror captain. A look of horror spread in their eyes. To today's wizarding world, Lord Voldemort was thought to have died completely 11 years ago. Those rumors about him possibly being alive were nothing more than groundless ghost stories. But what if this conclusion came from the mouth of Nicholas Flamel? Its weight was enough to set off a monstrous wave in the magical world, even forcing the Minister for Magic to respond officially. At that moment, two other Aurors supported a semi-conscious Professor McGonagall out from another area. Dumbledore stepped forward quickly to check, confirming she had only fallen into a deep sleep that could not be easily awakened. His tense expression relaxed slightly. He tried several counter spells to no effect and could only temporarily give up, his brow etched with worry. Soon, the Aurors escorted Nicholas Flamel, Vivian, and Professor McGonagall to another room. Dumbledore then led Scrimgeour and the others to the shimmering teleportation array deep within the basement. Dumbledore recognized this array. It led to the true hiding place of the Philosopher's Stone, a folded space. He had even played a part in its original design. The problem was that to protect this final fortress, the array was designed so it could only be locked from the inside. More importantly, it was connected to the Philosopher's Stone itself, allowing it to draw upon its near-infinite magic as an energy source for the barrier. This meant that as long as the magic supply from the Philosopher's Stone was uninterrupted, the barrier's defense was almost indestructible. Unless, the resurrection ritual taking place inside itself required a massive consumption of magic, causing the magic supplying the barrier to weaken. Then, if the external attack was fierce enough to exceed the limit of the magic supply, it might be possible to break it. Conversely, a powerful external attack forcing the barrier to consume more magic would also interfere with or even interrupt the resurrection ritual inside. Resurrecting Lord Voldemort required an unimaginable torrent of magic. Time was pressing, leaving no room for second thoughts. Dumbledore made a prompt decision, and together with the 5 or 6 Aurors present, raised his wand, aimed at the teleportation array, and began pouring out powerful spells, attempting to break through by force in the most direct way. Inside the folded space, on Lord Voldemort's blurred, not yet formed snake face, panic appeared for the first time. He felt that the magic was not enough. In this space that should have been filled with the infinite magic of the Philosopher's Stone, he actually felt a depletion of magic. And his new body had only just had a few outlines sketched. It was far from finished. Joel, what is going on? Lord Voldemort's voice was both shocked and angry. Although staying here was temporarily safe, if the resurrection failed, everything would be meaningless. Joel's face was ashen as he raised his wand to probe the flow of magic in the space. Logically, the magic of the Philosopher's Stone should evenly fill the entire space. Even if there were external attacks, it shouldn't consume so much. It was as if someone was secretly diverting the flow. Wait. He suddenly cast his gaze toward Roger, who was bound in the corner. He finally discovered the clue. The magic in the space was frantically surging toward this seemingly harmless youth. Master. It's this brat who's causing trouble. Joel roared harshly. Roger, of course, would not sit and wait for death. The opportunity to face the magic source of the Philosopher's Stone directly was once in a lifetime. His true body was currently like a greedy black hole, frantically devouring the surging, majestic magic, creating one virtual soul after another at an incredible speed. Although the energy of the Philosopher's Stone was infinite, its instantaneous output was limited. At this moment, Roger, this thief, was like opening a huge floodgate in the torrent of magic, forcibly seizing more than half of the flow, supplying Lord Voldemort's resurrection ritual. Lord Voldemort was so angry his soul projection was twisting. Stop him. Immediately. Joel's wand turned sharply, and a sickly green crucio was shot fiercely at the bound Roger puppet. However, there was far more than one virtual soul entrenched within the puppet's body. The spell was like a stone dropped into the ocean, eliciting no reaction. Joel was unwilling to give up. His wand danced wildly, and 14 consecutive crucio spells bit toward it like venomous snakes. But the number of virtual souls Roger created far exceeded this. The puppet remained motionless. This brat has a few strange tricks. Don't use soul spells, try stupefy. Lord Voldemort recalled their last encounter. This brat had a deep understanding of soul spells, and he realized that soul magic might not be very effective against him, so he let out a shrill roar. Stupefy. Apugno. Confringo. Rocket spell. Incendio. Joel's wand erupted in multicolored light as various spells smashed toward Roger like a storm. However, aside from being shaken by the impact, the puppet actually still looked full of energy, without even a trace of pain. Useless. Lord Voldemort hissed in a mad rage. No longer caring about the resurrection ritual, he suddenly diverted the magic originally used to shape his body, and several powerful spells pounced directly on the Roger puppet. This time, the attack finally worked. The puppet's exterior cracked and peeled off under the bombardment of spells, revealing a cold, alchemical metal skeleton, covered in scars. But instead of getting more magic, Lord Voldemort felt that the magic in the space seemed a bit thinner. A fake. No. Roger. Lord Voldemort instantly understood he had been fooled. Seeing the perfect resurrection that was within reach being forcibly cut off before his eyes, a boundless rage almost consumed him. His snake-like vertical pupils suddenly constricted, and he let out an inhuman, shrill shriek that tore through the air. He's still here. Search every corner. With his resurrection rite in ruins, Lord Voldemort had no thought of recruiting Roger, only a torrent of regret. Why hadn't he killed the boy sooner? Learning from last time, Voldemort locked onto Roger's ladybug form even faster. Roger. Voldemort's snarl was a viper's hiss. A human-shaped restoration charm lanced out. The ladybug twisted, swelled, and snapped back into Roger. At that instant the magic sustaining the folded space collapsed. Like a pricked bubble the whole pocket imploded, the Philosopher's Stone's blinding glare, the Cellar's chill stone, and every person, flung back into reality. Unleashed, the stone's colossal power surged through the walls like a solid tide. To wizards the flare was a beacon in the night, visible for dozens of kilometers. Only now did Roger grasp why Nicholas Flamel had hidden it so painstakingly in folded space, leaving most of the world ignorant of the stone. Murderous, Voldemort ignored Dumbledore and the rest. He forced Quirrell's arm to level the wand, fiendfire curse roaring forth, the air itself warping from its heat. Catch. Dumbledore flicked a glance, saw Roger empty-handed, and tossed the recovered wand. Wand in hand, Roger watched the devouring wave of flame bear down. His eyes flashed. Now, with the stone's limitless power, was the perfect moment to test the duplication charm. The magic inside him seethed like a long-dormant volcano. The next heartbeat, the cellar seemed a stone dropped into a lake. Hundreds of Rogers burst into being, packing the vast space. These duplicates were conjured from gravel, grit, sofas, chairs, cheap materials, far weaker than alchemical puppets, but countless and cheap to sustain. More stunning still, the numbers kept climbing, threatening to top 1,000. While Voldemort tried to spot the real one, he froze. The duplicates could cast spells. In perfect unison hundreds of Rogers raised their wands and hundreds of voices barked, Reducto. Each duplicate's spell was weak, but the flood became a torrent. The masked magic slammed the fiendfire back, eroding it, pinning it in place. But he was still Voldemort. In a heartbeat he saw the counter. Finite. His wand swept a silent wave across the cellar. At once every Roger duplicate was erased like chalk from a board. The fiendfire vanished with them, leaving only scorched air. Roger. Voldemort's voice was ice from the abyss, every word venom-laced. You are impressive. The murder in his tone could have frozen breath. Roger merely smiled, gave Voldemort a courteous wizard's bow, and added with mild amusement, Your praise honors me, dear professor. Your instruction. I shall remember. With a roar of fury Voldemort seized Joel Shafiq. Crack. And both vanished. That was Quirinus Quirrell. An Auror whispered. Has to be. Nobody else wears that purple turban, came the reply. Who's the old man beside him? LeMay's steward, they say. Rufus Scrimgeour ignored the chatter. He had seen Quirrell and Joel, never Voldemort's true face. The whole affair looked like LeMay's butler conspiring with an outsider to steal the stone, perhaps hoping to resurrect Voldemort. That was leagues away from the Dark Lord himself being alive. Good enough for a report. Cornelius Fudge could hardly object, and Dumbledore would owe him a favor. Mission accomplished. Dumbledore read Scrimgeour at once. Rufus, send your men back to report. A dazzling success, rescuing the drugged Master LeMay. Cornelius may even pin an order of Merlin on you. Scrimgeour nodded, dispatching 2 runners, then turned to the boy called Roger. He had heard this year's Order of Merlin nomination starred Roger. At first he'd sneered, suspecting Dumbledore of manufacturing a hero. After watching that battle, especially the impossible duplication charm, Scrimgeour, no spellmaster, knew the feat merited a medal. Roger's face stayed grave. Professor, did you feel it? Voldemort seems almost sane again. Today Dumbledore had been stunned anew, duplication charm. No ordinary transfiguration. It broke Gamp's first law. The conjured forms had cast spells. Another breakthrough worthy of Merlin's order. Hearing Roger's tale, Dumbledore understood the dread behind sane. It meant the Dark Lord's soul was healing. From the cool strategy and instant decisions he had just shown, he might now be more rational than when the killing curse rebounded on him years ago. Tom Riddle had once been cold, rational, disciplined, brilliant and terrifying. Later he had slid into arrogance, blindness, frenzy, even folly. Horcruxes, Roger murmured. They drove him mad, but they can also give his mind back. Dumbledore nodded, the weight of agreement heavy on his shoulders. By now ministry teams and local wizards drawn by the stone's flare were flooding the site. Cornelius Fudge gaped at the shining stone in the ravaged cellar. Weak Nicholas Flamel, unconscious Professor McGonagall, shattered alchemical puppets, scorched walls and pitted stone. Clearly LeMay had suffered a terrible attack. Yet the politician's mind spun fast. The Aurors had arrived in time to rescue master and students. That was the story. The ministry, wise and swift, had foiled villains Quirrell and Steward Joel bent on stealing the stone, saving the legendary alchemist and visiting pupils. As for Dumbledore, he had rushed in on word of the danger, fighting alongside the brave Aurors. How had he heard? Irrelevant, at least to Fudge, who knew the public would not pry. The embellishment was, loosely, true. Next morning the Daily Prophet's front page blared news of the attack on Nicholas Flamel. The photo showed Minister Fudge beaming beside the rescued, weary LeMay, just waking McGonagall, a shaken Ron Weasley clutching his rat. Dumbledore was absent, he had left on business, and Fudge preferred it that way. To soften the scandal Fudge beamed at the camera, urging, smile, children, especially you, red-haired lad, hold your rat and look happy. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.